And a warm welcome back to Riyadh and to King Abdulaziz Racecourse. It's meeting number 97 of the season here in Saudi Arabia, and 3 days of racing ahead of us. Some of the highs there from last week, an extraordinarily good couple of days. The qualifiers for Saudi Cup weekend, the custodian of the two holy mosques. A slightly different feeling to proceedings here. Rory Delaghi once again is alongside, but a terrific weekend last weekend, Rory.
It was, yeah. Some of the best racing we've seen here all winter, Friday particularly. And then with the two holy mosques, the custodian taking the centre stage on Saturday, that was a terrific day as well.
It was. Well, today we've got 7 maidens, a handicap, 3 open races and 1 winners of 1 to look forward to. If you were to pick out a highlight, Rory, what would you be nominating?
On today's card, well, I'm hoping that the first horse we'll see in the menu will do the business for us, which is Farea Alanea in race number 3. Looks one of the better prospects on the card, and what's pretty tricky day's racing, it has to be said.
Well, that's one of 3 highlights on the card for Rory. Let's have a look at that in a little bit more detail. Farea Alanea, who was a winner last time out, goes in race 3 today, scored in course and distance company in a local bred maiden last time out, goes into a winners of 1 today. Alexis Marino on board in race 3. Should take a fair bit of beating. In race 7, which is an Arabian maiden, we've got Fahit El Khaladia, second over the course and distance last time out, tries again over the 1600 metres. And later on today, we'll see how Al Shahayam gets on in race 10. With a 2,000 metre open last time out over the course and distance back on January 11th. Made all that day, and Asal Him bids to repeat that once again and see off 9 rivals in race 10. That's all to look forward to. It's going to come fast and furious. 12 races to look forward to, and details of what we have here on the programme today with our commentator. Delighted to welcome along to proceedings here in Riyadh, Tony Ennis. Good afternoon to you, Anthony.
Hello, Martin. Hello to you and Rory and everyone watching as well here on the Jcsa English-speaking service. Yes, some great racing last weekend, wasn't there? We kick off today with a maiden. Plenty of runners today, certainly. If you like your big fields, lots going in the first race. 18 lining up in that maiden, and then we go on to race 2, which is another maiden for the locally bred horses. Again, a big field of runners lining up in that race. The Nominals 2 race, that takes place race number 3 on the card at around 4:20. Then 25 minutes later, an open race, another massive field in that particular race. The locally bred horses handicap for those rated 0 to 60. That's at 5:10. Then we've got a fillies maiden after that at 5:35. The Arabian horses come back into action after that race. Later on, we've got a maiden at 7:05, an open race at 7:35 over 2,000 metres, and another Arabian horses maiden at 8 o'clock over 2,000 metres. And we end with an open race. We go back up in trip to the 12 furlongs, 2,400 metres. First race then is on the way. A couple of non-runners here. Do note number 1 is out, Matt Nuke, and number 9, Hezref. And the 2 reserves get in here. 19 and 20 are now runners. 21 the reserve doesn't get in. Let's go through them for this maiden. Number 2 is Alamam for Naif Adanazi. Number 3 is Yaflan for jockey Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Number 4 is DePoint, who's written by Ali Al Matib. Number 5 there is Arandas. Number 6 is Al Rim for Abdullah Al Kradis. 7 is Rosanna. Number 8 is Stanley Street, Aysel Al Sahani. Number 9 is now out, so no 9. 10 is Mutanami, the international favourite currently, Mutanami for Alex Moreno. 11, Mutasalia for Abdullah Al Odib. Number 12 is the Grey, that's Arsif. 13 is Tabak for Adel Al Faradi. 14, Rebel Icon, Mohammed Al Habail. 15, Faithful Springs for Sultan Al Mamoni. 16 is Looking Bear. 17, Akko Batlar. 18, Combat Power, and that's written by Falas Wanas. Number 19, the reserve that gets in, comes out of stall 1, Grand Daisy, Ricardo Ferreira. And 20, we don't have a rider yet for the 20 horse, but it will be running out of stall 9. That's Sam Abeda. So take out the 1, take out the 9. The 3rd reserve, Adanud, not required, but we still have 18 runners for Martin and Rory to have a look at.
We're just hearing, in fact, that number 20 doesn't run, so you can take out numbers 1, 9 and 20. All don't go, and 21 also. One of the reserves is out. 19 does come into the field on debut in the Kingdom, having fallen been traded to the UK by Richard Fahey. Number 1 is out there. Number 2 is El Mam, who's had the 1 start so far, over 1400, drops in trip today.
Yeah, he represents a powerful stable. Was only 18.5 lengths, 12th on debut over 7 furlongs. May do better, dropped in trip a little. Certainly has the pedigree to do better than he did on debut.
Number 3, your flying gets a bit off the market. The 8th attempt. Number 4 is Deep Point. Just the 2 goes so far over this 1200 last time out.
Yeah, he ran twice in the UK before he came to Saudi Arabia. His better effort here was when 13.5 lengths, 6th of 16 behind Farah Al-Waga in a course and distance maiden last time out. He is at least going in the right direction, and with a rating of 68, he doesn't have an awful lot to find here.
Arendas number 5 has been well beaten on the last couple of starts. Best run probably came there on debut over this 1200.
Yeah, that was in the first day of the Riyadh season here. Not the strongest of events, it has to be said, and he's not backed that up in 2 starts since, so not the easiest to fancy.
6 Talrims on debut.
Yeah, Talrim was bought by his current trainer for £15,000 sterling as a yearling at Goffs. He is a half-brother to a couple of fairly useful winners in the UK, Lyrical Lady and Fairy Cakes. And in a race that doesn't seem to have an awful lot of depth, Talrim has to be of interest first time out.
Anything to recommend? Number 7, Rosanna, also on debut in the Kingdom?
She is a half-sister to a mare called Chalet, who's won 4 or 5 times in the UK for Michael Dodds, up north generally, but at a fairly modest level. And she was a cheap purchase, only €4,000 as a yearling.
Number 8, Stanley Street, also comes from the UK. Had a couple of goes for John Quinn. Made its debut here back in December, on December 23rd.
Yeah, he well beaten in the first 2 starts for John Quinn, and then ran well to be placed at Catterick Redcar on his final start for that yard. I thought he's potentially flattered by that because it was a much softer ground. And Kaiser rating of 72 through. Was beaten 13 lengths here, when 7th of 19 on debut. Could well do better than that, and he's actually second top rated in the race. So you certainly have to respect his chances, but you are hanging on to that soft ground form as being reliable.
And he's 3rd best on the international market. Stanley Street. Ahead of him is Arsif and also Mutton Army, his the favourite for Alexis Marino. Out to the paddock, what is a glorious afternoon, cloudless skies, a bit of a breeze around. We can welcome along to the programme Shamila. Good afternoon to you.
Thank you very much, Martin. Happy Thursday. And I wouldn't say it's a little bit breezy. It's blowing quite a gust out here. So if you see any horses jumping around like thoroughbred kites, that is definitely the reason why. And hopefully my hair won't get in my mouth as I'm giving you my first paddock selection of the day, which is a horse that has got in as a reserve. Horse number 19, Brand Daisy, will be ridden by Ricardo Ferreira and trained by Sami Al-Harabi. They were absolutely flying last week. And Ricardo Ferreira is on fire. So I think that he can get the job done with this filly. They are only carrying 56 kilos as well, but I do have to say that horse number 10, ridden by Alex Moreno, does look very well as well. So Brand Daisy could just be needing the run for this, but I think she's a really classy looking filly. I'm really looking forward to seeing Groom in race number 4. He is the highest rated in the horse, and he's carrying top weight, but hopefully he can go back to winning ways.
Yeah, Groom ran a good race here last week in the turf sprint qualifier, the 1351. Brand Daisy, the selection there for Shamila, number 19 on the race card on debut today, the big price on the international market. But let's continue working our way down the field, Rory. We got to Stanley Street, we scratched the 9, and that brings us down to number 10, which is Mutanami. 2 goes so far, but it's hit the frame on both occasions, not been seen there since August.
No, ran within a fortnight of his debut, when second last time out. That was when finding Al Mottahed 17 3/4 lengths too strong. Al Mottahed was probably the best, well, was almost certainly the best 2-year-old performer we saw in Taif. He was very, very impressive at trips short of a mile. We saw him here a week or so ago running really well. So there was no disgrace in being beaten a long way by him. He looked absolutely top notch there. So Mutanami, rated 67. It's not easy to put an accurate rating on a horse in that kind of circumstance. If he beat the rest well enough, he was placed on his debut as well. If he's ready to go after a break, and the booking of Alex Moreno suggests that connections think he is, then he's one to be seriously interested in.
Motacillia is number 11, the third runner we can talk about on debut here.
Yeah, she's a half-sister to a horse called Arras, who's a three-time winner here. He's raced 38 times, won 3 of those. So there's a little bit of talent in the pedigree, and Motacillia, not blinding the obvious as the type to go win first time out, but she is related to winners, so she does need a second look.
Asif is second best on the international market. A horse who raced in Taif through the midsummer. 3 runs back so far here in Riyadh, all of it here over the course and distance.
Yeah, has been running respectably all season, was 12.5 lengths 7th to a useful sort in Warrior's Head in a course and distance maiden last time out, but he's fully exposed now.
As we take in a bit of form for this opening race.
Yes, that's
Mutanami.
The Al Mutahed is a horse we see going well clear here in Taif, and Mutanami is following him home on the rail. Unfortunately, the distance is so large we end up missing the second for much of this, but he keeps on nicely on the rail to beat the rest of them. And as I said, Al Mutahed was very, very good in Taif. Certainly the best colt we saw among the 2-year-old bunch.
So there's a bit of substance to the form, despite him being beaten a long way last time out. So let's move on to 13, Tabark, who's another one on debut.
Dam was raced in the US. She actually won both her starts there, but she hasn't had anything that's raced for her so far. But the fact that she was a dual winner means that Tabark, in a pretty modest maiden, has to be of some interest, and you would probably have him on your short list.
Number 14, Rebel Icon has joined powerful connections here in Saudi Arabia. Had a couple of goes for the Kevin Ryan barn back in the UK. It has been gelded since. Yeah,
he didn't show an awful lot for Kevin Ryan, but he's bred for speed, so this should be his trip. And he joined current connections for 6,000 guineas at the sales.
Faithful Springs well beaten here last week for New Connections, formerly in the UK with Charlie Appleby.
Yeah, got a chance in the race, weighted 68, but started off okay for Charlie Appleby, but didn't meet expectations. And then was well beaten, as you said, on her debut here. So she's got a bit to prove, but she's got experience, obviously, in the UK. She didn't quite come up to expectations, but she wouldn't have run in a race as weak as this, so she's hard to rule out.
Looking Bear has had 2 runs over the course and distance, 10th and 6th. Those 2 runs split though by quite a few meetings.
Yeah, the last one was in the first run rather was in Taif. The last one was a couple of weeks ago. Was 6th of 8 on debut in Taif. Didn't really pull up any trees there and didn't improve an awful lot for that second start. He might do better at some point. A son of Le Brevido, who was a very useful performer in France and the UK, but he needs to buck his ideas up a little bit.
Akko Batla has had 7 goes so far, drops down to the 1200 for the first time since his debut effort.
Yeah, I thought looking through his form, I thought his current mark of 60 is rather flattering. He's not really been running to that in recent races, and I didn't give him an awful lot of chance here, for all that on the figures he doesn't have a massive amount to find. He seems to be going the wrong way.
And number 18, Combat Powers on debut here. 1 start in the UK for James Tate, finishing 6th at Kempton over further.
Yeah, not beaten that far, beaten 3 3/4 lengths when 6th on debut for James Tate. It wasn't particularly fancied that day. A son of Invincible Army. I thought Combat Power would probably do better somewhere down the line. I thought he was interesting enough here, although whether this is his trip, we'll see, given he started off over a little bit further in the UK.
And the final one to mention was Shamila's pick, who has, since Shamila's spoken, been attracting money on the international, attracting support on the international markets. Number 19, Brandaisy.
Yeah, she's making her debut here, but she did race 8 times for Richard Fahey in the UK, showing pretty moderate form. She was 3rd on her final start at Kempton. That was in the middle of October. That was a 0-60 nursery, so she doesn't really have any pretensions to being much better than that, unless she adapts very well to Saudi Arabia, which is possible. And the fact that she's caught the eye in the paddock suggests that she's settled in pretty well.
Okay, well, they are the contenders for opening race of the day. This maiden for 3-year-olds for local and imported horses. Fillies and colts in action here over the 1200 metres. You could just see there in the shots down at the start, just quite a strong wind blowing through the track here. That, Rory, sort of really exemplified by the fact that we sat down for a bit of lunch and our tablecloth and all the condiments went flying across the forecourt.
It did indeed, but it was quite pleasant though outside with a nice cooling breeze. So the kind of weather that I'm sure most people sitting in the UK would love to have at the moment.
And we probably did the producer a favour by not buying him lunch as well.
Oh, yes,
cruel
I'm sure.
to be kind.
You have to be cruel to be kind at times, yes.
Indeed. So Shamila with the 19 there. Brandesi, Rory, your selection for race 1?
I'm going to stick with Mutanami and hope that he's ready to go off that layoff. He certainly showed enough promise in 2 starts in time.
He is the international favourite as well. Well, one man who I'm sure never misses out on a chicken biryani is our commentator. Over to you, Enzo.
Oh, a bit early for that at the moment, Bison, but yeah, that sounds tasty. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. Right, runners at the start here. There's number 6. I'm looking at Tal Rim. Looks very relaxed on the way down. Not the biggest of horses. Abdullah Al Khraidi's in a very light blue there. Is going to be the first or second one. In the 19, I think, it's gone in as well. Brandesi. That's the reserve that runs that Shamila was quite keen on, Ricardo Ferreira. This is number 5, A Randas. Abdulaziz Al Musa riding. It's about to go forward. So we're going 1,200 metres to 6 furlongs. 17 runners now for this maiden. Mixture here of colts and fillies and geldings. And there's number 4 about to go in D Point in the yellow and black colours. So here we are on the dirt for our first race. 1,200 metres. First prize of 9,500 Saudi Riyal. Quite a few in now. Here's number 13. This is Tabar. He's got the noseband on there, the yellow and white. It's just going to wait for 15 to go. And the one that's just giving a slight issue there is Looking Bear, who doesn't look very keen to go in at the moment. So they might have to try something else with him. There's the silver colours of Alamam. Naif Alanazi. On board number 2, he's just going to wait here as well for a few others to go in by the looks of things. Combat Powers going in over on the far side. So Looking Bear is still giving a little issue. Faithful Springs is still to go in. There is the 15. There's 13. That's Tabak. That's Adel Al Faradi. He's about to load up here. Tabak goes in. First time out. This is Alamam. He goes in. He's got the inside draw, of course. No number 1 here. So number 2 is right on the inside rail. Taking out 1 and 9. Just the 1 reserve comes in. Brandesi goes into those stalls. Right, we're almost there, aren't we? There's Brandesi in gate 1 now. So Brandesi is on the inside of Alamam. So Brandesi in stall 1, Alamam in stall 2. The last one, I think, is going to be Rosanna to complete the line. Then we'll be set for our opening race here at Riyadh on the dirt, and they're off. The starter let them go. A bit of a messy start on the inside, actually, for Alamam, who got a slight bump from Brandesi, who got out a bit better. In lane 3, Yaflan broke quite well. Making ground up now is Stanley Street in the black and white, who's very prominent. The international favourite Mutanami's up there as well, the dark blue and gold striped colours. Racing outside that one is Arsif in the light blue and white colours, with around the outside goes Rebel Icon, who's quite deep on the course in the yellow and black. Back towards the inside there we have Brandesi, about 6th place now for Brandesi. He's being followed further back in the field by De Point, who's just lost a place or two. But the leader is Alamam, who's travelling powerfully in the silver colours for Naif Alanazi. And Alamam leads a length clear. Here comes Stanley Street into 2nd place. Around the outside, Rebel Icon's got every chance. Goes into 3rd as they turn for home. This Mutanami's in trouble here. Has lost ground. He's back in about 5th place now. They've only got 250 metres to go. And it's now Stanley Street on the outside who's got to the front here. It's Stanley Street going a length clear to Alamam, who's trying hard to come back in 2nd, but Stanley Street has all angles covered and will win here for Asal Al Sahari. It's Stanley Street's race. Alamam will be home in 2nd place. Rebel Icon back in behind will just get 3rd in the end from the finishing Yaflan. 8th the winner, the son of Zoffany, has done it. Stanley Street for the Fawaz stable. Asal Al Sahari on board. Took care of business about a furlong and a half out when he went past Alamam, who was the early pace setter. Number 2 was 2nd Alamam. And Rebel Icon was just about scrambling home in 3rd place, number 14, ahead of Yaflan, who did some good late work. 8-2-14 the numbers, 1 minute 13.78 seconds the winner's time, 3.5 lengths the winning margin. 8 Stanley Street wins the opener from 2 Alamam, and 14 Rebel Icon home in 3rd place.
Well, the UK import from the John Quinn yard, Stanley Street, beaten here on debut back on December 23rd over 1400. Comes good here, beats the front runner, Ali Mam, into second place. Third place goes the way of another UK import, Rebel Icon, on debut here, having left the Kevin Ryan team. But this horse, Rory, steps forward from that debut run for a comprehensive 3.5 length win.
Yeah, it still beat most of the opposition last time. Finished 7th of 19 in a big field, and just obviously needed a little bit of practice around this track. But bounced back to the form that he was showing at Redcar in what was it, September, I think, when he finished third. So yeah, that was just justifying that earlier form. He ended up being the top rated in the race with McNuke, a non-runner. So the handicapper will be happy that the right horses are coming to the fore here.
Now we can see him taking over the lead from Ali Mam, who was up there from the get-go.
Yes, Ali Mam showing blazing early speed, benefited from the drop to 6 furlongs from 7 from last time, but again didn't quite see it out after showing that early, and might just be better a little bit down the line. But the winner of Stanley Street was pretty comfortable sitting just behind that pace, and he kept on better than the runner-up to win by a decent margin, 3.5 lengths in the end, in a time of 1:13.78, which is well, it's sort of indicative of the class of the race. It's not an outstanding time, but it's not bad for a race full of horses in the 60s.
And he coped well with the drop down in distance. We could just see early on horse number 19, who was Shamula's pick, Brandaisy, was up there early, but soon starts to give way.
Yeah, just looked a bit uncomfortable coming into the turn there, Brandaisy, and got a bit unbalanced, and she's gradually dropped back from this point, still in about 4th place here, but can sustain her speed. And we see the winner just on the shoulder of the early leader. In behind those, we've got the market leader, Mutanami, who travelled okay at that point, but when push has come to shove off the bend, he's another one who's rather rolled around a little bit and got unbalanced, and all they could do then was plug on at one pace, possibly needing the run after that break. Rebel Icon was the other one with him, with the black cap and the epaulets, and he plugs away to finish.
He shaped okay, actually.
Didn't shape too badly. Son of showcasing. He's bred for speed. Had been with Kevin Ryan. Didn't show an awful lot in a couple of starts, but he probably would have needed those for experience, and doesn't look a bad purchase at 6,000 guineas.
And the winner's won pretty comprehensively. You'd imagine he can probably step up to open company over a similar trip. Yes, I mean
he's obviously capable over a little bit further, but the trip didn't seem a problem for him today. And you'd have thought that the sort of open racing and the non-winners of 2 from this point of the season onwards can get soft enough, so he shouldn't be hard to place in the coming month.
And he shows a good attitude as well. So it's Stanley Street, who was top rated off 72 with the top horse coming out at a mark of 73. Beats Ali Mam to second place. That horse is only his second run. Certainly he stepped forward as well from the debut of the 1400 as well.
Yeah, you got the impression that a bit more was expected of Ali Mam first time up, and he showed the dash that they clearly thought he had here. Maybe just needs to strengthen up a little bit to see his race out better, but certainly he blitzed most of his rivals with the speed he showed for the first 4 or 5 furlongs.
So Stanley Street wins the Open, and we move on to race 2, details of which are back with Enzo.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, convincing display, wasn't it, in the end from Stanley Street to prevail there. Right, let's move it on then to our second race. Locally bred maiden for colts and geldings here. 1,200 metres once again. Number 1 is Ayan Al Sahib for Camille Ospina. Number 2 is Abu Al Jamail for Naif Al Anazi. Number 3 is Mutasare for Nawaf Al Mudiani. Number 4 is Yam Ajar for Mohammed Al Sharima. 5 is Najm Abdallah for Ali Al Mutib. 6 is Al Kanani for Mohammed Al Abib. 7, Afdal Yelul for Abdullah Al Kradis. Number 8 is Estasad for Abdulaziz Al Musa. Number 9 is the international favourite, La Maya Kafi for Tariq Al Mansour. Number 10 is Red Morgan, Abdulaziz Al Said. Number 11, Shibble Al Manaya for Yasser Al Bakawi. Number 12 is Ramadan for Adal Al Faredi. 13, Hasil for Mohammed Al Daham. 14 is Malki for Louis Morales. 15 is Almo Salme for Feras Al Sanaitan. 16 is Italy for Faras Wanas. 17 is Bart Nassamat ridden by Abdullah Alorfi. We don't have a rider for number 18 at the moment, and the reserves are not required here. So scratch 19, 20 and 21. Muhammad Al Nassar rides the 18 there. Thank you to my producer there. Right, so there's number 1 coming out. That's Ayan Al Saheb. The international favourite will be number 9 here. Let's go back to Martin and Rory once again.
Well, Ayan Al Saheb, Enzo's had the 2 starts so far. They were at meetings 82 and 79, finishing 8th and 7th. They were both runs over the course of distance, Rory, in similar company.
Yes. This is probably a weaker contest than the ones that Ayan Al Saheb has been in of late, but he's not exactly covered himself in glory in terms of the times. He's done 1:16.63. He's done over course and distance, whereas the winner of our last race did 1:13 odd. So that is pretty slow. But this does look a weaker. It's obviously not open to the imported horses. It's a local bred, and the top 3 ratings in this race, 59, 56, 52, give you an idea. This is a weaker race of its sort, as you'll see through the season. So it may be that Ayan Al Saheb has to be considered, given that he's able to finish mid-div in slightly stronger events.
Abu Jamal is number 2, who's had 4 goes so far. He's been racing at Open, the handicap company, over 1400. He should find this a little bit easier.
He's been showing speed and not getting home, Abu Al Jamal. His form essentially is regressive, having shown a little bit on his debut, but having been well beaten in a 0-65 over 7 furlongs last time out, he'll appreciate the slight ease in grade and the drop in trip. So, the 3rd top rate is rated 52, so his rating's 51. And although he's rather a disappointing type, he doesn't need to improve an awful lot to get involved here.
He did run over the 1200 on debut. Number 3 is Mutasari, another one who's had 10 starts today. They've ranged between 1200 and 1600.
Yeah, was 4th on his 2nd start, showing improvement from debut, and hasn't really gone on from that. But he's not useless. He does have ability, and a rating of 52 fairly much sums him up. He's always going to be vulnerable to something with a bit less experience and more upside. But again, with a rating of 52, he's in there and has placed claims with a reproduction of his best form.
Bit to find on the ratings, number 4, Yam Adjar, who drops in trip.
Yeah, tailed off essentially in all 3 starts. We'll need to improve a fair bit for that the drop in trip.
Najam Abdallah is number 5. Just the 1 start so far. You've got to go back in the form book to December 21 to find that.
He's not the easiest to fancy, but at least on the plus side, he's only had the 1 run. 1:17.06 he clocked for that, and it was behind a useful sort, but he was beaten best part of 32 lengths. So no massive positives for him there.
Number 6, Al Kanani is on debut here.
He hasn't raced here, obviously. He's had 3 siblings who have, or half siblings. They've run 34 times between them and haven't won. He's also by a Siren Sada, who's got a pretty moderate record.
Number 7 is Afdal Yaelul, who's had the 4 starts to date, top rated in the field, had 3 goes in maidens and 1 in handicap company.
Yeah, he was well beaten in a 0-60 handicap over a mile last time out, but I'd have him down as a non-stayer at that trip, but he has made the money on both his starts over 6 furlongs, both of those in Taif. He was one of those. He was 4th to Al Mottahed. We saw that form not working out brilliantly in the first race, but that's not really his fault. He's had the 1 run here for fitness, and he may well bounce back to form. He's the top rated in this race, based on the pick of his Taif form. He's sure to go pretty close.
He was a long way behind Al Mottahed in Taif, 17 lengths behind, but he was 3rd in the Saudi Derby qualifier last week. Number 8 is Est Tassad, who has had just the 1 start so far over 1400.
Yeah, he was 14th behind a horse called Precious on debut. Precious showed a little bit next time as well. He didn't go without promise on that occasion and should do better. Whether he can improve enough to win this is another matter there.
Number 9 is La Mayakfi, who's had 2 runs so far. 2nd on debut, but regressed at meeting 93 last week.
Yeah, that was over 1,800 metres. I'm inclined to look on the bright side there and say that he was a non-stayer, but he ran very well when beating 3 3/4 lengths to Mirwas over course and distance on debut. The time that he put up there is 1:13.86, which is a good 2 seconds faster than a few of these that we've mentioned already. And I thought that if you ignore Lamaya Cafe's last run. He's got absolutely outstanding claims here.
Yes, second at meeting 79 over that trip. Terry's Red Morgan has had a couple of goes over this 1,200 metres, finishing 15th and 9th as we pop back to the paddock.
Thank you very much, Martin. Second race of the day. It is for colts and geldings only, and it is a sprint race. I am going for horse number 9 at La Maya Cafe, ridden by Tariq Al Mansour, one of our star apprentice jockeys here. 9th last time out, second the time before that at meeting 79. Haven't been seen since meeting 93. So hopefully this tees him up nicely for this contest and for Naif Al Mandil, the trainer, as well. I have another horse marked down as just being a really good looker. Obviously 13th last time out, so it doesn't look so appealing on paper, but really good in the parade ring. Horse number 5, Najm Abdullah, last seen at meeting 79. But I will be sticking with horse number 9 for my paddock selection. One question mark for me, and it is from one of the highest rated horses in this race, horse number 12, Ramadan. I just wasn't a fan of how he was going around the parade ring, but I will be indeed sticking with number 9. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, Ramadan is 4th best on the international markets. La Mer Cafe is the first pick of the market. So as we continue our look down the field, we can move on to number 10, Red Morgan. Say Rory, 2 goes over the 1,200, finishing 5th and 9th, sandwiched between a run over 1,600.
Yeah, he's been beaten 27 lengths or more on those starts, and I don't think a mark of 42 is overly generous on balance.
Number 11 is Shibil Al-Maymania, a mark of just 45 and 0 from 3.
Yeah, much the same comments apply. Showed just a glimmer of ability in Taif and was last of all on his return from a break here last time out.
12, Ramadan, who was given the question mark by Shamila, winless in 8, but has tried this 200 metres before.
Yeah, I thought that Ramadan wouldn't really benefit from this trip. He's been placed twice in Taif. Meeting 51, meeting 54, both of those runs over a mile. Hasn't made any impact since switch to Riyadh, and having a look at his run, he's looked fairly paceless, so dropping to 6 furlongs doesn't really look like a positive to me.
Number 13 is Hassil, 2 runs over the course and distance so far.
The better effort today was finishing 10 and 3/4 lengths, 7th of 10 in a course and distance maiden last time out. Time of 1:17.40 is fairly glacial. He'll do well to get involved on that.
14, 16 and 17 are all newcomers.
Malky has had several siblings who've run here. They've run 57 times between them. 1 win suggests this is not a particularly lucrative pedigree. The other, Italy, that is out of a mare who is well bred, and she's produced 3 winners here. She was a useful race mare herself, but she won the Park Hill Stakes at Doncaster, Alexander 3D. That's over an extended 1 mile 6, so I didn't think Italy was particularly well likely to be suited by 6 furlongs on pedigree.
Okay, just to say that Camilla Ospina has been checked over by the medics here. His mount and number 1 here, Ayan Al Saheb, reared up, and he's suffered a split lip, but he is okay. Now he's just pointing to his lip, but not looking too impressed with his potential partner in this race. He's about to get on board the top one here, looking to make it a 3rd time lucky.
Oh, and
he looks about as angry as the horse.
The horse is still causing trouble, and Camilo's not a happy bunny at the moment. Normally very serene is Camilo, but he's lost his cool a little bit here with this colt who's been misbehaving.
And just one more to mention, Rory, that's number 15. A horse who's had the 1 start so far, meeting 79 over 1,400.
Yeah, when you see one finish 14th, you think, well, at least it was 14th of 20 and most of these, but that was actually 14th of 14, tailed off last, so hard to fancy. I think the only one we haven't mentioned is Mark Nasamat. He's another one with an interesting pedigree by a sire called Soraya, who was a useful handicapper for John Gosden a few years ago. He was by Frankel out of Sariska and ran in the same colours that Sariska ran in. But with a pedigree like that, unsurprisingly, he was a sort of 1 and 6 horse, and you wouldn't have thought that he'd be siring anything that's going to win over this trip. And I don't think Soraya's actually had a winner yet as a sire.
And there is Camilla heading down to the start, feet out the irons, horse still looking a little bit on edge. Got the outrider to help. That's certainly not doing his rider or supporters any favours here. Number 1 as they head down to the start. So selection time then. Shamila goes with the international favourite, horse number 9. Also a good mention for number 5, Ajam Abdallah. And the 9 is very much the first pick of the markets.
Yeah, and I think you could ignore his run last time at over 1,800 metres. A repetition of his debut, I think, will see him run out an easy winner here.
An easy winner?
Yeah, I think so. And hopefully he can bounce back to that form. I mean, there might be something completely unexposed, but those who've got bits and pieces of form haven't done anything like the time that he's been able to do for the 6 furlongs. So he's a fairly straightforward selection for me.
Okay, and I'm a big fan of the 7 here. That form with Almost ahead does look pretty good. I know he was beaten a long way by him. He was 17 lengths behind, but the overall level of form, when you put it into the context of this race, I thought it read quite well.
Yeah, well, Almost ahead went and ran in one of the top races of the season in time for 2-year-olds and won by a similar sort of margin second time out. So being beaten that far by him on debut in a maiden race was clearly no bad effort at all. We didn't see that form franked in our opener, but obviously, it's different strokes for different folks. The horses
it's only one horse in it, yeah.
Some of them are ready, some of them aren't ready.
As the favourite, the 9 tightens up on the international markets. The 7 drifts out a little bit. Steady away is Camilla's number 1. And Ramadan is pretty steady as the 4th best. Of the bigger priced horses, nothing really been supported here, so it does look to really concern. 9, 7, 1 and 12. So 9, 7, 1 and 12, the international picks here. The 9, though, by far and away the strongest supported for this second of the day. This locally bred Colts and Geldings maiden for the 3-year-olds. It's open to locally bred horses only over the 1,200 metres. And if you're just tuning in, Ayan Al Saheb just giving Camilla Ospina 1 or 2 problems on the way down to the start. You can, of course, give us your selections and your views on the YouTube channels. Use the comments to the right-hand side on the chat there. And do get involved. A couple of people with the international market favourite in the open of the 10. But any suggestions for our races through the course of the day, do get involved on the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia YouTube page. So plenty of good mentions here, Enzo, for the 9. I'm going to throw in the 7 into the mix here. Anything you particularly like?
I was going to be on board with yours, actually, Afdal Yelur, as you say, second favourite in the international market. Yeah, I thought he'd showed enough in those 4 starts to suggest that there's a race like this in him. But obviously, Lamea Kafi is going to be a hard horse to beat. You'd have to be worried about Ayan Al Saheb, wouldn't you, with those antics beforehand? So, yeah, he was the obvious negative, wasn't he, going to post? Well, he has calmed down a bit now because Camille's still got his feet out of the stirrups at the moment. But, yeah, he certainly was a bit edgy early on. There's the 10 going in, Red Morgan. A compact-looking individual. And goes forward nicely. Here is the horse who heads the international market in the green colours with the red epaulets, the Maya Kafi. Number 11 going forward now, Shibble Almay Manaya. White blinkers there, that's Yam Ajar. Number 4. So we wait for Mutasare to come forward now. There's blue blinkers. So we are going 1,200 metres here for this Colts and Geldings maiden. Again, 9,500 Saudi Riyal first prize. 6 furlongs on the dirt. Now we've got, let's say, over half the field in now. Oh dear, this horse is now looking a little bit edgy. Mutasare. Should know better, he's had 10 goes before. Still at the back there is number 8 as well. Esther Sad hasn't gone in yet, the Son of Dawn approach. Jockey's now off. Ayan Al Saheb continues to be troublesome for Camilla Ospina. Horse who was, I think, 3rd in line in the international market. But at the moment, Ayan Al Saheb is proving reluctant. Camillo's now off again. He's already had a little cut lip, hasn't he, from that horse. Here's the 12 going in. That's Ramadan. So there's 4 out the back. Bart Nassamart. This is the troublesome Ayan Al Saheb. Is going to be loaded without the rider now. Spina not entirely in love with this horse at the moment. Ayan Al Saheb has gone in though. Jockey's going to climb on board with the stall's infrastructure. This is 5. Najm Abdallah in the grey and light blue halved colours. That's going to leave Mutasarray and Yamajar to load up. In goes to 4. Yam Ajar under Mohammed Al Sharima. And that will be the last one. So last one coming in now. We're just about ready for race 2. 1,200 metres on the dirt for this maiden, and they're off. They've jumped away over the 6 furlongs. A little bit slow to go was Najm Abdallah there. Breaking very well was Ayan Al Saheb. Troublesome beforehand, but broke alertly. Yellow sleeves, Camillo Ospina, and will lead early on. To Yamajar racing in second place. Towards the outsiders, Lamea Karfi's not far away with Ramadan as well, who's in that front rank. Towards the insiders, Abu Al Jamail, and then comes Mutasarray as they make the turn. Further back then to find Malky in the orange colours, just trying to get a little bit closer as they come around the turn and head towards the home straight. Bit of work to do at the moment for Afdal Yaylul into about 8th or 9th place in the white and blue as they come around the crown of the bend. And Ayan Al Saheb is travelling sweetly for Ospina, but here on the outside, the big presence now of Lamea Kafi and also Ramadan looks a big danger. Ramadan, number 12, goes into second place now. He's off in chase of this leader as they head down with 300 metres left to go. Here on the outside comes Ramadan to have a crack at Ayan Al Saheb. Lamea Kafi needs to do better in about a share of third place as they enter the final 150 metres. Ayan Al Saheb is hanging tough on the inside, but Ramadan tries again down the outer for Adel Al Faradi, and Ramadan will have his day. Number 12, Ramadan wins. Ayan Al Saheb was second. Lamea Kafi involved for third there. It's quite close with Estasad. Third and fourth might go to the judge, but well done to the winner, Ramadan, for Adel Al Faradi. Source travelled just off the pace and has won it for the Rashid stable. Gets the better of the long-time leader, who certainly behaved a lot better in the race than he did in the prelims. That Ayan Al Saheb was second for Ospina. 1 minute 14.61 seconds, 2 1/4 lengths the winning margin, and confirming third, number 9, Lamea Kafi, the international favourite in third. Had every chance, really. And fourth, number 8, Estasad. So it's going to be 12.19, 1 minute 14.61. Ramadan the winner, Ayan Al Saheb second, and Lamea Kafi, the favourite on the international market, back in third place.
Well, the second race of the day was given a a negative mention by Shamila in the paddock, but Ramadan has gone on to win. It was that first try, Rory, wasn't it, over the distance?
Yeah, and he's not particularly been shaping like he wants to, but he's gained a fair bit of experience in 8 runs, and clearly bounced back to form after a couple of modest efforts. He's been given a break since he was last seen in meeting 71, and he's come back here clearly at the top of his game. And we use the top of his game fairly loosely. He was rated 56 here, so he was the second top rated in the contest. They've done 1:14.61. Which is the best part of a second slower than the opening race, which looked a modest enough affair. So there's nothing's improving leaps and bounds here. It's just a modest enough race, and Ramadan has benefited from being in weaker company than he's been in his last couple of starts.
And that was a point you were making beforehand about the eventual second. Ayan El Sahab had been running here in similar company, but he thought this was maybe a slightly weaker contest than he'd been in of late.
Yes, and he's proven that despite being badly behaved before the race, he's jumped out and got into pole position and given way only very late in the day. The disappointment, if you like, even though he's managed to finish third, is La Maya Kafi, who's run faster than this in the past. He ran 1:13.86 on debut, and although he had excuses last time out, he's not been able to better that time today, and looked a little bit. You can kind of see why they stepped him up and tripped last time out, because he looked a little bit short of pace here, having travelled okay just off the pace, really. Probably sat in about 5th or 6th place in the early stages. You see the runner-up going forward with the nosebands on the rail, and there was pace also from some of the other known numbers. Yam Adja is in 2nd place on the white blinkers at the moment. You see the eventual winner swinging about 3 or 4 horses wide off that bend, but travelling quite well. La Maya Kafi is around there as well, and a couple towards the inside who get a bit of room to operate in are those drawn 2 and 3. Abu Al-Jamail and Mutasare, they come into the equation briefly, but don't have much left for the finish. And it becomes a match here between Ain Al-Sahab and Ramadan, and Ramadan finishes off the stronger. It's a perfectly decent performance from him, because he had to swing fairly wide off the bend, and yet it's still stronger than the horse he got out from stall 1. So he's a deserving winner in the day. It's not a particularly strong contest. The handicapper won't be harsh on him for it, and I imagine he'll be able to run a 0-65 handicaps if they want to go down that route. He's plenty experienced enough, and handicaps seem the obvious route forward for him.
There's a lot more positives to take about those who finished top 3 in the first race and the second.
Yes, I would say so. Yeah. This is. I mean, most of these are the horses are showing form here in the end are exposed as fairly moderate, but nothing has improved markedly in behind them. And the bottom line is that the front 2 have just been keeping slightly better company than this, running in slightly better local maidens, and every now and again you'll find yourself in a race that is winnable, and that is what's happened with Ramadan, and he's got the job done.
And to the top jockeys here as well, find out the finish. Adel Al-Faradi on board the winner, and the busted lip of Camilla Ospina in second.
Yes, I'm not sure whether finishing second will improve his mood, because it was probably better than you would have expected given what was happening beforehand, or make it slightly worse because he's gone close to getting a winner and hasn't managed it. But it's rare that you'll keep a scowl on Camilo Ospina's face for too long, and hopefully he'll be smiling after our next race or the one beyond that.
And the first 2 races we've seen today, can we draw anything from that? The pace seems to have held up. The winners have come from the top 4 or 5 in the field.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything come from especially wide, but we've seen horses run pretty well from double-digit draws. Ramadan there drawn a stall 12 and having to go wide and still managed to win the race, even though stalls 1, 2, 3 and 4 all held every chance through the contest. So there's nothing much to draw on. What we've seen with this track time and again is that it is a pretty fair track. If you get yourself in a bad position, it can be difficult to get out of it, but if you're good enough, you can usually find your spot.
And finding her spot there was Shamil. Looks like she was sitting in the bush, didn't she?
It did indeed.
Obviously found somewhere to shelter out of the wind. Well, we'll move up in distance here, up to 1,400 metres for race 3. And old Enzo's got the runners and riders.
Yeah, that's the old thank you, Martin. Right, on we go then to our third race. 17 runners here. Quite a few scratchings, actually, so we'll go through them. I think number 3 is out now, Been Always, and doesn't go in this race. Also, we will confirm that. Number 1 is Asar for Abdulaziz Al Musa. Number 2 is Mabdana Fawaz Wanas. Number 3 confirming is out, so yeah, we were correct. Bint always doesn't go. 4 is Unbra for Adel Al Faradi, and 5 is Wafi Al Zawq for Abdullah Al Fayruz. 7 is Yaslam Allah for Abdulaziz Al Yayesh. Number 7 is Ayan Al Yaqeen, Turkey Alofi. 8 is Karwash for Louis Morales. Number 9 is Ali Al Zawq for Fahad Al Faradi. Number 10 is Jasmine, Abdullah Al Kradis. 11 Al Marlin for Sultan Al Mimoni. Number 12 is out, so scratch the 12. Mr. Mobem doesn't go. 13 is Salute Song for Youssef Al Hussein. 14 is Bazin Al Mawla, who is written by Abdullah Al Saidi. 15 Sayed Al Ayaz for Ayad Al Tarisi. 16 is Fareh Al Anaya, the international favourite for Alex Moreno. 17 Yamdeep Ryan Al Tawash, who I think is second in the international market. Scratch 18, I'm hearing now. 19 Al Rila, Eddie Castro. 20 is Nawa for Naif Al Anazi. 21 scratched as well. Saidiana is out. 22 runs, Sakaka, written by Asil Al Sahani, who's looking for a double, isn't he? So just confirm that. 23 is out. So the ones that don't go, take out 3 Bint Always, take out 12 Mr. Mobem, take out 18 and 21 and 23. The one that runs, the reserve, comes out of stall 3. Sakaka, number 20, is a runner. The grey Asil Al Sahani is on board. Back to you, Martin.
Thank you, Enzo. And it's purely raw, isn't it? The old is only a term of endearment.
It certainly is. Yes.
It's no reflection of Enzo's age whatsoever. Right, the runners coming into the paddock for the first. The sun's shining here. Ahead of race 3, horses have won between 0 and 1 races. 4-year-olds in action here. Fillies and Colts over the 1,400 metres. And Jcsa heads the runners and riders here. 1 win in 8 starts, and that was a win back in November of 2022, over 200 metres further.
Yeah, a rare disappointment for Lucas Gaitan in meeting 73, and then left that yard. He ran poorly in Taif, and at a time when all Lucas Gaitan's horses were winning, which was most of the time. He finished 16th, then switched stables last time out and actually bounced back to form when beaten 2 lengths into 5th in a mile open last week. And if he can build on that, he's got pretty solid claims here. Obviously, he's been pretty inconsistent, but there aren't many horses who improve for leaving the Gaitan yard, but he certainly has got back on track for that move.
Joint second, top rated as well. Number 2 is Mabdana, who's had 14 goes. A lot to find on the figures.
Yeah, ran okay here on the first day of the Riyadh season, finishing 5th. But as I said, the very early meets here are a little bit weaker than the others, and he's not built on that at all, so very hard to fancy.
Unbara, as Enzo called it, number 4, is 1 from 11 so far. That was a win in meeting 91 in a local bred maiden last time up.
Yeah, that was a good effort 2 weeks ago, getting off the mark. He was beaten in a 0 to 60 handicap over this course and distance in meeting 70. I mean, he ran well there. He was 3rd, then 2nd, then 1st. But a little bit of a concern that although we won that mile maiden, he found 0 to 60 company just beyond him in meeting 73. So you're hoping that the win has given him a little bit of confidence. And he's certainly one to consider. He doesn't have an awful lot to find. 9 pounds behind Jcsa on the ratings and at level weights here.
Another one that banged down the figures is the 5 Wafi Al Zawq, who was maybe just in need of the run last time out, but you go back 2 runs and was a winner in maiden company.
Yeah, that was over this trip in Taif. Needs to bounce by. I mean, he was beaten a long way when 12th here in meeting 73. You do see a lot of horses who need a run switching from Taif to Riyadh just to get the hang of the different surface here, and that gives you hope that Wafi Al Zawq can bounce back to form.
Yaslam Allah is number 6, 1 win in 14 starts. It was in good company last time out in a cup race.
Yeah, you can certainly forgive him his run last time out. That was in the Mishrif bin Mutlaq bin Shanan Cup here last week. Was a winner of a 0 to 60 handicap in meeting 73. It's been well held, obviously, in 3 starts since, but they've all been in much stronger races. So he's in a slightly easier one now, non-winners of 2. He's still got a little bit to find, but he should find things easier than he has in much tougher races of late.
Ayan Alaquin is number 7, rated 62, just the one from 27. Debutant then is Car Wash, the 8, Louis Morales on board.
Yeah, good jockey booking, Luis Morales for this, and he is a half-brother to Abba Alawayed, who won over 6 furlongs and a mile here, so there's some promise in the family as well, and he can't be ruled out entirely.
So we can almost do with that on the way back to the hotel tonight, can we, for the hire car?
Indeed, yes.
Oh, the old Car Wash. Moving on to number 9 then, we've got Ali Alzark, who's one win from 14 starts, run over the course and distance at meeting 83.
Yeah, his win came in a 6 furlong maiden, but to be honest, he's been nearer last than first in all 5 starts this year. Sort of looks like he's taken a bit of a step forward, finishing 6th last time out, but that wasn't a terribly competitive affair, and despite the rating of 71, I think she's got a bit to prove at the moment.
Number 10, Jasmine, has got winning form over the course and distance in the local bred Fillies maiden and was 4th here over the course and distance last week.
Yeah, she was 4th in a good race last week as well. Jasmine, she's reliable. She doesn't win races, 1 from 27 in her career, but you often see her at the tail end of a race. You'll see her doing nothing for most of it, and then just in the last 100 metres, you'll see her running through horses to grab a bit of prize money. She does that on a regular basis. 3 of her last 4 starts, for example, she's run on to nab a little bit of money, and she'll probably do the same again today.
Well, jockey's getting mounted then for our 3rd race of the afternoon, so we can nip back outside to a breezy paddock in Shabila.
Thank you very much, Martin. I'm trying not to blow away here. It's 3rd race of the day, and Gaith Al Gaith, the trainer, has 3 really nice looking horses in this contest. And this is the one I've gone for, horse number 4, Unbra, who's ridden by Adel Al-Faredi. Really good jockey booking on board. Rated 66, and obviously the horse that would be the obvious choice and is the international favourite is horse number 16, Farea Alanea. So he is definitely the colt to beat. However, I just really like the look of Unbra, definitely the best looker here in the parade ring by far, so I think it'll be a battle to the finish between Umbra and Farea Alanaya.
So good mention there for Umbra. He's looking to double the career tally after a win last time out. So we touched on Jasmine. Let's move down to Al Marlin, horse number 11, 1 win from 12 starts, run 9th here in a winners of 1-2 last time out.
Yeah, I mean, fairly lightly raced since winning at meeting 25 in Taif. His one run here in Riyadh this season was back in meeting 57, when a slightly disappointing 9th. That was in a non-winner to 3, so a tougher contest than this. May have benefited from a break, Al Marlin. Has 1 over 6 furlongs, but does stay 7. Has chances if he bounces back to form after that slightly disappointing effort last time.
Salute Songs, number 13 from stall 13, 1 win from 19 starts. Disappointing last time, but did frame 2 back.
Yeah, that was a 5-length 3rd and a non-winner to 2 over 6 furlongs, 2 starts back. That was on his debut for a new yard. He was, again, in a tougher race last time out, and a non-winner to 4 over this course and distance, but was very disappointing. Has won over track and trip. His 1 win did come here in a course and distance maiden, so he has got the back form to go close. He's been inconsistent in recent starts, but best foot forward gives him a chance.
Moving on to 14, which is Beizan Al Mawla, who's had just the 5 goes yet to win. Lots of out of the figures, so move down to 15, Syed Al Ease, who comes down in grade after a run last week. Yeah,
did win a 6 furlong maiden for Gaith Al Gaith. Since changing stables, he's proven himself to be fairly inconsistent, and 2 of his last 3 runs have been very poor. Didn't run too badly 2 starts back, but proving hard to trust at the moment.
And 16 is the main pick of the international market. The horse we could see in shot here was a tidy win in a local bred maiden last time.
Yeah, this was a nice performance from Farea Alanea. Not the deepest of races, but he's ended up winning it by a decent margin, beating Barayat Alosha by 5 1/4 lengths. I thought that was a nice performance, and I thought, given most of those close to him in the ratings have a little bit to prove at the moment, I thought he was a pretty obvious one to follow up.
Just the 4 goes this campaign for 2nd, 4th, 2nd and a win. The 2nd goes later on the race card as well. Looks an obvious one. First pick of the international market, which makes the main danger the 17 here. Jan Dijk, who's just had the 1 start back this campaign, but has got winning course and distance form. Go back to January of last year.
Yeah, was a winner over course and distance on debut in maiden company, and then was thrown, like a lot of the White Stable runners, was straight into a cup race second time out. Found that too much of a test in the Asir Regional Government Cup second time out. Was then off for a fair while before finishing ninth in a non-winners of 3 last time out, where he led for a long way and faded late. That was over 1,800 metres, giving the impression that he would benefit from the drop back to this 7 furlong trip, at which he's gained his only win. So yeah, plenty to like about Yamdik and reasons to forgive that modest run last time.
Number 19 is Al Riyadh, who was a winner over 1,200 metres in the local bred maiden at meeting 73. Was over 1,600 last time out, but drops back in trip again today.
Yeah, this is probably the right sort of trip. She's been tried rather between 6 furlongs and a mile in recent starts. She was a 7-length maiden winner in meeting 73, and what was a fairly moderate affair. She's not quite matched that since, but she's run respectably in all 3 starts since. And this is probably easier than any of the 3 tasks she's had, so she's got every chance of being in the 5.
Now number 20 comes into the field, just the 1 win in 7 starts, over 1,200 last time out, but does have winning form over 1,600.
Yes, the one maiden win came over a longer trip. Bounced back from a couple of poor efforts when 4-length second to Mojazali and a 6 furlong non-winners of 2 last time out. Salute Song, who's in here, was third that day, so should go well.
This is an incident that happened a couple of minutes ago. We saw a cat darting across the back end of the track, and that's surprising. I mean, you look around the whole of Riyadh, there are plenty of cats knocking around, aren't there?
There are a lot of stray cats here, and there tends to be one on the track every now and again. I haven't seen one during a race, thankfully, but we did have a slight delay to a race a few weeks ago with either a cat or a dog, or possibly a cat and a dog on the track simultaneously.
As they begin the
never a dull moment, as you can see.
No, certainly not. The 8 about to go forward, then they are down at the start. Selection time, Rory?
Faria Alanea I'd like to think he'll get me off the mark for the day. I wasn't confident in the first race. I thought the second race looked fairly straightforward. Didn't work out then, but third time lucky, I hope, for Faria Alanea.
Well, I'm with Rory as well. Faria Alanea, I think, holds an excellent chance. We saw the run last time, Enzo. It's pretty good. Let's hope that you can call this horse home in front once again this afternoon.
Okay, yeah, I think he'd have to be the selection from here as well. It just looks like he's got the best form, doesn't he? Wide enough draw, I guess, but hope that won't be an issue for Alex Moreno. Faria Alanea in yellow and black. This is Car Wash. Jockey's just getting back on board. Some adjustments there. Louis Morales on board that colt. So we're going 1,400 metres now, 7 furlongs for this Nobbins a 2 race. And as are at the start here, these are all 4-year-olds in action this time. First prize up to 12,000 Saudi Riyal this time. Runners are loading up. Got a few at the back to go in, including number 22. That's Sakaka, remember, reserve that runs here. That's Car Wash about to go in. Louis Morales is on board this one. It's requiring some assistance to load. Still to load is number 4, Unbra, who Shabila gave a good mention to. The turquoise and blue. And there's a couple at the back. Number 13, Salute Song, hasn't gone in yet. 17, Yam Deep, I think, as well, is still to go forward, as well as Sakaka. Here is the reserve, who is a grey, as you can see. Jockey looking for a double. That is Sakaka. And she goes in and completes the line. We're just about ready for our third. And they're off. Stoller lets them go over 1,400 metres here for our third race of the day. Unbra broke well towards the inside, the light blue with a noseband to lead up early on. Prominent too is Ayan Al Yakin in light blue. A bit wider out is Ali Al Zawq in the green colours. Plenty of speed on out wide as well. The green cap of Yamdik is right up there, but overall command goes to Unbra as they go through the first 400 metres, and they're trapping along at around 64 kilometres per hour. The leader is Unbra on the inside. Out of the pack now emerges Al Marlin in the dark colours to give chase. Still there is Yamdik. few shouts from the riders looking for Farea Alanea back in about 8th or 9th at this stage, the yellow and black, quite deep on the course as they make the swing into the home straight. Very wide on the track, trying to get closer is Noah in the green and white colours as they make the turn. A couple in yellow on the move, including Syed Al Ayez, but around the home turn it's still Unbra, who leads by 3 parts of a length. To in second place, Al Marlin. Moving into third now is Ayan Al Yakin in the light blue with the black cap. There's one towards the inside. That's Wafi Al Zauk, who's making ground too. And now down the outside, here come the closers. Saad Al Ayez is picking up ground towards the outside, along with Fari Alanaya. And now here comes the international favourite, Farea Alanea, down the outside to try and tackle Ayan Al Yakin. Ayan Al Yakin, though, is not very big, but he's very tough and still leads here for Turkey Alofi. Deep inside the final 50, Ayan Al Yakin to Farea Alanea, who was second. And then towards the outside, Jasmine stayed on, might have got third. In a great finish there, but it goes to number 7. Ayan Al Yakin for Turkey Alofi has won it. Beats the international favourite to second place, number 16, Farea Alanaya, who had every chance. Behind them was Jasmine running on from a good bit back under Al Kharadis down the outside. A neck the winning margin, 1 minute 28.17 seconds the winner's time. 7 the winner, Ayan Al Yakin. Second, number 16, Farea Alanaya. And indeed, third was number 10, Jasmine. Just getting third ahead of the long-time leader, Unbra, who ran well for a long way, but just faded late to finish fourth. And then came Wafi Al Zauk. But it's 7, 16, 10, a neck win for Ayan Al Yakin.
Not an easy winner to find in race 3. Ayan Al Yakin, whose only win had come in a maiden race back in September of 2022, doubles the career tally here under Turkey Alofi to beat the international favourite into second place. Farea Alanea, who'd stayed on well, but didn't manage to get on top of the eventual winner, with Jasmine doing what she does and running on well from the back of the field. Once again, Roy, the winner, had been up there in the first 2 for much of the race.
Proved very game in the end, Ayan Al Yakin, because you got the impression they were going hard in front and that they would fall in a bit of a hole. And it looked like, although he was in a tricky position early on, that Farea Alanea was going to come through them all to win narrowly. But Ayan Al Yakin really dug in. He was almost joined, but stuck his neck out. He's been keeping slightly better company than this of late, but he's been unplaced in his last 10 starts, and it's never easy to look beyond that kind of factor. But he was in the Sports Boulevard Open here last week, which is a pretty warm contest, not at all disgraced in finishing 8th there. And actually his last 2 runs have been a step up from what he had been doing. He'd been 12th, 16th, 13th, 13th before that, so in poor form. His last 2 just suggested he was maybe coming back to a little bit of form. But as you said, you had to look very deep to find that. And when you've got 20 runners to look through, you tend not to do a deep dive on what appears to be an unlikely outsider.
And they seem to play around with this trip as well. It's been 1,200, it's been 1,400, it's been 1,600. It was hard to ascertain exactly where his best position lay.
Yes, he's just looking for races he can be competitive in, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, his last 3 have been tougher than this kind of company. He'd been well beaten in sort of 0 to 70, 0 to 75 handicaps prior to that. But this is certainly a return to form, and he looks. Looking at the way he won this, you're slightly surprised he's only won 1 from 27 in his career beforehand, because he looked very determined for all he's diminutive.
If we go back to the gates, he comes from stall 7, gets a good pitch early. Just look there to the black and the yellow, goes out towards the outside. That was Faria Alakin, who'd won here over the course and distance. Broke well, but it's just taken back off the speed early.
Yeah, there's a lot of speed. I've got, I normally scribble down those who are going forward early. I've got 7 horses written down straight away. Numbers 4, 7, 5, 14, 17, 19, 20. A lot of the horses drawn high, trying to get forward there. So it looked like a fairly wise move by Alex Moreno, just to take back a little bit on Freya Alanea, rather than going wide and trying to match strides with him. That looked like it would pay off for a while. Now he doesn't get himself in the best position coming out of the bend. Has to come wide. You see him angling out towards the outside of the field, looking to avoid trouble when some horses start to drop back. He was held in a little bit by Saad Alaez on his outside, who seemed to travel well at that stage as well. But once he gets away from him, you think he's now sort of looking at
the race is there to be won.
Al Yaqeen, it looks like he's just bearing down on him and he's going to go past. He's the more impressive looker of the 2. He was really getting into top gear, and you thought it was only a matter of time before he put his head in front. But fair play to Al Yaqeen, who just keeps battling away and will not be passed. Umbra there on the inside had been up there the whole way before fitting a little bit late, and naturally in the blue colours towards the outside. Jasmine flashing home as she did last week, and she's done about 12 times this season, in fairness.
And it's the horse that was the international favourite, Freya Alakin, worth another chance. I mean, has been ended up challenging really wide to the end, seemingly beaten with no excuses, but I think still one to keep on the right side of.
Yeah, I don't see the handicapper doing anything to him for this. He's rated at 77 at the moment. I don't see a £2 drop coming, so it doesn't give him an opportunity in the 0 to 75. And again, it's non-winners of 2. There'll always be a 1 like this on the card that gives them a chance. He'd probably stay an extra furlong. I don't think he wants any further than a mile. But yeah, he's got a reasonably positive profile. That's the 5th start in a row he's been in the frame. He's now been 2nd, 4th, 2nd, 1st, 2nd, and he did it nicely last time out. So it's not like he doesn't want to win a race. So he should find an opportunity. And this was just a bit of a surprise that he had a back to form in Al Yaqeen, keeping him at bay.
Ain Al Yaqeen then coming out on top, beating into 2nd place, the international favourite, Faria Alanea, who'd ran so well to be a winner here back on meeting 84. Blitzed the field that day, finds 1 too good on this occasion, with Jasmine doing what she does, as she did last week, finishing 4th, running on into the places. 4th over the course and distance last week, finishes 3rd this time, but remains the 1 winner in 28 career starts. So we move on towards race 4 of 12 here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Of course, the first of 3 days racing. We're back again tomorrow and again on Saturday. As we move into February as well, the Saudi Cup meeting taking place on the 23rd and 24th of this month. But a difficult winner to find, Enzo, in race 3. I'm sure Groom's going to be much more popular, and hopefully an easier winner to find here in race 4.
Yes, it's not been easy, is it, so far? Not been easy today, is it, so far, to find the winners. And race number 4 on the way. Hopefully he's having a bit of luck finding winners. Number 1 is Torquay for Sultan Al Mamoni. This is a 1,400-metre race, by the way, an open race for the 4-year-olds and up. Number 2 is Groom, the international favourite, red and white colours. He'll be in for Mohammed Al Ajmi, a very, very useful horse indeed. Number 3 is Fast Start, Ali Al Mutib. Number 4 is Jam Run for Ahmed Al Shra. Number 5 is Wissam Al Shajar for Fahad Al Faradi. Number 6 is Wishar, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 7, Good Connection, is written by Abdullah Al Hussein. Number 8 is Asai for Nawaf Al Modiani. 9 is High Accolade for Ayad Al Tarisi. Number 10 is Carnas for Alex Moreno. 11 is Biz Star, Louis Morales. 12 has been scratched, I'm hearing. Chasing the Flag, out. Doesn't go. 13, Rosie's Return for Mohammed Aldaham. 14, Fast and Loose, Camille Ospina. 15, Kara Ginsky for double seeking Asal Al Sahani. 16, Bashawat, Mohammed Al Habail. 17 is Hadab, Abdullah Al Fairuz. 18, who was, I think, second in, just over the page on the international market, Hatem for Naif Adanazi, the filly. 19 is Talbot for Ricardo Ferreira. 20, Random Decision, Muhammad Al Nassar. And that's it. Reserves don't get in. It was too late to get a reserve in that scratch. So scratch 21, 22, 23, and also take out 12, Chasing the Flag. And the runners are coming into the paddock for Martin and Roy to have a look at. Back to you, lads.
Yeah, local imported horses here over the 1,400 metres. The runners still yet to actually make their way through into the paddocks itself. They're still out in the pre-parade ring, just behind here. We've got the first of the jockeys starting to come through, but we can take you through the field here before they come through. Torquay is the top one here. 2 wins from 5 starts, rated just 75. There's something to find with the principals.
Yeah, was a 6-furlong maiden winner in Maidan in February last year, but hasn't shown an awful lot here. Perhaps a poke in the eye from Basil Fawlty will do the job for Torquay.
Number 2 is Groom, 4 wins from 30 starts. Takes a drop in grade after running a qualifier for the turf sprint last week.
Yeah, did his best work late when finishing 5th in the turf sprint qualifier, and his leading claims here on the form he was showing on dirt before that, particularly his course and distance open win at meeting 80, where he won by 5.5 lengths. 2 tougher tasks since then, and Groom, normally a pretty reliable sort in his grade, and appears to have very solid claims here. He's top rated by £1, but the other one who's close to him on the ratings has something to prove, as we'll find shortly.
And of course he got beat last week by Cold Front, and in second place was...
Oh, no.
We talked about him earlier.
I know we did, but...
HTM?
No, go on.
Honky Tonk Man.
Oh, of course it was. Of course it was.
The old Honky Tonk. Number 3, Fast Start, who's been an open and maiden company in the last couple of runs.
You should just give me the first word, shouldn't you, Ray? I'd have got the rest. Anyway, yeah, Fast Start was third to Rossmore Nation, who's been a revelation here in a 6-furlong open last time out. He does remain a maiden after 5 starts. Most of his forms at 6, but he does stay 7 furlongs. And he's got minor place claims, I suppose, if everything falls his way, but there are plenty who are rated higher than him in the race.
Including Jamran at number 4, carries a mark of 84 after 2 starts here.
Yeah, he's got a rating of 84, and obviously he had a couple of wins in 6-furlong handicaps the last term back to back and looked to be going places, but he ended the season with an absolute clunker, and he's come back this season with 2 poor runs and was hopelessly tailed off last time out.
Number 5 is 2 from 49. Last win came at Typhon Open Company over this trip back in August.
Yeah, changed yards since that 7-furlong win in Typhon, and has been disappointing in 3 runs since. And again, although he's got a rating of 80, he does need to prove he can run to that just at the moment.
Wishar has got form in the UK and also over in Qatar, but has had 2 runs here in the Riyadh season. Both, though, have been over further.
Yeah, he's a hard one to weigh up at the moment. Was with Owen Burrows in the UK. He's won in Doha. His latest win in Doha was 2 years ago, though. And in 2 runs here this season, which have both come fairly recently, he's only beaten 2 rivals in total. So rated 93, second top rated in the race, but the 2 runs he's put in so far this season suggest either he's been badly in need of a spin, or he doesn't quite have the old ability.
Number 7 is Good Connection, a sole win in 14 starts coming at Typhon Maiden Company over 1400.
Yeah, he was a pretty reliable sort in Typh. winning a 7 furlong maiden back in meeting 29. He was a good 4.5 lengths second to Pig in a 7 furlong open when we last saw him in meeting 52. Comes off a break here, might just need the run after that break, and with a rating of 79, he'll find slightly easier contest than this.
AC is number 8, just had the one start here. That was finishing 4th over 1,200 metres in handicap company, but had winning form back in the UK for Clive Cox.
Yeah, he won this final start for Clive Cox, which was a handicap over 7 furlongs on the Tappeta at Southall. That was in January of last year. And I thought he showed a lot of promise from 2 3/4 lengths 4th of 17 to Mahalik, who's a pretty useful sort, in a 6 furlong not to 80 on his debut for Jimmy Jerkins. I'd have thought he'd come forward from that. The ratings say he's got a lot to find, but I can see him outrunning his rating and finishing in amongst them.
Yeah, he's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th best in the international markets. Groom is a very, very warm order in that. Let's jump down to number 9, High Accolade, who's 0 from 9 so far this campaign and had no win since June of 2022.
Yeah, you're going back a fair while to find High Accolade's last win. His last 2 runs have been a bit underwhelming. His penultimate run was off a break, having not been seen since meeting 45 in Taif, but he didn't really show much more last time out, and I find him hard to fancy in this company.
Karnas got a mark of 80, which brings him into the mix here. Alexis Marino is on board, but another one. You've got to go back to November 21 for his sole win in 17.
Yeah, that's a bit of a concern, but he is capable of running pretty well. He's been 4th in 2 of his last 3 starts. The first of those finishing 5.5 lengths 4th to Al Rahub, and of course in distance not to 85 handicap back in meeting at 72. Disappointed next time, but bounced back to form when 4th in a 6 furlong not to 90 behind Beehive last time out. So he comes here in reasonable form. Again, he's got the best part of a stone to find with the best of these, but he's not without chances of hitting the frame.
Okay, Jock is getting mounted. Let's see what clues we can garner out in the paddock.
Thank you very much, Martin. 4th race of the day. This is worth 36,000 Saudi Riyal. 3 horses in particular caught my eye. Of course, my favourite Groom. He is looking really well, but I don't like to jinx him, so I'm not going to choose him as my paddock selection this time. Horse that did stand out to me, though, is horse number 7 coming up next to me here now. Good Connection, ridden by Abdullah Al Hussein and trained by Thurnay Al Thunaya. Second last time out, but that was at meeting 52, so that was quite a while ago. But he has had a good break since then. Hopefully he hasn't had a setback of any sort, but he does look really well in the parade ring and ready and set to go. Horse number 10 as well, Karnas, looking stunning as well, but I will be sticking with Good Connection in this open contest.
So Good Connection, despite Groom being the normal favourite pick from Shimilic, is with Good Selection here. That's a Good Connection, I should say. Her selection in race 4. And number 11, Roy Biz Star, rated 85, 2 wins so far. They've both been over 200 metres, including in handicap company back in meeting 14. Yeah,
I mean, he's Biz Star is rated £5 higher than Karnas, for example, who we just talked about, having won a not to 80 hands and heels contest over 6 furlongs 2 starts ago, but he was well behind Karnas in the race won by Beehive last time out. That was his first run, obviously, since week 14, so he might have needed it, but he was beaten so far that I'd have thought he might need another run on the back of it as well.
Number 12 doesn't go, moves us down to 13. Rose's return, 2 from 13. Didn't shape badly last time we saw him either.
No, 3 poor runs prior to that better effort last time. Just seems to have taken the time to run himself into form this season. Was, of course, in distance winner last term as well. And that most encouraging effort this year was a 1.5 third to Najm Al Meghmar in a 6 furlong not to 80 last time out. Needs to show that he can build on that.
14 Fast and Loose had winning form for Kevin Ryan in the United Kingdom, but he disappointed here in open company last week.
Yeah, the race that he won for Kevin Ryan was a 3-runner novice at Catterick, and he ended up being a little bit disappointing in the end for Kevin. And he was beaten 31 3/4 lengths with 19th in a 1 mile open on his debut for New Connection, so plenty to prove for him, I think.
So that's number 14, Fast and Loose. Karaginski's number 15, 5 wins from 25 starts, and does have plenty of form over the 1400 metres.
He does. I mean, he's a 9-year-old now, Karaginski. He's not the easiest to catch right, but he does win in his turn. Just not easy to predict on any individual day whether he's going to be on a going day, but that 5 from 25 strike rate is not at all bad. He was a 7 furlong winner at Taif and a 0 to 80 contest back in meeting 27. He's been placed 4 times in his 11 runs since, and he was running in the King Khalid University Cup last time out, so that 14th in meeting 93 is easy to forgive because he would have been out of his pay grade, back to his best, and he can sneak into the frame if he's on one of his going days.
16 and 17 are a bit to find as they arrive down at the start. Quick word on 18 Hattem, who's having his first run for 12 months.
Yeah, that's a big concern for her. She's a 6-year-old mare now. She hasn't been seen for more than a year. She did win the Asia Cup 4 starts back last term, which would have been back in sort of December 2022. If she's back to that sort of form, she's a big player here, but when anything's been off for over a year, you get a little bit worried about their well-being.
Okay, there is Groom in shot. We can take a look back to the run here last week, which was pretty good. In behind a couple of horses who could well be bound for the Saudi Cup meeting. The winner this day was Cold Front, and of course, second place.
Honky Tonk Man. You see Groom quite badly positioned coming into the straight, but he stays on very well late in the piece to grab a 5th place. I thought this was a likeable performance from Groom. He's stepping up marginally in trip here, and he'll appreciate that. 7 furlongs in dirt suits him very well. And the front 2 here, very good horses who'd be rated, the winner would be rated 100 plus. Honky Tonk Man running consistently in figures in the mid-90s. So Groom will find this company a lot more to his liking and should be hard to beat.
So much ease in grade for him as well. Stall 2, a good position for him?
It should be. Obviously, we've seen in various races that if you don't get away particularly well and you get behind rivals, it doesn't matter what draw you're coming from. But we've seen plenty of horses from low draws find themselves in good position today. So there's no bias against the low numbers.
You can, of course, get involved on the YouTube channel. George got with number 20. Good luck to him. David's got to go with number 19. Tom gets involved to say, great show, guys. Martin, best chance of a winner today. Well, I think if that's the question, I've got to pass it over to my esteemed colleague. That probably came in the race just gone, didn't it? So what's left, Rory?
That's fairly good advice, really. If you've missed the best chance and it didn't win, then that's
he's dodged the bullet all the time,
yeah,
hasn't he?
that's a blessing, really, isn't it? I suppose we have Al Shaheen is a very obvious one later in the day in race 10. He was a winner last time out. He's in slightly stronger company, but it doesn't look the strongest open that I've ever seen. He's got a little bit to find with Matnouk on the ratings, but he was improved for reverting to aggressive tactics over 2,000 metres last time out. He doesn't look particularly quick, but he clearly stays well and he wants to use his long stride. So I'd have thought if Al Shaheen can bounce out and do the same again, he might be able to cause a minor shock against Matnouk, and the pair of them appear the only 2 to concentrate on in that contest.
And he hasn't got a big field to beat again today, has he? He could well boss these, as he bossed a smaller field last time.
Yeah, that's the plan. Obviously, an on-form Matnouk, strictly speaking, is the better of the pair, but I just think Al Shaheen might step forward again for those riding tactics.
So good luck to you, Tom. Stick around for that. Race 10 at 7:35 local time here in Riyadh. Al Shaheen is the selection there. Groom, Rory just wins. Well, that's my take on it anyway.
I think he should do. He's got ideal conditions. Obviously, he's coming off the turf, but his best form recently has been on dirt anyway, so everything appears to be in his favour, but it hasn't been a predictable day so far.
It has. Let's get across to Enzo then for the call here. That form with a Cold Front and the old Honky Tonk Man, Enzo, reads pretty well here.
It has a solid look to it, doesn't it? There's number 5 going in. That's Wissam Al Sharjah. Fahad Al Faradi, waiting for number 8 to come in. This is Asai in the red colours, who's just waiting for Wishar to go in ahead of him. 18 loading up there. That's the horse I think was second favourite on the international market, Hattem. This is number 3, Fast Start, in the black and yellow. There's only a couple left to go in now. Wishar goes in. 10 and 13, Rosie's Return and Kamas the Grey. Frosted goes in. We're just about ready then. Decent race this. Our 4th on the card, 1,400 metres. And they're off and racing. Jumped away over the 1,400 there, making a good start was Fast Start, living up to his name towards the inside, is up there early on. Also Kamas the Grey is fairly handy too. Loads of speed out wide. as they go forward on the outside, including Fast and Loose, who's right up with the gallop there too, along with just outside of that runner, number 16, Bashawat, who's in the white and green colours. But the overall leader is Fast Start. He's leading up to in second place. Giving chase now is Jamran in the black colours. The grey and behind them, that's Kamas. Right on the outside is Bashawat. Up there as well, the green sleeves coming forward for a view of the front. Rosie's returns on the move as well into about 5th place as they come around the turn. They're hurtling here at around 59 kilometres per hour. Making ground now in the 2-path is Jamran. On the outside in lane 3, moving up to is in the white and green colours, Kamas. That's Alex Moreno, who's trying to get a view of the front. Still in there pitching is Fast Start. 3 almost in line here. Fast Start's got the rails. The grey, though, Kamas is now surging to put his nose in front. Kamas and Fast Start, they've gone pretty quick up front. Can anything close in? Into 3rd place now, trying to pick up his Bashawat, with a lot to do. The leader is Kamas, leads by 2 lengths, but he might be getting tired. Now running on down the outside, here comes Haddam, who's trying to pick up 2. And from the back of the field, here comes Groom in the white and red. He looks like he's still cruising, Groom, but as they go close home, Groom is flying home towards the centre, confidently handled. Wow! Groom, the most confident ride you'll ever see, wins it. Number 2, Groom has won it cheekily for Mohammed Al-Ajmi. Groom is the winner. Came through on a tight rein almost. Extraordinary. I wasn't sure what he was doing at the time, but Groom has won it. That has to be the most confident ride you'll see on board the international favourite. Look at that. He's barely moved a muscle, Al-Ajmi. Looks like he's just out for a piece of work. Unbelievable. Groom has won. Number 2. I was looking for him halfway, and a lot to do, but the jockey never moved. And that was absolutely ice cool from Al-Ajmi. He's won that by about a head. Number 10 was second on the far side, Karnas. 3rd was number 17, Haddam, out wide. And 4th was the long-time leader, Fast Start. Well, that's confident handling. He's got ice in his veins, hasn't he? Mohammed Al-Ajmi. 2, Groom the winner. 10, Karnas was second. 17, Haddam was 3rd. Ahead the winning margin, 1 minute 28.24. Confidently handled. Groom has won race 4.
Well, a race neatly summed up by one of our viewers on YouTube, George, who says, look at Groom, absolutely crazy. I think he just got up. It just kind of sums it up, doesn't it, Rory?
It was, I mean, he was settled well back in the field, and he always travelled very strongly, and I expected Mohammed Al Ajmi would just guide him to the outside and then nudge him along with a couple of furlongs to go to get there and win nicely. But he's not got after him at all, and he's actually switched inside with a bit of furlong to run, and he still hasn't got after the horse, closing all the time, and he's got there to win. What, by, it was a head in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But very, very tight between the front three. But he's not actually let out an inch of rein all the way through the race. So that's a tremendously cool ride if that was what he intended the whole time. But
why do it? Why? Because if he lost by a head.
Actually, in my view, you know, even we've seen Jamie Spencer do this and get beaten at times, and he's meant to be the best jockey in the world at this kind of thing. So it's an unusual one to see, but he clearly believed he was going to get there. But even 10 yards to the line, not to just, you know, get down lower in the saddle and push him out was remarkable.
And he gets back early. He's second last on the right-hand side of the picture as we look. So he was obviously content to take his time from an early stage.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he knew there was going to be a fair degree of speed on, but he's got everything to pass. He doesn't run into any trouble at all in the race, and you see as the race wears on that he's gradually getting closer. You can see that he's travelling very easily, but the jockey's body language is exactly the same at the end of the race as it is here at the start, where he's holding his mount groom up and allowing others to go hard in front of him. Those who are at the head of affairs don't really last out, apart from Karnas, who's run very well in the end. But you see Groom now. You keep your eye on that red cap, the white face. He's beginning to make ground now. Again, still hard on the bridle. Finding his way past horses, avoiding trouble on the inside. And I expected at this stage that Mohammed would just come wide of all the runners, but he actually cuts inside one.
But he's hooked out to the outside here. You're expecting him to push the button and go, but he doesn't. He just sits and sits and
just comes back inside again and in between horses and produces the horse in that gap. But look at him, not moving still. That's it takes tremendous nerve to ride a horse like that. And as we've seen with jockeys who try to do it, poor old Patsy Cosgrave came a cropper trying to do this at Chelmsford in the UK last year before a trip out here, and doesn't always work. So Mohammed clearly, it's amazing. There's no concern at all in his face. He's looking down as they come to the line.
But there's no need to do it in a jurisdiction where you're basing your races around handicapping. You can see why a jockey might do that. But in this instance, there was no need to ride him with that degree of confidence and that degree of cleverness.
When winning is the most important thing.
Yeah.
I know that hardly anyone campaigns their horses with handicaps in mind here. Occasionally there'll be a handicap on the card, and if your horse fits the bill for that, you stick it in the race. But no one's sitting there trying to work a handicap, Mark. So yes, you're right. It is an odd thing to do. In fairness, sometimes when we see that kind of behaviour on home soil as well, it's about grandstanding as much as it is trying to fool the handicapper. Jockeys sometimes feel the need to show off a little bit, but I've never seen it here. I've not seen any of the top jockeys do it. So it's interesting to see what appears to be a showboating ride for the first time in the entire season.
And if people are supporting a horse and wanting it to win, as George on YouTube here says, and do get involved with the chat section there, that he said the problem with rides like that is if he didn't win, the jockey would be in trouble. If he hadn't won, it'd have been banned.
Yes, and you don't really want to be taking that kind of chance. For me, it does, you know, when you do get it happening, it does make for the occasional really fascinating race, but on the whole, you don't want to see it because for the minority of times it goes wrong, it's bad for everyone, really, isn't it?
And a quick word on Karnas has finished in second place. He hasn't won for a long time, but he's run well.
He's run very well. Just picked up late in the day. That's 3 really solid runs in his last 4 in similar sort of company. 2 of those handicaps, but this was a fairly open, as it were, and he's run all the way to the line, stuck his neck out. He was no match for Groom in the end, but he did try all the way to the line. And
it was just an open race here for 4-year-olds, but a good boost for the form for the qualifier last week in Culford.
Yeah, I mean, those are 2 massively different races, that has to be said, but you'd rather the form worked out than it didn't, wouldn't you?
Right, Andrew, that was dramatic. Let's hope that the blood pressure doesn't take quite such a hammering this time here with race 5.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like that before. That was incredible, wasn't it? But look, he got it right. So I quite enjoyed it, actually. It was exciting, wasn't it? Let's move it on, shall we, to the next race. Race number 5 for the locally bred horses, a handicap this time, over the mile, 1,600 metres. And we have a non-runner here. Number 11, I'm hearing, is out. So number 1 is Tho Al Narain for Fahad Al Faradi. 2 is Razier for Ayad Al Tarisi. 3 is Ala Jabo for Muhammad Al Nassar. 4 is Afar, Louis Morales. 5 is Mota Markaz, Osama Al-Sharani. Number 6 is Tajuj. Number 7, Ad Half for Jimmy Carrion. Number 8, Hathloom, Mohammed Al-Sharima. Number 9, over the page, is Motazawi for Asal Al-Sahani, won the first. Number 10 is Meshakat Al-Riyad for Abdullah Al-Musa. Moving on to the next one, 11, Al-Asa Al-Tahabi for Mohammed Al-Daham. And then number 12, Zajran for Tariq Al-Mansur. 13, Zamani, Abdullah Al-Saidi. 14, Mashdud, Fawas Wanas. 15 is Kassa for Abdullah Al-Odib. 16 is Darg, Ali Al-Mutib. 17 is Ba'id, he's back, for Mohammed Al-Rabid. Number 18 is Top Secret for Fawas Al-Nusaytan. 19 is Aja Bathom for Adel Al-Faradi, the winner earlier. Number 20 is Shaman for Abdullah Al-Hussein. Now take out the reserves. Yeah, reserves don't get in. So scratch 21, 22 and 23 with that late non-runner. Number 11, Al-Asa Al-Tahabi, is out of the next race as we go back to Martin and Rory. I think Concord was that horse, wasn't it, that Rory was talking about at Chelmsford, that Pat Cosgrave got it wrong on last year in similar circumstances. Back to you, lads.
I think the jockey thought he was on Concord and Groom, didn't he, the way you wrote it?
He did, and in fairness to Groom, he did his very best to prove the points. But that was then, and this is now, isn't it?
It is, and we're down to handicap company, locally bred horses here in 0 to 60 company over 1,600 metres. Not going to be easy to find the winner, so let's work our way through the field. Number 1 is Theo Al-Nouri, 0 from 3 this campaign, has been off the track since September.
Yeah, was third in the course and distance maiden a year ago, and if he could find that form, he'd have chances. 5 in the score lengths, 5th in a 7 furlong maiden. 2 starts back. Didn't match that last time at Taif, but is back from a break here. And if he comes back from that break in top form, then he's got a fair chance in a race that is very, very hard to find find many positives in, to be perfectly honest.
Razier is number 2, who was beaten in a local horses maiden last time out, 0 from 8 overall.
Yeah, runner-up twice in maidens, 1 at 6 furlong, 1 at a mile last term. Better effort this year when 12 lengths 7 to 20 last time out behind Umbra. Umbra ran pretty well earlier in the card here. That wasn't an awful run. I know he was beaten a fair way, but it still reads reasonably well against a lot of these. And his 2 runs this year suggesting he's running himself into form, so I wouldn't rule him out.
Number 3 is Ala Jaba, who's 0 from 19 and was last seen finishing 12th just before the turn of the new year.
Yeah, that was a disappointing performance. He is 0 from 19, so those are the 2 negatives with him. The positives are that his 4 previous runs were pretty solid. Hasn't been beaten far in course and distance maiden, meeting 70 and meeting 79. So if he bounces back from that moderate run last time out, then his previous efforts put him bang there.
Number 4 is one of the less exposed runners in the field, just 6 goes so far for a Fire, who's got Louis Morales on board. Second over 1,200 metres, a couple of runs back, comes back to 1,600 for the first time since the debut effort.
Yeah, he was... I thought he ran as well last time out. Obviously, he was second in a 6 furlong maiden, 2 starts back, but beaten 7 lengths there. He wasn't beaten much further in a 7 furlong maiden last time out. And I thought he was one for the shortlist on the basis of putting a couple of decent runs together. And as you said, he's pretty unexposed. And his
good
2
jockey
recent
booking
runs,
as well.
Yeah, good jockey booking. I think he's one you have to bear in mind. He's drawn out in stall 18, but that might not be an awful thing in a race where there's not a huge deal of early pace.
Mota Markaz is 0 from 7. Is here over the 1,600, but they've played around with the trip. 1,200, 2,000, and then 1,400 in the last 3 runs.
Yeah, and he's an 8-year-old still trying to get off the mark, and he's had a couple of significant breaks in his career as well. And he's no really solid form since finishing second in a 7 furlong maiden back in 2021. So I was happy to put a line through him.
Tajouj is another likely race contender, a bit like the 4, just had the 6 runs so far, and they've been spaced out over the last 2 seasons with 3 runs in each campaign.
Yes, and she's clearly had her issues as well. Again, second in a 7 furlong maiden back in January 2021, was off 2 years before her return and hasn't really rediscovered that form.
So we move down then to number 7, Ad Half, 1 from 11, but no win since August of 2022.
No, but one win is beating anything else we've seen so far in this contest, so we've got to be grateful for small mercies. Her win came over, his win rather, came over a mile in Taif in September 2022. His form's been pretty patchy since, but in fairness, a lot of his runs, he was running sort of 0 to 75 handicaps as a regular thing, not really making an awful lot of impact, but a 0 to 60 is a much weaker affair, so it may well be that Adaf is more competitive than he has been, but he does need to be. 14th, 18th and 14th in his last 3 starts is not particularly good reading.
Jimmy Sharon is on board. Now, then we can see some of the jockeys sitting in the grandstands. The runners for this race, which is due off in 9 minutes' time locally at 5:10, are still in the pre-parade, and there's no activity in the parade ring. So for some reason, there does seem to be a slight delay to this. The jockeys have come out of the weighing room, but are seated in the grandstands. I'm not sure exactly why. There's a slight pause here to race 5. We'll keep on taking you through the contenders and see if we can find out why. You were moved down to number 8, Hath Loom, not from 7 so far, and came back with a run over 2,000 metres last time.
Yeah, was tailed off that day, last of 20. Obviously, that was his first run in quite a long time. He was second in a 7 furlong maiden in March on his previous start, so you don't have to go out too far to find a run that puts him bang in the picture, but when you're beaten as far as he was first time out, you imagine that he's going to need either a bit of time or a bit more racing to rediscover his form.
1 or 2 of the runners this apparently just arrived late into the pre-parade, which is why we're slightly behind time, but they are now appearing into the parade ring. I'm sure as they do here, they run things pretty efficiently. We'll make up that time, hopefully, and be off in the not too distant future. The 9-horse Rory is 0 from 15, been beaten in maiden company of late.
Yeah, although the form figures maybe not as bad as they look at first glance. Another one who'd been off for quite a long time before his reappearance, finished quite a creditable 6th, meeting 50th, then went backwards from that run poorly next time. But that's your archetypal bounce, really, for a horse who runs well after a long break and got back on track when 9.5 lengths, 6th and a 7 furlong maiden last time out. This is easier than any maiden. You don't expect maiden winners to be rated 60 or lower as a general rule, so I thought that'd give Motazowi a chance of being competitive here.
Mashakat Al Riyadh is number 10, 1 win from 19 starts. That win, albeit going back to December of 22, did come over today's trip.
Yes, and she wasn't disgraced when 9th in a course and distance, non-winners of 2 a couple of starts back, and then was 6th in a 0 to 60, similar race to this, over course and distance and meeting 64. So she's got a couple of runs that suggest she'll be competitive. She was disappointing last week in a tougher race than this, but she could bounce back, and is one of many that you can give half a chance to with no outstanding contender.
It really is hard to try and find one with a live chance here. 11 is a scratch. That brings us down to number 12, coming from stall 15. Tariq Al-Mansour, who won the apprentice race for the jockeys last week of the custodian of the 2 holy mosques. He takes the ride here on Zajran, his 1 win from 15 starts, but that win, Rory, you've got to scale back to November of 2019 for.
Yeah, and the real issue with him is that although he does have 1 respectable run, 5th in a 0 to 65 over course and distance and meeting 58, which obviously is a slightly higher grade than this and suggests he should be in the frame. That's his only solid effort in the last 12 months. This is his first run back at this kind of level since, and obviously he's back in a 0 to 60, so he could bounce back to form, but he's pretty unreliable.
It's hard to recommend much of those down at the bottom end of the card. Number 13, Zamani, a 7-year-old by Tranquil Manor, just a 1 win from 26 starts and 5th on the comeback last time.
Yeah, I mean the 5th wasn't an awful effort, but the overall record of 1 from 26 is a concern, and also, as we said, with a lot of these coming back off a break, they tend to run okay first time. then take a step backwards before getting back on track again. So I'll be a little bit worried about the bounce factor with Zamani as well.
14 and 15, both long-standing maidens, as is the 16. Beard only had the 6 goes, but hasn't shown an awful lot. The 17, top secret, similar comments as well. So difficult race to work out this. Let's see if we can garner any clues back outside as these runners make their way into the paddock.
I'm trying my best here, Martin, but I was struggling to find a standout looker here in the parade ring for this race as well. I did manage to narrow it down to 2 horses. My paddock selection will be horse number 4, Afa, who is jumping at a stall number 18. So a little bit of a job on there, but Louis Morales is on board, and as you know, of course, he's a fantastic jockey and definitely a good one to have on board your horse. 7th last time at a meeting, 83, so he has had a little bit of a break, which is good to see. 2nd was the last time he was seen in the places at meeting 73. Just an overall good looker, well put together horse. There wasn't anything in this field that totally stood out to me looks-wise, but Afa is definitely my selection. Horse number 2 as well, Razor, one of the highest rated horses in the race, was looking really good as well, but I think Afa just looked a that bit better going around the parade ring here, but it's a really difficult one, so I have my fingers crossed for horse number 4.
And that was my initial selection as well, was the 4, Afa, who was said before, Rory, just the 6 goes so far and at least has managed to make the frame. There could be improvement to come, and Morales on board certainly is no negative.
No, it's not a negative, and I have to say, I wrote shortlist next to it and then couldn't find much else to add to my shortlist after that, to be perfectly honest. So I'm in danger of coming down on Afa as well.
It's a big price on the international markets.
Yeah, I mean, it would certainly catch my eye there because, as I said, there's no outstanding contender. You've got to be forgiving for pretty much all of these. Those who've got reasonably good recent form have got bad win records. And so, you'd rather be with something that's had not that many chances. So Afa with 6 runs fits the bill there as well. The other one I probably would have had on my short list was Motezawi, who's not from 15 now, but two respectable runs from 3 this season and an excuse for the run in between as well. So the 0 to 15 record is slightly off-putting for him. But I might go for Motezawi just to put less pressure on you with Afa.
Motezawi, who on the international markets is single-figure odds, but it is wide open. Number 3, Ala Jabba, is just favourite from the 12. That is Zajran. They're the top 2. Then we have the number 1 there, Thor Al Narain from Razia, also given a positive mention by Shamila as they make their way down to the start. I mean, I think of all the races on the card today, Rory, this looked to be the hardest one to have a really sort of conclusive picture as to what might occur.
Yeah, it's the one that I tend to work through the cards from race 1 to race 12. I know some people like to concentrate on the good races first and then track back. But every now and again I come across a race and I'll look at it and go, oh, I'm gonna save that to the end, and that's what I did with race 5, because it's a real nightmare to get through. Obviously, there's 7 pounds between top and bottom in a 20-runner contest, reduced to 19 now, but the 19-runner contest doesn't seem an awful lot easier than it was before. But hopefully, one of the selections will run a decent race for either you or me.
So the picks here, the 4 and the 9, between the team 4 and 9 are the 2 picks, who between them have had 21 career starts without managing to win. Could it be the day today for either the 4 or the 9? The 3, though, tops the international markets. The international favourite, Ala Jabba, he ran here just before the turn of the new year, finishing in 12th place, and had framed a few starts back at Taif as well. As they arrive down at the start, you can see the trees blowing around in the background. It's quite deceptive, Roy, because it looks like it's quite a nice warm day, but that's quite a cold wind blowing around.
It is, yeah, and it gets, once the sun goes down, as it's beginning to now, then the temperature drops a fair bit as well.
And it's meant to be a cool couple of days to come in Riyadh compared to the temperature we had around 7 or 8 days ago, and it was pretty warm. Of course, we are racing today, back again tomorrow, and again on Saturday as well. 12 races on each of the days, all available through Jcsa on YouTube. And you are more than welcome to get involved here. David going with the 3. Ala Jaba. So good luck to you, David. George also with him as well. So the 3 proving a popular selection. But I always tend to shy away, Roy, from really exposed horses. I know you can find the right sort of set of circumstances and the right conditions, but 0 from 19 would always make me just treat with a little bit of caution.
Yeah, certainly if you're at the head of the market, you don't often you'll sort of look at the races and go, doesn't seem to be doing an awful lot wrong. But when horses find a way of losing on a regular basis, they tend to continue to find a way of losing, don't they?
And just one horse having some tack adjustments down at the start. It's a grey horse. Blue cap. Could it be number 5, Moto Marquez?
It could. No, I thought it was Mash Dude. But I could be wrong. You got a blue stripe on it. Mash Dude.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Mash Dude. In fact, yeah. Another one is hard to recommend looking to get off the market. The 10th attempt. So good luck here, Enzo. These lot don't find winning easy, but one of them will come home today in race 5.
Yeah, not an easy race to try and work out, is it? It's very tough-looking handicap. You say the horse who's the international favourite is a habitual loser. I thought 12 might run well here. Zajran for Tariq Al Mansour. At least he does know how to win, but yeah, the favourite on the international market, Ala Jabo, a long-standing maiden. We'll see how he gets on. Comes out of stall 10. Of course, being a handicap, they're not in race card order for the draw this time, so they are loading up. Blue and black, that's Darg, who's got stall 1. This is Razier. He's got those bright green bandages on, back and front. Razier about to go in. And then here's the horse who'd be very easy to spot, Mash Dude. Grey about to go forward here. Got that pink saddlecloth on. Behind him is number 9, Motazewi. He's not in yet either. So Mash Dude about to go in. Number 1, the jockey's off. You can just see there in the check colours. That is Fahad Al Faradi riding Tho Al Nurain. He's just doing some last-minute adjustments on board number 1. This is 18, Top Secret coming in. And those look quite relaxed on the way down, actually. Top Secret goes forward now. So we are getting through the loading up process. Last one is going to be number 1, Tho Al Nurain. Into stall 14 to complete the line. 19 runners then. The ump's number 11. We're set. And the starter's ready, and they're off. The starter hit the button, and the gates open. And a pretty good line. 1 or 2 a little bit sluggish towards the outside, including Baid, who wasn't that well into stride. One that broke well towards the inside was Adarf in the red and white colours. And it's Adarf up there early on with Hathloom as well, who's got the running rail in the blue headgear. Hathloom and Adarf are 1 and 2. Within the 3 path moving into it is Motazewi as well. So Motazewi, 3 deep on the inside. In the light green colours is Hathloom, and Adarf sits between the front 3. They're going at around 61 kilometres per hour down the back straight. They've covered the first 400 metres. Racing in 4th place then is Motazewi now. He's trying to get into it towards the outside with the noseband as they begin to settle down. And going very wide around the outside is Afar. Number 4 is on the move as well. The red noseband horse with a white face as they turn back towards home. Making up some ground now is Tho Al Nurain on the outside, number 1. And also Tajuj isn't that far away either as they make the home turn. The new leader, though, is Afar, number 4 on the outside, the white cap. Afar has a narrow advantage here around the turn to Motazawi on the inside, who's trying to go with him. Tho Al Nurain is into 3rd place. Trying to make up some ground is Tajuj on the outside. Another one improving in the black and red towards the inside. Now here comes Ala Jabo, who's suddenly picking up ground very quickly. Ala Jabo in the black and red goes into 2nd place behind Afar. Afar has the lead, but here comes Ala Jabo. Looks a big danger now with a running rail to help. And now Ala Jabo, perfectly timed challenge, comes through on the inside for Mohamed Al Nassar to nose ahead of Afar, who's fighting back though close home. Afar sticking to his guns. Oh, he's come back, Afar, to tip him out. Afar wins. To Ala Jabo, every chance in 2nd. Aja Bathom, I think it was, the grey who got 3rd. An extraordinary finish, but Afar was not for passing. Martin and Shamila, great shouts from the team. This chestnut colt wouldn't lie down because Ala Jabot looked like he had his measure, had the rail run, was ridden cold as well early on, Ala Jabot. But Afar, who was up there throughout, had something left and has won it. With his red bridle there, you can see his red noseband as well. Number 4, Afar is the winner by a head. Second, number 3, Ala Jabot, who was the international favourite. And he looked good for a while, but he's come off second best. Third, indeed, was on the outside, number 19, Aja Bathom, one of the greys. The other grey back in 4th place there was Mashdood. So it's a win for number 4, second number 3, third number 19, ahead the winning margin, 1 minute 42.24 seconds. Afar digs down deep to beat Ala Jabot with Aja Bathom back in 3rd.
Luis, good race, Luis.
MashaAllah, tabarakallah, alhamdulillah. Nice race, alhamdulillah.
Tell me about the race.
Well, he broke very well. I was waiting to, slowly come to the last turn, 400, and make one move. He did okay, but suddenly I have someone, it's gaining very strong. So for a second I thought he got me, but last 50 meters my horse come back and alhamdulillah we get the win. Alhamdulillah, thank you.
Race number 5 goes the way of horse number 4, Afa, for myself and Martin. So first winner of the day for me. Always nice to see. He was a really nice looking colt going around the parade ring here. Definitely the best of the bunch for sure. And Louis Morales has actually ridden this horse before, back in 2022 when the horse was trained by Lucas Gaitan. Switched hands and switched stables in October for the new trainer, Saad bin Hioud. So big congratulations to the new owners and the new trainer as well. 7th last time out over 1,400 meters, and 2nd the time before that at meeting 73 over 1,200 meters. So they have stepped him up in trip and he's done all the better for it. Rated 59, so one of the nearly top rated horses in the race, but just a really nice horse all in all. And a great ride from Louis Morales as well. First win, I should say, of the weekend for Louis Morales. And he looks delighted with that. His daughter here supporting him as always, and his son as well. So big congratulations to the whole family. And hopefully we can get word with Louis Morales now he's weighed out. Congratulations, Louis, for your first win of the weekend.
Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You rode this horse back in 2022 when it was still trained by Lucas Gaitan. You're back on him today. How was he?
Well, before when I rode him, he was pretty green. Was first time out. He didn't grab up very well. Today he was more confident. He broke on the lead. I hold him. I came step by step, and then when I have the pressure from the other horse, he come back to win.
Did you think he was going to do well for the step up and trip to 1,600?
Yeah. His two brothers, they've been successful here, and we expect him even when he was in the stable for Adwa. We expect a lot from him, but some horses have some issues, and you have to wait more till they get better, you know. So now he's giving the results.
Do you think they could step him up to trip to 18 or maybe, or do you think he's a miler for sure?
No, he's easy. He's easy. He have speed. I hold him like 4/5 and then came from 800, and he did everything right. I mean, a good race today.
Do you think you have any nice rides for the rest of this weekend? Are you looking forward to anyone?
Probably in the weekend. Today I'm not sure, but still I ride every horse I ride, I put into from myself a lot of pressure, you know. So I give them an opportunity to run. If they don't company or like helping me, I mean I can do nothing. But every horse, even if I see in the program we have like a 5th chance or probably no chance, I give an opportunity. I ride the horse till the 800, 400. If he continue with me, we're going. If not, you know, I give him the opportunity to just leave them alone.
Well, best of luck, Louis. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome, anytime.
Yeah, nice performance and a big price on the international market. Alfea gets off the mark, a lightly raced contender coming into this. Wins for Luis Morales, beats into second place, a horse who loomed with a big challenge towards the inside, but the winner wasn't for catching rallies again in the closing stages. Sees off Alaya Juba into the minor honours, and third goes the way of number 19. Jabat Horn as well. So let's take it back from the start, Rory. The winner comes from way out wide, but there was plenty of pace early towards his inside.
Yeah, Adaf and Hathloom from stalls 7 and 9 showed plenty of pace, as did Motizawi in stall 9. You had a little bit of pace out wide as well from Top Secret, who blazed early speed. But the winner is in a fairly good position, as is Ala Jabo, who finished second, who's got the black cap, not just tracking the leaders you see in the sort of red and black halved sleeves. Yeah, they haven't gone a million miles an hour, but these are sort of low grade horses, and they were going fast enough for their own good. Hathloom you see on the inside with the blue blinkers, Ataf and the red and white quarters and red blinkers, and they've got themselves in a little bit of battle with Top Secret, who's the horse in third, mostly maroon colours that you can see. My selection, Motizawi comes through at this stage with the eventual winner, Afa, and they have a little bit of a battle for a couple of furlongs, but it's clear at this stage that Luis Morales and Afa is travelling better of the pair. And in behind them again, just waiting for a run in that black cap and black and red colours, is the eventual runner-up, Ala Jabo, who looks very dangerous off the turn, as you see Motewazi just weakening here and carrying his head awkwardly off the bend. Then we see the international market leader, Ala Jabo, coming with what looks a strong and likely to be winning challenge on the inside. He does get his head in front, briefly, but in fairness to Afa, he digs in really gamely, won't lie down without a fight, noses himself back to the front, 50 yards out, and wins in the end by a hard-fought head with the grey out wide there, Ejiobotham coming home third, with a very, very wide run from stall 20.
And just watching it back, he's actually quite well on top towards the line. And you touched on a key point there. A couple of people watching on YouTube have said it was a bad ride on the second, but to be fair, he's come there with his chances, got his head in front, but the winner's just found more.
Yeah, and I think, again, we mentioned, or you mentioned specifically about the second beforehand, when you're not to 19, even when there are plenty of good runs in there, there tends to be a reason why horses have that zero next to the name, despite showing form good enough to win races. And in fairness, you watch him here, and you don't think he's doing an awful lot wrong. He comes to join the winner. He seems to be finding for pressure, but he gets worried out of it, and that's the bottom line, really. The winner has been game. He's obviously, once he's been left alone, he's won one battle with Motizawi out in front. Once he's left on his own, the vast majority of horses, particularly in this sort of level, are going to idle a little bit. And if they're joined, they can often find a little bit more in the finish. And that's exactly what he's done. He's been game, but it's helped him to have something else to race against in the last 200 metres.
There's nothing certainly ungenuine about the second. It's just met a horse, I think, who's probably on the up, is unexposed. And just looking at the size of him as well, he's a 4-year-old who's maybe just is coming good.
Yeah, you got the impression from the interview after the race that Luis Morales said that the horse was a little bit babyish, a little bit weak when he rode him early in his career, and he's just beginning to find the strength to win races. He's got a lot of white about his forelegs, and you worry with a horse like this is just keeping them sound. That can be a little bit of an issue, but he's won this nicely. The rating of 59 that he brought into the race will obviously be going up on the back of this, but not by a huge amount.
Well, that was race 5, heading towards the halfway point here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Race 6 comes next, Enzo.
Yes, certainly does. Here we go. The 6th race is for the fillies here. Locally bred fillies, a maiden. Going the mile this time, 1,600 metres. Number 1 is Sakara for Armin Badroun, who rides this one. Number 2 is Etifak for Fahad Al Faredi. 3 is Millionaire for Louis Morales. 4, Etafad, Tariq Al Mansour. 5 is Mad Al Aziz for Adel Al Faredi. Number 6 is Anaya for Muhannad Al Nassar. 7, Shakra Al Bada for Ayad Al Tarisi. Number 8 is Joharat Chrome, a daughter of California Chrome for Youssef Al Hussein. Number 9, Namshi, written by Falah Al Dahasi. 10 is Jeffrey Ali Al Mutib. 11, Miracle Al Shagaf for Jose Rodriguez. Number 12 is Ala End for Fawas Wanas. 13 is Tafael Al Dareya for Nawaf Al Madiani. 14, Nuta Al Ijaz for Nawaf Al Fairuz. 15, Aitarat Al Wadi for Yasser Al Bakawi. 16 is Azhalni for Camillo Espina. 17 is out, so scratch 17, that's gone, Gamood. 18 is Kaltar, Sultan Al Mamoni, one of those prominent in the international market, Kaltar. Number 19, Migwara for Osama Al Sharani. And number 20 is Nadarat Al Maidan for Jimmy Carrion. 21 is a runner, and I think it's ridden by Abdullah Al Odib, I think it's on this one, a filly called Takaseb, comes out of gate 17. So the reserve gets in here. 21's a runner, scratch 22, 23, and 17 Gamood is the absentee. But a big field here of fillies running over the mile, and they're about to come into the paddock, and we can go back to Martin and Rory.
Yeah, they are indeed in the paddock already, Enzo, and the first of the jockeys, about 3 or 4 of them have already been legged up, so they're moving along thick and fast here for the next 1,600 metres, the distance for these local breds. And Sakara is number 1. 6 goes so far. 3 of them have been so far this campaign, including a run here in Riyadh at meeting 60.
Yeah, which is disappointing enough on paper, but I thought you can make some excuses for that. She was drawn in stall 20 that day and trapped wide. If you do draw a line through that, then she's got a fair record. Placed 3 times between 6 furlongs and a mile in her career, including back in meeting 4 in Taif. Again, those early meetings in Taif, not the most competitive, but in a race that won't take an awful lot of winning. Again, the top 3 races in this filly's made in 64, 61 and 58. Sakara's got the top rating of 64. You've got to go back a few runs to find it, but it's not that hard to find excuses for her runs in better company, and this is a very good opportunity on paper for her.
Okay, 64 is the mark for that. Yet to get a mark is number 2, Etafak, who's had just the 1 start so far. That was an Phillies maiden here 2 weeks ago, over 1,400.
Yeah, she wasn't entirely disgraced on that occasion. The daughter of Hainesfield, beaten 23 1/4 lengths, when 11th of 19. She's entitled to progress from that, but this comes soon enough on the back of that debut effort. It might take her another run or 2 to get her act together.
A bit like our producer, Million Yar, is number 3, who is looking for a first win in 7 starts.
Yeah, not been running appallingly, but is pretty exposed after those 6 starts, and the handicapper's judgment of 45 as her rating gives her plenty to find in this company.
A couple of goes so far for number 4, who's here over the 1,600s. Hard to really assess what we've seen so far in those runs at meetings 55 and 59.
She in meeting 59, she was towards the rear when falling just before the line.
Okay.
And that was quite a nasty incident. She was running in the white stable colours then. She's moved stables now. She was listed as had to look at that a few times. She was listed as a chestnut. She looks a grey when I saw her. But it's the same filly. I would be worried about that kind of experience for a filly at that stage of her career, because it wasn't. I don't know where it came from. She just seemed to go wrong and go down like a ton of bricks, literally 5 to 10 yards from the line. Starts off for a new stable here, but she's got a little bit to prove in terms of her well-being.
Yeah, been given plenty of time to get over that Eti Fard number 4. Number 5 is Mad Al Aziz, 0 from 12 so far. Has had 6 goes this campaign and comes back up to 1,600 metres, quite exposed in maiden company. So come on, Shamila, we hit the, or certainly you hit the international markets last time out. What are we starting with this time?
Thanks very much, Martin. Really difficult for me this race yet again. This is for the local bred fillies maiden. It was a toss-up for me between horse number 3 and horse number 16. I think I'm leaning the way of horse number 3, Millionaire, with Louis Morales for a very quick double. She has been pretty consistent this season. One of the lower rated horses in this race, just at 45. But she's by Connect. She's just really nice to look at. She moves really well, and she looks nice inside the parade ring. So I have to give her my parade ring selection, but I'm going to give a shout out to horse number 16 as well, now being ridden by Ricardo Ferreira, so hopefully all is okay with Camilo Ospina after that little spill in the first race of the day. But for sure I will be sticking with horse number 3 as my selection, and horse number 18 looks good as well.
Thank you to you, Shamila. They are heading down to the post for the next. That incident I think she was referring to in the early race was the second race, I think it was, when Camilo Ospina just got that nut on the lip and had a busted lip from Ayan Al-Saheb in our second race of the day. I think we got down, Rory, to number 6, Anaya.
Yeah, I put a line through Anaya. She's had 3 runs to this season in Taif, where she was much nearer last than first, and she has a rating of 39. It's hard to argue with that.
Shakra Al-Bada is number 7, 2 runs back this campaign, first over 1,600, last time over 1,800, but came from way off the pace last time.
Yeah, I thought she was one to bear in mind here. She was trapped wide before running on late last time out. I thought she did quite a lot of running that day when 8 3/4 lengths third to Thud Al Sharaf. I don't think the drop back to 1,600 metres is a massive issue. I think she just needs a clearer run through, and from stall 7 she should have no excuses on that front. So she's third rated in this of a mark of 58. She theoretically has £6 to find with Sakara, but as we're saying with Sakara, you have to make an excuse or two to justify her rating of 64 at the moment, and I thought that was a step in the right direction from Shakra Al-Badr last time out, and she'd be pretty high on my shortlist.
Jahawat Chrome is number 8, just a 1 run so far. Not been seen though since a run in the fillies made it over 1,200 back in December of 2022.
Yeah, beaten over 30 lengths that day, so has rather a lot to prove, and wasn't on my shortlist.
Now we're getting quite close to post time, only a couple of minutes away, so let's just try and pick out some of the main contenders. Maybe move down to number 14, Nuta Halajaz, a 13th run for this horse, but a rating of 50 is one of the better in the field. Yeah,
but she's not in particularly good form of late. She ran here last week and finished 10th, and she's been out of the money on her last 5 starts, so she does need to find her better form to run here. The one above her, Tafel Aldareya, is out of an unraced mare, but the Grand Dam was a dual winner here in the colours of Prince Mehtab, so that's not a bad pedigree. She might be of some interest in what doesn't look a great race, and she does catch the eye as well. We just see her in picture at the moment, the grey and the green colours and the white sash.
Quick word on 16, Al Hasni, 0 from 11, but only had 4 starts this year and came wide last time, albeit quite well down the field.
Yeah, and that was over 2,000 metres. I didn't think she was a stayer in that contest. Her previous 4 1/4 lengths fourth to Tahadi in a course and distance maiden reads pretty well. Tahadi's run well since that. If she can get back to that form back at this trip, then she's one to consider.
Yeah, that's a good 4th here back at meeting 83. Kaltar's had 7 goes this campaign, drops in trip.
Yeah, well, she was in front of Azhalni last time out, second to Urjawani in an 1,800 metre maiden, 3 starts back rather, and hasn't been discredited since. So with a rating of 61, she's second top rated, and she has to she has to be considered in a race lacking depth.
Well, I thought that run 2 back over the course of distance really brought Al Hasni into the mix. That's reflected on the international markets. That horse is very much the number 1 pick there. But the pick of Rory Delaghi is...
Toss-up between Kalta, who we just mentioned, and Shakra Al-Badr. I will go for Shakra Al-Badr with Ayad Al-Charisi on the plate.
Shakra Al-Badr then, who's looking for a first win at the 5th attempt on the 3rd run of the campaign. Horses going forward, then race 6 here in Riyadh tonight. This is for local bred fillies. It's over 1,600 metres, and to call them home once again is Anthony Ennis.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, just saw one going in without the rider there, Shakra Al-Badr. Others are loading up, though, as you say. Other big field of runners here going to post. 20 of them in action once again. Waiting for Taka Seb, we got in here as a late reserve. And also, this is Anaya in the very dark grey and light coloured checks. Anaya about to go in on her 4th start. A race for maiden fillies then. And these are all 4-year-olds. They're going the mile, a little bit edgy. Just kicking out there, number 11, Miracle Al-Shagath. Jose Rodriguez on board in the black colours. In the background then, in the blue is Takar Seb. That's the reserve who's going to go to 17. And again, kicking out there, number 11. So Stalls handler's got to be wary here because something certainly upset her, Miracle Al-Shagath. And nobody wants on the receiving end of one of those kicks. So just need to clear everybody out the way for a moment. Mad Al-Aziz has not gone in yet, number 5. About to come in now, though. Mad Al-Aziz. And goes in. 11 is coming forward now. Miracle Al-Shagath. Let's try again with her. Let's see if she can go in this time. She has. We're just about ready for a start, I think. Flag goes up. And they're off. Start to hit the button and they're racing over 1,600 metres and getting off to a pretty decent start towards the inside with Sakara. And also up with the pace is Namshi. Namshi, the gold sleeves. Sakara, the blue on the inside. They're the early pace setters. Without wider, stepping forward is the grey, which is Tafael Aldereya, who's right up with the pace too. The light-coloured cap, the green and white colours. Just off the speed, then in the checks is Anaya. And advancing now in the black and red is Miracle Al-Shagath, the horse who was a bit stirred up beforehand. Deeper out on the course to find Azalni, one of the international market principals, is up there in blue and white colours towards the outside as they make the turn over the far side of the course, and they're trapping along here at around 59 kilometres per hour. Coming forward now is Anaya in the centre. The gold sleeves of Namshi against the running rail, though, has a fraction of advantage. Out in the 3 path then in the green and white colours is Tafael Aldereya with every chance. Now here comes Azalni towards the outside. Number 16 getting a lot closer with the blue diamonds on the sleeves. They come around the home turn. Still Namshi in front, though, leads with a white face. About to be attacked, though, by Azalni on the outside. And Ricardo Ferreira on a spare ride is looking good here as Azalni ups the ante on the home turn and goes for home with 300 metres left to go. There are dangers down the outside. Trying to stay on is Anaya in the grey and white, and right down the outer picking up 2 is Kaltar in the blue and red colours, who gets a mention, but this leader is surely flown, and this leader is Azalni, who's clear by 4 lengths. Still giving chase in second is Kaltar, but it's all Azalni here, and number 16, Azalni for Ricardo Ferreira, a winning spare ride, beats Kaltar into second place. Third in the end was just about Anaya from the running on Shakra Al-Badr. Martin Kelly is in great form today, isn't he? Oh, he's red hot at the moment. Azalni has won in the winning time of 1 minute 42.55 seconds. Always travelling well in about 4th or 5th. Went for home quite early. But Ferreira knew what he was doing. And this will further infuriate Camilo Speedy, would imagine. He's missed out on a winner here. Second, number 18, Kaltar. 3.5 lengths the winning margin. Waiting on the third. I think Anaya just held on to third place. In the grey and white. We'll confirm that in a moment. There's the second horse. Indeed, it was number 6 in third. Yes, Anaya third. and fourth, Shakra Al Badr. 16, 18, 6 the numbers in the frame. 1 minute 42.55, 3.5 lengths as Halney has won.
Well done, Ricardo.
Thank you. First, thank you for Camilio. Sure for trainer and owner, but this race no for me, for Camilio, and this win for my friend Camilio.
Tell me about the race, Ricardo.
Travel good, go good pace. I respect the horse, and in the corner come very easy. It's very comfortable. I wait last 400. Thank you.
Big congratulations there for Ricardo Ferreira on board horse number 16 as Halni, who was a spare ride for him. Camilo was stood down off that ride, so I'm sure Ricardo Ferreira will give us a little bit of insight as to why that is. Obviously, there was a spillage with Camilo Ospina before the second race, so hopefully he is okay, and he's just standing down from his rides today, and he will be back in no time. This horse is rated 55. In this fillies maiden. She is a lovely sort. It was between her and horse number 3 for me for my paddock selection. She was definitely a very nice standout, and I decided to sway the way of number 3, but very impressive performance from this lovely filly, and you can see Ricardo Ferreira is just weighing out here now. We'll get a few words with him. Congratulations, Ricardo, and a nice little spare ride you picked up there from Camilo Ospina.
Yes, first this win no for me, this win for Camilo. Camilo called me maybe before 20 minutes for ride this horse. Thank you for Camilo, sure, for trainer. And a nice race. Last race, not run bad. Today more chance for this horse, and I go travel good, position 4, 5. I respect my pace. In the corner come a little want sleep, but I wake up and horse come easy for the last 400. Trainer called me if arrive 400 comfortable, change, and I think good.
And how is Camilo Ospina doing? Is he just standing down from his rides from today?
I think he's good. I think tomorrow you look here, interview with him. Sure, win every day. Just today no feel good, and it's better. No, sometimes stop.
Thank you so much, Ricardo.
Thank you.
Yeah, we do send our best wishes to Camilo, who Ricardo says will be back tomorrow, hopefully in good order. But he misses out on the win here aboard Al Hasni, who's blitzed the field to win here and get off the mark at the 12th attempt to beat Kaltar into second place, who was coming back down in distance. And Anaya was back in third place. But again, from a wide stall, Ricardo's got across, and you could have stopped the fight at the top of the stretch.
Yeah, the first and second were both drawn wide, and they've broken together from stalls 16 and 18. They met each other, of course, 2 weeks ago, with Kalta coming off the best there, finishing 6th, where Azalni was only 14th. That was over 2,000 metres, which I thought Kalta got okay, and Azalni found beyond her. And stepping back to a mile today, you've seen the tables turned. Again, Calta doing her best work late to run on to second, but Azalni looked a lot happier at this trip, having run her best race of the season over course and distance. 2 starts to go behind Tahadi. This was an easier contest, and with less emphasis on stamina, and with a jockey riding out of his skin on board today, she's bounced back to get that much needed win on the 12th attempt.
And we were saying earlier on today, just talking in the office, that Ricardo Sousa Ferreira looked to have quite a quiet day on paper, but he's picked up a really good spare here.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have been expecting that at the start of the day, but he's very happy about it. He says he credits the winning ride to Camilo, but the record book will merely show that he's on board. And although Camilo obviously offered the ride to Ricardo, he'll still be kicking himself that he's not been able to take it himself.
And she's really scampered clear in the closing stages. And a bit like as you touched on the form with Calta last time out, they've almost switched track position, because last time out it was the eventual winner today that was coming wide last time of the 2000.
That's right, yeah, and that's having to go that much further over a trip that was probably beyond her best has cost her places in the end. But everything was much more in her favour today, and as you saw, she got away alertly, better than the horses and the stalls either side of her, which is always a help. Helps you get a position if you're not being pressurised by anything else there, and you see that she's got a little bit of daylight. With a couple of others going up early, and Namshi, I think, got up from stall 9, and Sakara, who was the top rated, got a clear run on the rail. But again, she's not run to her best form here, and the form is rather tied down by the fact that Anaya has finished third with a rating of just 39. But you can probably upgrade her performance on the fact that this is just her 4th run. She hasn't shown an awful lot to date, but this was a lot more like it, and I think she's probably run a fair bit beyond her mark. Running on late into 4th was Shakra Al-Badr, who was also one of the top-rated runners in the race. She ran well over 1800 last time out, maybe just got tapped for toe, having to race wide over slightly shorter today, but she did her best work late, and she can't be too far away from a win either.
And Rory, you've been involved in racing here all the way through the season so far, but if people are just joining us, they might look at the width of the track and see those wide stalls, but we've just seen in the last 2 races stalls 16 and 18 being successful, so wide draws aren't a barrier to success.
No, they're not, and the beautiful thing about this track is that it's as fast out wide as it is near the rail, and you've got plenty of room to operate going into the bend here, which gives you a chance from whatever draw you have.
We are reaching the halfway point here in Riyadh at King Abdulaziz Racecourse for this Thursday meeting, the first of 3 days racing here. We've got half the card still to come, and the quality increasing as we go through the next couple of days. But on the back of what was a really informative weekend last weekend as regards the qualifiers for the Saudi Cup meeting taking place here in a few weeks' time, let's just remind ourselves of the standings of the jockeys, the trainers and the owners. Camilo Ospina stood down for the rest of today, but he does lead the jockeys' standings. Adel Al-Faradi now on to 79 after a winner a little bit earlier today. Alex Marino back on 65. Louis Morales, who we've seen with the winner, on 60. But a chance for Al-Faradi to try and eat into Ospina's lead for the rest of today.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously got an awful lot to find. He's 32 behind, whereas when we were in Taif, even in early October, there were just a few winners between them, and Adele actually led that table at one point in September, but Camilo's really gone away here. Adele obviously has served a ban or two. He's got that particularly, I don't know,
aggressive style of riding.
Yeah, he does tend to really go for his gaps. He tends to try to make room for himself when he needs it, and as a result, the stewards tend to come down on him a little bit with the odd 2 and 3 day ban here and there, which doesn't make it any easier to get closer to Camilo. And of course, the more desperate you are to close the gap, the more chances you're going to take on the racecourse as well. So it's almost a vicious circle.
But as we're coming towards the last few meetings, meeting today, 97 of 113. I mean, is it a foregone conclusion that Ospina ends the season on top?
It's not a foregone conclusion because you never know what might happen. But even if Camilo picked up an injury which saw him miss the rest of the season, it would still be quite a task. for either Alex Moreno or Adel Al-Furedi to actually ride that many winners to close the gap. So to all intents and purposes, it's over as a contest.
Okay, Camilla then top in the Jockeys Championship. Let's move on to the trainers. And Ahmed Mahomed is on top at 67. This is a lot tighter than Saad Mutlaq, who we've seen with all of the Arabian winners of late as well there on 50. This is a much closer contest.
It is, yeah, because the dominant stable is the white stable, and obviously that gives Camilo a lot of his winners. But those aren't all running for 1 yard. They're split between different trainers. So although Ahmed Mohamed maybe has the very best of those, he's still sharing them, so he's not quite so far clear in the table. Saad Mutlaq obviously is just training the purebred Arabians, but he's got an incredibly strong stable, which enables him to stay towards the top of the table. Gets quite tight in behind that, down to Abdulaziz Al-Mosa down there, and you're not too far. I'm just looking at the table beyond that. You've got the likes of Naif Al-Mandil, Bedn Al-Sabai, not that far behind that either.
And big chances for Saad Mutlaq to come some of the best Arabian racing saved to the back end of the calendar here in Saudi Arabia. Also, let's check in on the owners' standings as well before we move on to race 7. And the White Stables, King Abdulaziz and Sons there on 153. Prince Faisal bin Khalid is 68, but the White Stables really have been dominant, and that exemplified by the custodian of the two Holy Mosques win last weekend.
Yeah, when we're looking at the big cup races and the most valuable affairs, there tend to be more than one representative from the White Stable who's been laid out for those races. So they had a very good season. Two Group 1 wins, 2 Group 2s as well. And just a very, very strong stable, but more so even than previous years, because Prince Faisal, who's lagging back in second there on 68, has been a multiple champion owner, but the stable of Prince Mehtab's White stable has been particularly strong numerically this year, and they're really reaping the rewards of that.
I would wish Prince Mehtab all the best as well as we go further into the season towards Saudi Cup weekend. Well, race 7 is nearly upon us. This is an Arabian Horses Maiden. We're just hearing Enzo of a late scratch. We take out the 9 here in race 7.
Yes, I can confirm Kafu Al-Daham doesn't go here, so scratch the 9. And also the reserves are out, so we have 19 runners now. Number 1 is Ibn Duhaim Al-Khaladiya for Adel Al-Furedi. Number 2 is Gudanfa Al-Bar for Jimmy Carrion. Number 3 is Hammam for Abdullah Al-Orfi. Number 4 is Ibiat Al-Shahaib. Asal Al-Sahari is on board her. Number 5 is Shamok Star for Alex Moreno. 6, Bint Alam, Ayad Al-Tarisi. 7 is Rams Gudar for Muhammad Al-Hubail. Number 8 is Nefa Al-Shahadia for Muhammad Al-Tamimi. Scratch 9, so 10 is Hadid, who's now ridden by Muhammad Al-Habib, I believe. Yeah, I think it's Al-Habib on board Hadid, the 10. Number 11 is Lamat, and number 12 is Al-Mala Judar, Abdullah Al-Kradis, and just wait for the jockey for number 13. So we're going to have a jockey change there on BR Mukatil. Fahad Al-Furedi. Fahad Al-Furedi is going to ride instead of a speeder on board BR Mukatil. Parks Lights, number 14, Muhammad Al-Sharima. Number 15 is RB Lady Di for Nawaf Al-Madiani. 16, Rahifat Al-Khaladiya, Muhammad Al-Nassar. 17, Ghazal Al-Jazra for Abdullah Al-Adoib. 18, ES Tara for the rider there, Fawad Al-Zaman. MJ Taj is number 19, Tariq Al-Mansur. And Saklawi Al-Khaladiya is number 20 for Naif Al-Nazi. That's a runner. So 21 is out, 22, 23. Reserves don't go. And also take out number 9 as well. And no Camille Ospina here, as we know. So it's the Arabian horses taking centre stage with this maiden. They're going a mile, 1,600 metres for our 7th race as we go back to Martin and Rory once again.
Thank you, Anthony. Brilliant set in the paddock. Jockeys there also as well for race 7. Wide open look to this. The 16 is the international favourite. EBN Dulhaim Al-Khaladiya is the top one here. On debut in the Kingdom, Rory, this 4-year-old.
Yes, he's only got one sibling that I can find who's raced, and that one has raced 4 times without being placed. Obviously by the outstanding siren Laith Al Khaladia, but not an awful lot more positive I can tell you about the pedigree.
Number 2 is Gundafar Albhar, 3 starts so far. It's been tried over a variety of trips, even on those 3 runs.
Yeah, ran his best race, went 6 to Kahila Aldam in that 7 furlong maiden last time out. That was a step in the right direction. Does need to progress again and is up a furlong and trip again.
Number 3 is Haman, who's 0 from 5 so far. Finished 5th over the course and distance handicap company last time out.
That was probably his best effort to date, or certainly the race where he was most competitive. Although he's been 5th twice before, he was beaten 17.5 lengths or more on his first 4 starts and got a bit closer when 9 3/4 lengths 5th of 15 in that 0 to 75 handicap. Given the top rated here is rated 70, this is not a tougher contest for him, so he should be competitive.
The Force had 3 goes, including 1 start over this 1600.
Best effort probably when 5.5 lengths 4th last time out in an 18-runner race behind Montfard in a 6 furlong maiden last time out. I thought she showed a lot of speed there and backed out of it late on. I didn't think the step up to a mile was a positive for her.
We move down to number 5, Shomak Star. That was a run over 200 metres last time out. Overall, I mean, this is the joint top-rated horse in the field off a mark of 70, but overall, I'd say the best form has been over shorter distances.
Yeah, she stays 7 furlongs, but arguably her very best effort came when second to Sakar Al-Zamila in a 6 furlong maiden in meeting 35. She was well held last time out. That was an open race. I wouldn't judge her too harshly on that, but slight question mark with her stamina for a mile.
She's second choice of the international market. In fact, joint second choice alongside Park Light. Rafit Al Khalidi is the international favourite. Is that Shamila's pick? We can find out in the paddock.
I'm going against the grain a little bit here, Martin. I'm going with horse number 14, RB Park Lights, ridden by Mohammed Al Sharima for the Mascot stable, rated 68, and last time out was 5th at meeting 91. So I think this tees her up really nicely. One of the few fillies in this race, but I really like her chances. So that's RB Park Lights, horse number 14 as my selection, though horse number 3 as well did catch my eye, Abdullah Lofi on board, and this horse was also 5th at meeting 94 last time out. A lot of really nice Arabians in this race. I think Mohammed Al Sharima has it wrapped up in this contest. And just so if you didn't know, horse number 13 is now ridden by Fahad Al Faradi. So Camilo Ospina, as we heard from Ricardo Ferreira in the last race, he is stood down from all his rides today. Hopefully will be back tomorrow, and Fahad Al Faradi takes the ride in this race.
Good information, Shamila. Thank you very much indeed. So I think we've got that as far as number 6, Bint Aloha, mark of just 61, a horse who was down the field here last week. So we'll move on to the 64-rated Rams Gudar, who's only had the 2 runs. They were runs punctuated between March last year and January of this year.
Yeah, and changed stables in between as well. And Rams Gudar, while well beaten on debut here in March, was much improved. 4 new connections from 5 1/4 lengths 4th to Kahila Aldam in a 7 furlong maiden in January. I would have thought that he could do better again. Doesn't need to improve an awful lot from a mark of 64. And I thought he was one that I would definitely stick on my short list for this race.
He's definitely in amongst it. And when he was 4th here last time, the second horse was Zocco, who was 2nd here last week. So that form has been franked to some extent as well. Number 8 and 9, well, the 9's scratched, the 8's a debutant, so let's take you down to number 10, Hadid, a mark of 67, puts this one definitely into the mix, and ran 2nd over the course and distance 2 back.
Yeah, was beaten a length by Azam Al Khaladia on debut, stepped up to open company then next time out, so although he was only 7th on that occasion, I think that was a much tougher ask. Drops back to a maiden race again and should be very competitive as a result.
And the horse who beat him on debut was 3rd in open company last time out as well. So let's have a look at Mukatil in action, Rory.
Yeah, Mukatil had 9 subsequent winners behind when finishing 4th.
9?
Yeah, it's
really?
a remarkable, the winners of 9 races certainly. So this is a form that not subsequent winners, the winners of 9 races.
Oh, sorry, okay, right.
Yeah, because it was a debut not in maiden company but an open class. So runs on very well to be beaten to be 4th in this contest over 1,200 metres. I thought he was doing goodly at work at the end. These are tougher competitors than he is meeting here today, as a rule, and you would have to be pretty sweet in his chances, given the general strength of the form. You didn't really see there, but he's also slowly away on that occasion before being rushed up to take a position and was still running on at the finish.
And here is the international favourite, Riyadh Al-Khalidiyya, who led the field to be second over the course and distance last time out in a fillies maiden.
Yeah, no real excuses here for Riyadh Al-Khalidiyya, but I should say was able to lead the field, stepped up markedly on debut and was second to Shawahid Al-Khalidiyya 2 weeks ago. Parks Lights is the horse in the dark colours of the white sleeves on the inside there, who's held on this piece of form. She's run very well there. She should run well again. But as I said, she had the run of the race as well, so we don't have to mark that effort up an awful lot, whereas I think you can mark Mukatil up.
Joint top rated, beaten the length and 3/4 last time out, and Riyadh Al-Khalidiyya is the international favourite from Shamok Shah, who is second best in, Parklight's third best in. We then have Hardid and bigger prices. They remember they are down at the start, so we're down to selections time once again, Rory.
Yeah, and I think, as I said, I thought Mukatil did really well to have run as well as he did in a non-winners of 2 last time out. Sometimes those non-winners of 2, they can just be maidens in behind, but on that occasion, as I said, there were multiple winners in the contest, although Mukatil did really well. I think he'll also benefit from a step up and trip as well. Certainly to 7 furlongs. I think a mile's probably within his compass. It was 6 furlongs on debut, but he was going on again at the finish, so I think he's got a lot of promise and he's my pick here.
Yeah, 1,200 metres here. Last week at meeting 96, stepping up to the 1,600 on this occasion. I'd throw in the 10 horse Hardid to go well, dropped back to the 1,400 last time, maybe didn't suit so well. Second over the course and distance prior to that, a mark of 67. Not beaten far, beaten the length here on debut, and the winner from that race has gone on to run well to be third in open company next time up as well. Can you see why the 16 Riyadh Al-Khalidiyya is the international pick?
Yeah, well, it's got the rating. It's top rated on a mark of 70, and she looks a pretty straightforward ride. So yeah, there's no reason why she shouldn't go well. Obviously, she holds Parks Lights on that last time out run, and Parks Lights also is high on the ratings as well on the pick of his form. He hasn't quite gone on since showing a lot of promise early on at Taif, but he's still rated at 68, and that will give people confidence that Riyadh Al-Khalidiyya has run to a decent mark in beating him last time out.
So we're down at the start then. The sun has set. I didn't realise darkness had approached, but the sun has set here. The lights are on for the final 6 races here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse this Thursday. We've got this our 7th race of the evening for Arabian horses. And arguably, I think the most competitive race of the night still to come. Our final race, we're saving the best for last tonight. Over 2,400 metres, the final race, race 12. Looks very, very competitive on paper. So we are down at the starts. We shouldn't be too long for the off. We are 3 minutes away from post time. I was looking at Haddad Rory as a player to hit the frame, and certainly if you're looking for an unexposed horse who could step back up again up in distance, that would fit the frame certainly.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's interesting when you're looking at the international markets, it gives you a slightly different view of the race. You tend to, when you've only got your own opinion to go on, you tend to assume that the rest of the world thinks roughly the same way you do. When you see there is a difference in it, I mean, I'm very surprised that Mukatil is sort of like 5th or 6th in terms of the international market. I thought he would have been a lot more popular than that. Obviously, there's a question mark in some quarters as to his ability to see out this trip, but I thought after a slow start and having to go forward last time, he suggested that he certainly had more stamina than just a pure sprinter. So I think he's attractive. But yeah, Hadid would be on my shortlist as well. He's also largely ignored there.
And there are 2 of the bigger prices. Hadid just to try to get a bit of support on the international markets as well, just coming in ever so slightly. So we're just about set then. Runners going forward. Let's go back to Enzo has got the call here on race 7. This Arabian Horses Maiden over the 1,600.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, you join me here in the stands just as Hadid's about to go in there. The grey, and There's number 3. That's Hammam. Looked very well on the way down. Quite a few of these horses did look pretty impressive in their slower paces. These Arabian breds. And there's number 6, Bint Alam, in the yellow and light blue going forward here. Going a mile, remember, 1,600 metres for this maiden. And scratch number 9 here, but still got plenty of runners. Still got 19 participants. International market then, headed by numbers 16, 5 and 14. That's Rahifat Al Kaladia, Shamok Star and Parks Lights. A trio left to load, including Rahifat Al Kaladia. There's number 4, the grey. That's Ibiat Al Shuhaib. Shamok Star is a well-fancied runner, about to go in for Alex Moreno in the black with a gold chevron. And we're just about ready for a start here, race 7. As we go past halfway on the card. Starters keeping eye on number 5 in the stalls, but looks okay now. A few shouts from the jockeys, but they're off. They're racing. Starter hits the button. Saklawi Al Kaladia took a step right, leaving the stalls. One that broke well towards the inside was Duhaim Al Kaladia, and also showing some early speed is Hammam as they begin to sort themselves out. And now Shamok Star is moving forward too with a noseband. Jockey just glancing across to see if he's got clear sailing to go across towards the inside on board the filly, which he has. So Shamok Star has now come forward, but has been joined out a little bit wider by Rahifat Al Kaladia. So it's the market principals on the international market, 1 and 2. Racing in third is Saklawi Al Kaladia, a little bit wider out. That's in the red colours. And then towards the outside of the field, we have Lady Di in the blue and red quarters. And she is racing ahead of, in the striped colours, that is Mukatil, as they can continue to progress down the far side. Now heading towards the crown of the home turn at around 53 kilometres per hour. The leader is Rahifat Al Kaladia, number 16, against the running rail. Not much room for Shamok Star there. Has to take back with the black stars on the white sleeves. Moving outside to try and get a bit closer is Hammam, who's got every chance with the big cheek pieces on. And then on the outside is the grey Mukatil. Around the home turn then, the leader is shaken up here, Rahifat Al Kaladia, now headed by Hammam, who's got there going well, number 3, for Abdullah Alorfi. The grey still moving nicely too, Mukatil down the outside with every chance as they head down then for the final 300 metres. And now Mukatil on the outside, number 13 has put the nose in front and starts to assert from a long way back, right down the middle of the track. Bint Alam is flying in the yellow and light blue colours, but the leader has got a break of about 3 lengths here. That's Mukatil, number 13 leading. So on the outside, still running on, is Bint Alam. Also staying on well too. In behind them there is Hadid as they go close home, but the leader has flown. The leader is Mukatil, who will win. Mukatil to close for second. That's tight between Bint Alam and Hadid. Could go either way, second and third, and they're clear of the others. Good shout from Rory. Rory Delaghi is back with a winner, Mukatil, number 13 for the stable of Mohammed Al Mosa. Another winner that Camille Ospina has missed today, Fahad Al Faradi taking over in the plate. 1 minute 52.46 seconds. Number 13, Mukatil, has won it. Travelled well off the speed, took it up a fair way out and saw it out well. Very close for second place between Hadid, number 10, involved there with Bint Alam, number 6. 6 and 10 involved for the placings. 1 minute 52.46 the winner's time. Here it is. Look how close this is for second. Wow, that is tight. It's dead heat territory, isn't it? Very close between Bint Alam, this side, far side Hadid. Judge having to do a bit of work to sort those two out. So still waiting on the second and third to be called, but the winner, number 13, Mukatil. So we'll wait on second. I think this is really close for second between number 10, Hadid, and also number 6, Bint Alam.
Well done to Rory. He's found the winner here of race 7, pointed your way in quite comprehensive fashion for horse number 13, Mugatil. He was 4th here last time. That was over 1200. You thought, Rory, the extra distance wouldn't be a problem as well, and he's backed that up with a comprehensive success.
Yeah, very, very pleasing to get one right. I'm still taking most of the credit for one of the early winners that I got off to allow you and Shamila to both get on a winner, because I thought the three of us being on board would surely stop it. But yeah, it's nice to break the duck for the evening with a horse who was largely ignored, and a surprise. If I was putting that race up, I'd have had him very close to the top of the market. But he was something like 6th in the international market. He was stepping back from non-winners of 2 to maiden company, stepping up in trip, which I thought was a positive, and clearly the market thought was a negative. But he stayed it very well to win by a decent margin from the dead heaters for second. Hadid and Bint Alam could not be separated at the line, and we couldn't separate them. Enzo couldn't separate them. The judge couldn't separate them either.
I guess the fact that he was 7th choice into the international market, Mugatil, is just that it was hard to assess. We didn't know an awful lot about him. He just had the one run so far, albeit in better company. He was stepping up in trip. It could have been a positive, could have been a negative. So it was quite hard to assess. You could
yeah, and I suppose there aren't many people who've got the time to start looking at the videos and making a judgment about whether a horse is going to see out the trip. I saw enough from the way he ran on to think that he would, but I'm not not putting myself up as the final arbiter of these things. It is my first winner of the evening, after all.
Well, a winner and a half.
Winner and a half, yeah, we'll go for that then.
And he's picked it quite well from off the pace as well. Boxing on quite well was Hadid. He looks though he was cooked off the bend, but he does keep on nicely.
He does, yeah. He sort of tucked in behind, and I thought, at this stage, I thought he was sitting in a reasonably good spot. He's just hit a flat spot when the winner's gone for home, but plugged on again to share second place. And yeah, he was sort of 4th or 5th in, wasn't he, in the international market. The market leader, Rahifat Al Khalidiyah, was a bit disappointing in the end. I mean, she'd run well to be second last time out. She did get the run of things from the front, and did a modest enough time, 1:53.35. This race run about a second faster than that.
I mean, she's still there on the turn, isn't she?
Yeah, she weakens a little bit after this. She's under pressure from various horses in behind her, and when you're put under pressure like that, it can cause a horse to tighten up a little bit and weaken. But yeah, she's only backed out of it late. This is probably a slightly better race than she was in last time out. And Parks Lights was the other one towards the head of the market. He's just not really gone on from the promise that he'd shown early on in Taif. You can see him very wide in the track in about 7th or 8th place, just plugging away there. But he was a surprise one towards the head of the market for me.
That was the way of things in race 7. A winner for Rory. That's 7th in on the international market. Well done if you found and joined Rory with Mugatil off the mark. Second time up, just 7 days after that run last week at meeting 96. Turned out here at meeting 97 and goes on to win up in distance here. Having been in that race for horses who've won between 0 and 1 races. Dropped down to maiden company, wins our 7th of the evening. And Rory, you'd imagine if you look at what the ratings of the second, 61 and 67, you're probably looking at a low 70s mark.
Yeah, it looks that way, but he was in amongst horses, plenty of them with ratings in the 70s last time out. So I don't think he looked particularly badly treated, even after this. And obviously, with so little experience, I'd say the only way is that still shows signs of greenness when in front. But when his mind was made up for him, he stretched away nicely. And this trip clearly suits him. I'd say be effective at 7, the way he went through the race. But clearly he's better beyond sprint distances. So I think he can build on this and should win more races.
Nice like animal as well in race 7. So we still have 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12 to come. We're 20 minutes out from our next. That's going to be race 8. It's over the 1800 metres. A maiden for 4-year-olds. It's open to all sexes and it's for local and imported horses. Like to be a warm favourite here as well. Less Marino on board the 19 and Murray, who's making its debut here in the Kingdom for Lucas Gaitan. Is likely to be a warm order according to the international markets. For the next, then we can get full details on race 8. Back with Enzo.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, runners then about to appear, so we can go through them. Plenty of them as well in this race. Full quota here. No scratchings for this maiden, as you say, the international favourite Murray, the son of Arrogate, on his debut over in Saudi for Lucas Gaetan and Alex Moreno. Number 1 is Night Moon for Abdullah Alorfi. Number 2, Endangered for Muhammad Al Nassar. 3 is Calm Universe, Mohammed Aldaham. 4 is Maqam, Eddie Castro. 5 is Dakota, Mohammed Suleiman. 6, Samaya Al Dareya for Ali Al Mutib. Number 7 is Mabarik, Tariq Al Mansour. Number 8, Miss Fahela for Naif Al Anazi. Number 9 is Farhad for Fawas Wanas over the page. Number 10 is Sultan Sense for Adel Al Faradi. 11, Al Kahela for Abdulaziz Al Musa. Number 12 is Great Cat Mao for Sultan Al Mimoni. 13, Muwafaq, Fahad Al Faradi. 14, Saudi Magic for Mohammed Al Hubail. 15 is Tulsa, Muhammad Al Shamari. 16, Wajab for Salman Al Rashid. Snow White, number 17 for Nawaf Al Fairuz. 18, Al Nazak for Youssef Al Hussein. 19, the likely international favourite Murray for Alex Moreno. And 20, Anna Al Wafi for Louis Morales, the son of Mohayman. So all 20 run. Reserves not required, so 21, 22 and 23 don't turn up. 20 runners then, full field for this maiden. So we go back to Martin and Rory once again.
Thanks, Enzo. Yeah, this time we're yet to see the runners into the paddock for the next. They're still in the pre-parade, but lots to work through here for race 8, this locally imported maiden for 4-year-olds over the 1800. Number 1 is Night Moon, a rating of just 47 and winless in 5.
Yeah, listen, I was fairly brutal with some of these. We've got 4 at the top of the ratings who are quite tightly graded together, 72, 70, 70, 69. And anything that I thought wasn't capable of running to a mark somewhere in the mid-50s, I have put a line through. So I've been fairly brutal at the top of the market there. Night Moon with a rating of 47. I thought I had very little chance here for all. His run last time out was a little bit better than he has done. Endangered has run 3 poor races and Taif this season and has plenty to prove with a rating of 49. Cam Universe is rated higher on 59, but his 2 starts this season have been a little bit underwhelming. He's coming back off a lengthy break as well. I thought that left him with a fair bit to do. Makar's rated at 31. Line went straight through that as a result. Dakota is not from 19 in her career, and she's finished 13th, 10th and 15th on her last 3 starts with a rating of 49. I thought it'd be a massive surprise if she was competitive. And finally, of those 6 getting a big line through, we were okay shortly after that. Samaya Al Dareya is rated 45. She wasn't disgraced 2 weeks ago, in fairness. She's only had 4 runs. So off that 6, I thought she was the one maybe had most going for her, but she's got 25 pounds to find, and I thought that was just too much.
Yeah, they do have an awful lot to find those top 6. Number 7, though, is a lightly raced individual. This is Mabarik. 1 start so far, finishing 5th here over 2,000 metres on debut in December.
Yeah, beaten 14 1/4 lengths that day. Did at least show a modicum of ability. She needs to improve to get involved here, but that is perfectly possible after just the 1 run.
Moving on to horse number 8, a rating of 63. 5 goes so far to this campaign. Dropped down to this trip last time up.
Yeah, and showed a little bit more. Was well beaten on her reappearance, Miss Fahela. But she was a 7 3/4 lengths 5th to the impressive Paradise Row, who won by about 5 lengths in an 1800 metre 1800 course and distance fillies open, if you like, last time out. A repeat of that would give her half a chance, and she was a good second on her penultimate start last season as well, so she seems to be running into form, and you can stick her on your list.
Second back in February, but she was beaten quite some way by the winner that day. And number 9 is Farhad, third over the course of distance in a maiden win last seen back on the 16th of March.
Yeah, largely consistent last season as well, Farhad. Beaten 7 lengths behind Al Dahab in a 1 mile maiden in that final start in March, and has fair claims on the balance of his form. He was never worse than 7th in the Riyadh season last year, and generally there and thereabouts.
Adel Al Faradi rides number 10, Sultan Sense, a mark of 72. Started off over 2,000, then was staying on the back of a drop down to 1,600 last time up.
Yeah, placed 3 times so far in his fairly short career, Sultan Sense, between a mile and 2,000 metres. 7.5 lengths third to Al Mawasses and a mile maiden last time out. We'll see a bit of footage of that later. That's a solid enough run, and he carries a rating of 72 into the race, which makes him the one to beat at these weights.
Similar rating goes to number 12, Rory. We'll just skip down to number 12, which is Great Cat Mao, who's had the one start here. That was 5th over 1,200, stepping up and trip lightly to suit, and this horse had form over further back in Ireland.
He did. He was tried up to a mile and a half for Ger Lyons. He's a son of American Pharaoh and clearly should stay well beyond a mile. The 6 furlong trip was far too short for him last time out, and he was left badly positioned coming into the straight, but he did make up eye-catching late headway, I thought, that day to finish 5th. I thought that was as good as he has looked at any stage of his career, and again, only has £2 to find. I thought that was a particularly eye-catching run last time out, and he was definitely in my top 3 for this.
He could well come on for that. Number 13 is Mufarak, who is 0 from 8 so far and has had 3 runs to be second here over 1,200.
Yeah, he's if you look at his recent form, you'd say that he looks like a 6 furlong specialist, but he has actually been placed over a mile in time, so he does have the stamina for a mile. Whether he can stretch out to this trip is a slight question mark, and even on the pick of those efforts, he does have about £10 to find. So he's consistent. He comes here in reasonably good form, but just a little bit to find if he's going to break his duck.
14 and 15, Saudi Magic and Tilter also have a little bit to find. They are 0 from 17 combined, but 16 is interesting. Huge price on the international markets. This is Wajab, who was unraced for Kevin Philip Artefois, but is a half brother to 5 winners.
Yeah, he's not badly related, as you said. Cost 32,000 as a yearling. The slightly off-putting thing for him was he was in training with Kevin Philip Artefois. He was owned by Sheikh Abdullah Al Sabah, but didn't race in those colours, and was twice sent to the sales last year and withdrawn. And I thought, given so many horses would race in those colours here, I thought it was interesting that he was deemed to be surplus to requirements. Certainly has the pedigree, but the fact that he's changed ownership is the concern for me.
Snow White has had 3 starts. First go, a bit like all of the earlier comments, the first run since the 16th of March.
Yeah, and clearly her best effort last season was when beaten 3 1/4 lengths into third behind Mobserat in the 1 mile maiden. She was well held on her next start, which is a little bit of a concern, but if she comes back to the form that she showed 2 starts back, she's got a chance. Just a little bit too many ifs for me, despite the fact she's rated to go well.
Anything positive for the 18 Al Nazak, 0 from 4?
No, I thought that was a bit of a negative.
A couple of people on YouTube do get involved on the comments there on Jcsa Racing. Somebody pointing out that horse number 19 is their selection. They say very good breeding. Murray.
Yes, indeed. He's a son of Aragat, and quite an interesting one on pedigree. But I think we've got Shamila standing by in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, guys. My paddock selection for this race is this beautiful colt right here next to me, horse number 10, Sultan Sense by Street Sense, the highest rated horse in the race as well, and for good reason. He looks absolutely stunning. I couldn't say a bad word about him. 3rd last time out at meeting 82 for trainer Mamdou Al Ali, and will be ridden by Adel Al Faredi, who is chasing a double on the day. He's genuinely the strongest looking horse in this race, though a few did stand out to me. I was really looking forward to seeing horse number 19, a unraced 4-year-old by Arrogate, trained by Lucas Gaetan. I do love Lucas Gaetan, but going for an unraced 4-year-old in a race like this was a bit risky to me, but he does look good nevertheless, so I hope they do well. Horse number 7 also looks really well, and one to note down as a bit of a paddock negative is horse number 3, just getting very hot behind the saddle.
So Sultan Sense getting good mention from Shamila. Just going back to Murray, number 19, unraced 4-year-old, but he does represent connections who have had a good season here and a good weekend last weekend as well in Lucas Gaetan.
Yeah, and they've also started one off. Normally you'd say, a horse starting off in maidens at 1,800 metres would be a bit of a negative here, but Lucas Gaetan did exactly that with a winning newcomer a few weeks ago, specifically said after, he said, people think I'm mad for running a horse over this trip first time out. But it worked for him then. Murray, the negative, I suppose, is the fact that he's a 4-year-old who hasn't seen the race course yet. The dam, I think she only ran once or twice, but she comes from a good family. She's from the family of very good French performers, Burning Sun and Nebraska Tornado, who were siblings. And if he gets a little bit of that Judd Monty ability, then he will go very well. And obviously, you don't see too many sons of Harrogate. We saw a very good one at the weekend. But if he gets a little bit of his sire's ability, then he's liable to be a big player in this modest race as well.
It's a modest race, but unless something's exceptional, I always think that experience of the race course of racing on dirt, of being at the tracks, is pretty crucial. I think he's tight enough on the international markets to be favourites.
Yeah, I think I would say so. I think particularly over this sort of trip, it's as I said, Lucas Gaetan is able to get a newcomer to win at this trip. But I think while most of the top trainers can get their horses sharp enough to know what they're doing on debut, not many of them have the stamina you need that comes through experience. You know, whatever they call the strength in your legs, or something that comes with having 2 or 3 runs. So I'd always be looking for a horse with experience over this sort of trip. For all, I find Murray very interesting on paper.
Sultan Sense is attracting support on the international markets, coming down as close on favourite. I'd much rather have that horse on top than I would do the newcomer, given he's had a couple of goes here and has shaped well over shorter last time.
Yes, and similar comments apply with Great Cat Mao, who was running over 6 furlongs here last time, but clearly stays at least a mile and a quarter and will benefit from this step back up to 1,800 metres after that eye-catching run over 1,200 last time out on his Saudi debut.
Yeah, he did have form back with Joe Lyons in his 4 runs in Ireland over 2,400 metres, so there was always going to be an adequate back down to 1,200 on debut.
Yeah, it just seemed to be a conditioning run to me. Unsurprisingly, he got outpaced, but I like the way he kept going. You know, I think often horses with that kind of profile will just finish out the back of the field, and then you're trying to work out whether they'll be competitive next time out. But everything he did in that race suggested that he would be. And spoiler alert, he will be my pick here.
Mine too.
Oh, well, there you go.
I just love the way he stayed on last time. Dropping back in trip always looked as though it was going to be a run to bring him forward. And he's had a good few weeks to get over that and regroup as well.
Yeah, everything seems right about that. The timing, the pattern of races, and just the way he seemed to adapt well to the track eventually. So I'd be very surprised if he doesn't come forward for that, and that should make him very competitive.
It looks an obvious choice as the runners start to head down to the start. There was Sultan Sense heading down to post. We can have a look at this horse in action. This was the runner finishing 3rd here last time up. This was over shorter.
Yeah, and you can see that he needs the trip because he does get a little bit outpaced here, and he doesn't look like winning the race at any stage, but he does stay on strongly late in the day to grab 3rd place. His stamina kicking in late. He's got place form over further, up to 2,000 metres. And I think this trip should be fine for him. So yeah, he's the first horse you sort of land on when you look at the bare form, and he has to be a danger.
And there in the green and yellow and white colours is number 13, Muafak, who was at 2nd last time up, but the majority of his best form has been over 1,200.
Yes, as I said, he's actually got placed form over a mile in Taif, and he does look like he's ready for a step up and trip the way he finishes off. To get 2nd place here. So he's worth a try at this trip. And obviously from the video we're watching, he wants a little bit more of a test than he got the last day. But whether he wants this much of a step up and trip is a little bit of a question mark. But he does have form in the book to give him place claims in this sort of field.
14, 16 maybe, but 18's a big step.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's the worry for me. But it must be said that our VT guys rarely pull a dud, do they?
No, they don't. No. Just a shame they haven't got the run first time up of Great Cat Mao. That would have been more encouraging.
It's not easy. I can see why it's not been picked, because you've got to look back in the field to see him coming from a long way back, and he doesn't make the placings in the end, but he does very much catch the eye.
So approaching race 8, we've been going up through the distances. We're up to 1,800 metres for this. A local bred maiden's come over 2,000 metres. In fact, 3 races over 2,000 metres as races 9, 10 and 11. a local bred maiden for 4-year-olds, an open race for 3-year-olds, and then we have an Arab maiden for 4-year-olds and older, before rounding off in the final race of the day with an open for 4-year-olds and older over 2,400 metres. On the figures, that does look to be the race of the night. Looks really, really tight, although stamina queries for many over that 2,400 metres, which wouldn't be the case here over the 1,800 for Great Cat Mao, who did have form over further when trained in Ireland. Good evening to you, sir. Wait for the cameras as we head towards race 8. The runners are arriving down at the start. That's one of our team, apparently, Rory.
Yeah. So you don't come to mix with us on the other side of the race course, so you wouldn't recognise Sandeep. But yes, he keeps the show on the road, or one of the many who keeps the show on the road.
Yeah, a whole big team here behind the production of the English language channel of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. Well, coming towards the tail end of the season. This is meeting 97 of 113. The season goes through to the back end of March. And of course, 23rd and 24th of Feb sees the Saudi Cup meeting taking place here, where some of the best horses, trainers and jockeys globally will assemble from America, Japan, Europe, and of course a strong local contingent. We did have those qualifiers last week. Custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques providing a qualifier for the Saudi Cup itself, and a bit of a form boost of sorts with Groom a little bit earlier on today. Groom had ran in the trial for the 13:51 sprint. He came out under a very, very confident ride to win a little bit earlier on, and give a bit of a boost as well to the winner of that race, who gets an entry into the sprint as well. That was Cold Feet.
Front, wasn't it?
Sorry, yeah, Cold Front, not Cold Feet.
You know who was second there?
I think it was Honky
Tonk Man.
Honky Tonk Man, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. He ran a good race, Honky Tonk Man. Quite a...
Always reliable.
Yeah. But he's this sort of... Just looking at the shape of Honky Tonk Man, he might just come on for the run.
He does carry plenty of condition, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But you know, that's no bad thing for the long term, is it?
No, and it's just natural. You can look at some horses who are carrying condition, but that's just their natural sort of way of being, isn't it?
Exactly.
They don't always tighten up.
Indeed, you know, and he will look much the same next time we see him, I think.
Yeah, Honky Tonk Man looks to have a bright future. Okay, well, they're down at the start. We've got international, nearly enough joint favourites now, 19 and 10, Murray and Sultan Sense. Great Cat Mao just been clipped a little bit as well after that encouraging run here, over a little bit shorter. But Honky Tonk isn't something we can throw at. Enzo has got the call here on race number 8.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, good old Honky Tonk Man. He's a decent sword, isn't he? Right, they are about to load here. Runners down at the start then for our next race. We're getting through the card here. We've had some exciting finishes, haven't we? That ice cool ride on Groom as well was my personal highlight so far. That really was amazing stuff from Mohammed Al-Ajmi early on. So, runners then at the start, making sure everything's intact before they start getting the first few of these in. So, looking at the local runners here, this is a maiden. I was keeping an eye on the international market as well for this race, and certainly a couple of them very much favoured here. Murray, Sultan Sense. Sultan Sense quite strong in the international market now, second favourite behind Murray, with Great Cat Mao third in the international market, and bigger prices outside those three. So they appear to be the three main protagonists. Let's find out what happens. They are loading up, and they are going 1,800 metres this time, so we're 9 furlongs, a mile and a furlong for this maiden. First prize 9,500 Saudi Riyal. And runners loading up. It's Endangered, who looks a little bit reluctant to go in at the moment. Doesn't look the keenest to load. Just keeping across the jockeys who've had winners today so far. Asil Al-Sahani won the first. Adel Al-Faradi had his winner in race 2, didn't he? On Ramadan. Turkey Alofi won the third race. Mohammed Al-Ajmi won the fourth with that cool ride. Louis Morales Ricardo Ferreira and Fahad El Faradi, of course, both of those winning spares for those two, with Camilo Ospina missing out. Still trying to get endangered in. Stalls handlers, though, normally win the battle, and they have with this horse as well. So they're going in. Big field of runners here once again. Ready for 14 to load. Saudi Magic there will be followed in by 13, Muwafaq. This 4-year-olds and upwards maiden, a mixture of horses here. Some fillies in the lineup as well. Night Moon is about to go in. So we're getting through, loading up. Al Kaheda a grey. Great Cat Mouse installed 12. One of those prominent international market. This is number 9, Fahad, about to go in the kind of halved colours. I'll try and the blindfold on number 10 here, Sultan Sense, to go forward. And we're almost set now. Here we go. Starters are ready for them. Final checks. They're just about ready. And they're off. Starter hits the button. He caught them in a pretty good line. Towards the outside, there was one that was a little bit slowly away. Murray, actually, wasn't that well away. One of the big international market fancies as they race for the first 200 metres. So Murray has missed a break. There is one showing speed towards the inside. Endangered is up there with a big white blaze. And also handy is Samaya Aldaraya in the green and white colours. These two at the head of affairs. Just off the pace of the blue is Night Moon, the green headgear towards the inside. Very prominent now, Night Moon, coming forward for a view of the front. Racing in fourth in the orange colours is Mokam. And then out wider is Fahad, number 9, looking to extreme outside, trying to go forward in the red colours. Anna Al-Wafi from that wide draw as they cover the first 450 metres. Towards the inside, Night Moon with the green headgear leads. The white-faced Endangered is second. And then racing in third place is Samaya Aldaraya. To the outside, getting a bit closer now. In the blue and white colours is Fahad. And also on the move is Sultan Sense, one of the big fancies now getting much closer in white and grey check colours. Looking for Murray, just off the pace after that slow start. And he's having to go the long way round as well. He's right out on the top shelf, Murray, at this stage. The black jacket as they make the turn at around 56 kilometres per hour. Still Night Moon, a fractional leader. Here comes the strong travelling Sultan Sense, who's moving well for Adel El Faradi on the outside. Adel has a look in behind. Murray's right on his tail, though. He's trying to go with him as they make the turn. It's the big two now who swing clear. Entering the home straight. First run goes to Sultan Sense. The grey Murray has got to try and run him down, but he has to find a couple of lengths. Back into third goes Muwafaq, who's staying on best of the rest. Now Murray suddenly kicks in the afterburners down the outside, and here he comes to tackle Sultan Sense, who's not going away. Sultan Sense battling back. Murray the grey on the outside. Not much in this. Near side Murray the grey. Far side Sultan Sense. Sultan Sense fighting back for Adel Al Faradi. It's a double for Adel. It's Sultan Sense who beats Murray after a stirring duel up the home straight. Back in third was Great Cat Mao. So very much the international market got it spot on. It was Sultan Sense who was so brave on the inside. He was not for passing. Murray has finished second for Lucas Gaitan and Alex Moreno. Every chance, but I think the start cost him the race. Murray, he just dwelt as the stalls opened. That was costly. Back in third was Great Cat Mao, who ran on well to be best of the rest. 10, 19, 12, 1 minute 56.05. Half a length the winning margin. It was a real good battle between the top two. Sultan Sense had the rails and had the advantage of Adel Al Faradi in the plate, who notches his second on the card.
Well, the top three in the international market have finished first, second and third. The eventual winner was well supported by international race followers in the build-up to the race, and the more experienced Sultan Sense gets the better of the newcomer Murray into second. Great Cat Mau from off the pace got into a bit of trouble off the bend and stayed on well for third place. But Sultan Sense arguably should have been top pick on the international picks there, Rory. Sultan Sense, with that experience behind him, that experience stands him in good stead.
Yes, on the ratings, he was the horse to beat. But you had Murray, who shaded the market with that very attractive pedigree, and he's run an absolute cracker, Murray. But when push came to shove late in the day over this 1,800-metre trip, the fitness of Sultan Sense and the proven stamina has won the day. Murray, clearly a horse to take forward from the race, and he's got plenty of talent. They're all the right horses came into the four. I think the top four were probably the top four in the international market. We saw Muwafaq being one of the VT horses. He's run on into fourth place. I'm not sure if we were unlucky as such with Great Cat Mau, but he certainly didn't get a chance to show if he could have been competitive when trying to run up the inside there.
I think he probably would have been competitive, but we can hear from Winning Connections out with Shamila.
I am indeed with Mamdou Al Ali, the winning trainer of our 8th race of the day. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And you've been a bit quiet since the Taif season.
Yeah, you know, the horse is not always in the beak, but that horse, I think he's just an unlucky horse. So we prepare him from Taif until now, and he ran twice here in Riyadh season, but he proved himself today.
And he looked like he enjoyed the step up in trip from 1,600 metres.
Yeah, he's tired horse and he liked that distance and more, but hopefully he will improve in long distance.
A great ride from Adel Al Faradi as well, going up against Alex.
Adel, I can give any comment about him. He's champion jockey, and always he know what he do, and thank you, Adel.
And the owner of this horse is actually a player for Al Nasser, is that true?
Yeah, Sultan Ghannami.
Is he a good supporter of you?
Yeah, very big supporter. We won 1,000 guineas and we won Kabul Cup, and we have good horses next season. Yeah.
And which team do you support? Are you Al Nasser fan?
Sure.
Thank you, Mamdou. Well done.
Thank you, Shimel. Thank you.
Interesting there to hear from the winning trainer. Let's set this race back to the start, though. And if we look out for the eventual second, Mary, we're looking for the grey dappled horse with distinctive colourings. He comes from a fairway back, and he was drawn wide there. He's pitched 3 wide early.
Yeah, and he couldn't get forward in the early stages. Didn't get away brilliantly. So it's interesting to see that Alex Moreno is just trying to find space for him to make sure that he's, given that he lacks experience, that he's not going to run into trouble. So he moves wide of the horse who was next to him. He ends up being widest of all at this stage. He's not that far off the lead, but he's probably in about 10th place at this stage, and he's going to be parked wide. But there's not much Alex can do about that, other than, you know, just let him run where he is and not mess him around too much. There was lots of speed on the inside. Knight's Moon went forward, Endangered, who got very warm beforehand, went forward with a white face. Mokarm in the orange colours went forward in the first place before finding they were going a bit too fast for him. And there's about 6 or 7 horses in line coming round the bend, which includes the eventual winner, Sultan Sense, who's done well with that wide trip, but always travelling pretty well in himself. And the runner-up is a couple of horses wider than him, but not quite trying to go with that group at the moment, now being asked to go forward by Alex Moreno as 1 or 2 of those early pace setters begin to weaken, and he knows which horse he's got to aim at, so he's taking aim at this stage.
And just looking back to the black and yellow colours of Great Cat Mau, he was off the bright lily. He's tried to go for it up the rail. He's found horses coming back on him. He was checked, had to be switched widest of all, and stays on light catching it well. I think he would have gone really close to winning.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was trying. Night Moon was a horse who showed speed from stall 1, but he's a horse who's had 5 runs, only has a rating of 47, so he wasn't going to be able to sustain that speed. And you saw that Great Cat Mau how to switch markedly wide to get his run. He's lost a few lengths doing that. He's been beaten a few lengths in the finish as well, so we know that he would have finished a lot closer. We don't quite know how he would have fared in that battle for the lead later on.
If you want to make a note of a horse for the future, I think Great Cat Mau could well be that. I think it's got to be a formality for the second to go 1 better as well, isn't it?
Certainly, yeah. I mean, he showed tons of ability here. He's come from a wide draw. He didn't get the best of runs through the race, and he's only been worried out of it late in the day.
and his split horses rated 72 and 70.
Yes, and it'd be disappointing if he doesn't end up rated higher than that himself with the experience of this run behind him.
And Lucas Gate had a great weekend last weekend, winning the Saudi Derby qualifier and also the qualifier for the Abaya Classic as well for the Arabian horses. 2 big horses for him to go to war with, and a maiden at least looks a formality for the eventual runner-up. The win goes the way though. 3rd time up for Sultan Sense, and a double on the card for Adel Al-Faradi. So that was that maiden then for the 4-year-olds over the 1800 metres. Race 9. We've got another maiden, this time 4-year-olds for the fillies and colt. For the local breds over 2,000 metres, Enzo.
Yes, we've got a list of runners to come for this one, Martin. As you say, on we go to our 9th race. 10 furlongs, a mile and a quarter, 2,000 metres. We're going up in trip for this locally bred horses maiden. Let's have a look at the runners then. 16 is out, Sakar, so 15 go. Number 1 is Al-Ajbar for Selman Al-Rashid. Number 2, Captain Island, Tariq Al-Hassan is on board for the Al-Brahim stable. Number 3 is Yatawara, Abdullah Al-Saidi. 4 is Izzat Watan for the hat-trick-seeking Adel Al-Faradi. Number 5 is Lay Oyud Rakan for Abdullah Al-Kradis. Number 6 is Mashhur Najd for Muhammad Al-Nassar. 7, Yostali is written by Mohammed Al-Rabid. Number 8 is Bariyat Al-Lojar, Tariq Al-Mansur. Number 9, over the page, is going to be Lasco for Mohammed Al-Daham. Number 10, Wafi Al-Sadiq for Jose Rodriguez. Number 11 is Waj Al-Dareya for Rayan Al-Toesh. 12 is Ashkar Asaf for Naif Al-Anazi. 13 is Awajez, Alex Moreno. 14, Deauville for Abdullah Al-Fayruz. 15, Raed Al-Wasil, and 16 is a scratch, so no Sakar here. So 15 runners going the 2,000 metres, and the international market here. Again, it had, I think number 15 is the market leader here, Raed Al-Wasil over number 11, Waj Al-Dareya. As we go back to Martin and Rory once again.
Yeah, one of the horses in this named after one of the best holiday resorts on the Normandy coast. Horse number 14, Deauville, who's looking to get off the mark at the 7th attempt. Certainly Deauville not living up to its namesake anyway, Rory.
Not at this stage, no. But you never know. You never know what will happen. Well, the ring of 55 to 7 races, I don't think Deauville is a Group 1 performer.
Have you been to Deauville?
I've not been to Deauville, no, sadly not. No.
Comes well recommended.
It does come very well recommended.
Yeah. Very good racing as well. Let's have a look then for the field then for race 9 of the 2,000 metres. Al-Ajbar is number 1, 0 from 3 so far. Second over 1,400 last time up, but did make its debut over the strip.
Yeah, and we'll definitely stay at least a mile. I've made that note. His best effort was second to Faizat Sara in a 7-furlong maiden last time up, but he just seems to be running himself into form. Was going on strongly at the finish there, and is one of the more likely runners in this. We'll get to see a little bit of him in action shortly as well. Just to again run through the top ratings of these in this maiden: 66, 65, 63, 61, 61. So pretty tight at the top. Not extremely high quality, but anything that's rated sort of 50 or lower is going to struggle to get amongst them, I think.
Captain Island and Yatawara both having to do with the figures. They're 0 from 5 and 0 from 17, rated 33 and 40 respectively. Any chance to the 4 with a mark of 54, but a 10-race maiden?
10 race maiden, ran okay, 2 starts to go in 7.5 lengths, 5th of 20 and a 1-mile maiden, but was well beaten by 36 lengths in a course and distance, not to 65 handicap last time out, which does temper enthusiasm quite a lot.
That's Izzat Watan. Can't really recommend the 5 and what we've seen so far, winless in 9 starts. Similar comments to the 6 as well, Mashhur Najd, winless in 16. The 7, Yostali's only got a mark of 42, but unlike some of those above, it's a little more unexposed.
Yeah, it's only had the 3 runs, hasn't shown an awful lot in those, but it's always possible, as we saw earlier on, that with some of these 4-year-olds, they just need time to develop. So there is a possibility that Yostali will leave the form they showed last season behind with the benefit of a break. We'll get an idea when we see him in the flesh to see if he's the big scoopy type who might have needed time, or whether he's just a moderate performer.
Barit Al-Ujjar, number 8, who has had 6 goes. Only a couple of goes this term, including over 1,400, back down to the 1,200 last time up. Back up in distance, but that's second. 2 runs back is second to a horse who went very close to winning earlier on today.
Yeah, second to Faria Alanea, who we expected to win earlier on. He couldn't quite get the job done. Disappointing next time out. That's dropping back to 6 furlongs, which looked a slightly unusual move. Whether he stays 2,000 is, that's going the other way to a fair degree. I wouldn't be certain of that, but I think a step up beyond 7 furlongs is probably more reasonable than a step down. He's beaten 23.5 lengths over the 6 furlong trip, unable to go the pace at all last time out, so may do better at this trip.
And at least he's unexposed and bringing a good form line into this. You can't say that about many of these.
No, you can't. Not about many of them. And yeah, if he hadn't run last time out, she again, I should go there. She would be quite interesting. The last run does put you off a little bit, but if you concentrate on that run behind Faria Alanea, then she's interesting.
And she is 6th best on the international market. Again, hard to recommend some of those in below, but I suppose we can bring in the 9 Lasco, who was over the course and distance last time out. First run on that occasion since January of that last year, but again hasn't been seen for a bit of time since.
Yeah, has been off since meeting 67, was coming off a break then as well. His best effort to date was when 7 3/4 lengths second in an 1,800 metre maiden in November 2022. Only had 1 more run last season. It's clearly not been easy to train, and wasn't at his best over course and distance last time out, although that run almost certainly needed after a break.
10's got it to find other figures. We could bring 11 in those. Only had the 4 goes so far. Waj Al Deriyar, including a 4th here last week.
Yeah, it would look interesting if a mark of 50 if they managed to get into a handicap. It's certainly improved when finishing 8 lengths 4th to a Wakil Alanea in an 1,800 metre maiden last week. Does need to do a bit more to be competitive here, but at least it's going the right way. And again, there aren't many that have that kind of profile in this race. It's
an open-looking race. We've got 5 more to consider when we come back for the paddock as we head there now and rejoin Shamila.
Thanks very much, lads. It is the 9th race of the day. I'm going with horse number 9 for this time. Lasco, rated 61, will be ridden by Mohammed Ad-Daham. 8th last time out at meeting 67, so we haven't seen him in quite a while. However, he is a really nice-looking horse. Definitely caught my eye on the first turn around here. Good jockey on board as well. I feel like we haven't spoken to Mohammed Ad-Daham in a while, though. But I'm definitely going to be siding with this 5-year-old colt, and hopefully he can make it 5th time lucky and finally break his maiden today. I also like the look of the highest rated horse in this race, horse number 1, Al-Ajbar, as well. A really nice looker, but I just think Lasco looks a little bit more fitter and more keen going around here in the parade ring, so very best of luck to them. One horse for you to note, horse number 7, just getting very hot behind the saddle, which is alarming for me because it's starting to get very chilly out here, Martin.
Yeah, raising canes, yeah.
So we've got 5 more to consider. But thanks to Shamila for her analysis. And I'm not surprised it's getting chilly. It was very windy early on today. The sun has gone down, and I'd imagine it actually probably is quite cold out there. The flags are still fluttering very much in the wind. But fair play to Shamila, still bringing it with short sleeves. Let's consider, Rory, the final 5 horses we haven't touched on this. Number 12 is Ashkar Asaf, who's had 8 goes so far. The last couple haven't been quite so good, but meeting 67, beaten a neck over the course and distance.
Yeah, it was a neck second to Salat Elm in a course and distance maiden 3 starts back, and you thought anything that's capable of being placed in a maiden over this trip would be of interest here. The downside is those haven't been particularly tough races the last twice, and he's been beaten a long way both times, which is worrying, I would say, given that that run of meeting 67 seemed to be a suggestion that he was going the right way. It was a step up on his reappearance run, but the last 2 are almost too bad to be true.
Yes, 16th and 17th. Jcsa is number 13, just had the 3 goes. Can we glean anything from those 3 runs? 9th, 16th and 17th as we take in Al-Jabbar finishing 2nd last time up.
Yeah, this is Al-Jabbar finishing 2nd to Faizat Sara over 7 furlongs last time out. He stays on, but he's not actually finding any speed late in the day here, so I think he will benefit from stepping up to the 2,000 metres, and his pedigree sort of supports that. He's not super strong in the finish, but he just seems to be lacking pace rather than fading out of things. So I think he will benefit from another try at this sort of trip. And with a rating of 63, he doesn't have much to fight.
And the black and white colours in shot, we hadn't quite got down to number 15, which is Riyadh Al-Wasil, who is horse number 15 coming from stall 15. Has had 17 goes. There he is out on the track. We'll have a look at him in action as well, Rory.
Yeah.
Had 17 goes. Probably his last run was a career best.
I thought so, yeah, which is unusual for a horse who's had as many runs as him, but he finishes a very creditable third. You'll see in the black and white or black and grey colours coming from off the pace here to finish third to Wakil Alanea in those familiar Alanea yellow and black colours. But Skip Moon is second, and I thought this was a good performance. He's Skip Moon coming up the centre of the track. He's run well since as well, and I thought this wasn't a bad performance at all from Riyadh Al-Wasil. And obviously, when you've had as many goals as he has, you start to worry about their ability to get the job done. But that was certainly as good as anything he's done before. A rating of 66 puts him at the very top of this modest field.
As they head down to the start. The international markets have got that horse we've just seen on top. I'm not sure, though, given his exposed profile, albeit the last run was very good, that I'd have him down as first pick.
Yeah, I mean, you'd certainly want a little bit of juice before you got involved there. We were just about to talk about Always, and I think that's quite an interesting one because although he's only rated 59 and has a bit to find, he represents powerful connections. Alex Moreno booked for the ride as well. And he probably put in his best effort to date when 10 1/4 lengths, 9th of 20 to Wafil Al-A's in a course and distance maiden last time out. He'll need to improve on that, but that was a career best on his third start of the season. He does look like a late developer. I thought he could build on that and be in the frame. What does he shape up on the international market? Number 13,
fourth best in.
Yeah.
I think the likes of him and Waj El Duray have just got much more appealing profiles. That their better days are ahead, whereas we know exactly where you are with Riyadh Al-Wasil.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, yeah, you're putting him at the top of the pile based on his run last time out, but it's not like he hasn't had opportunities before, and he was run out of second fairly easily in the end. That was a decent race, but he's the type to keep running respectably and not necessarily getting his head in front.
Well, we'll be at the start very shortly and rejoining Anthony Ennis. I'm going to throw my hat in here with the 8, Bharat Aloja. Just the fact it's only had a handful of runs, only 2 this campaign. It's a leap of faith to come up in distance, but the form with Farah Alan and Tyre from earlier on, I think, reads pretty well here.
Yeah, and I'm going to take a little bit of a chance on a sort of similar front to with Always, who's only had the 3 runs, hasn't pulled up any trees thus far, but did at least run a career best last time out and threatens to do a fair bit better somewhere down the line.
Okay, so we're rolling in with the 8 and the 13 here. So Farah Al-Raya just missing out on the win earlier. Hard to say would have won, but certainly challenged wide off the bend, didn't it?
Yes, I mean, we've seen some unlucky ones here, but it just looked like he was going to get there from what looked a slightly awkward position, but didn't quite make it in the end. The winner had a clearer run through, but you weren't calling yourself unlucky until he suddenly battled back and held on by a head.
I think it's a bit of a surprise that you see him as the 6th or 7th choice in the international markets. I thought he'd be much better placed here.
Yeah, I would say that there may be only 5 or 6 that I could be reasonably positive about in the field. So
just give us the numbers.
The ones I was reasonably positive about in the field: 1, 8, 11, 13, and 15.
Got a full house. Bingo. Right, we are arriving down at the start then, race number 9 of 12. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here from Riyadh this evening. First of 3 days racing. Do get your selections on the YouTube channel as well. Jcsa on the English-speaking channel. Let's see if we've got number 19 from the previous race went into George's notebook from the previous race. That was the second on debut. He's with number 1 here, Alaj Bar, on this occasion. So previous race got a bit caught at wide, but now gets stall 1. And David goes with number 8. Well, I'm with you, David. You know a winner when you see one. A winner in waiting, stepped up in distance. Just seeing one having attack adjustments as they arrive down at the start. That I think is horse number 10. Just having the saddle adjusted and the girth strap tightened. So race 9 of 12. Still to come, race 10. We've got an open race over 2,000 metres. So good looking race as well. You were touching on Rory, I think Tom was asking early on for another winner on the card later on. You nominated Al Sahim in race 10 to go in again over the course and distance.
Yeah, I didn't think there were too many to concentrate on race 10, which although it's an open, doesn't look particularly strong. The standout and almost certainly the international market leader is Matt Nook. But I thought Al Shahim took a step forward when winning last time out. He's a little bit one-dimensional. I think he needs to be using his stride early on, but he benefited from an aggressive ride last time out, and he should get an easy lead this time as well. So hopefully he can make it pay.
Okay, well they are at the starts. We'll shortly be off here. Just confirming, Rory, you are with number 13?
I am indeed, yes. Yep. Alba
Jazz. Shimura goes with the 9, Lasco, who was over the course and distance last time out. First runs for some time, and had been off the track since January prior to that. 9 with the 8 as well. The form with Farah Al-Anaya early on today, I think, reads pretty well. Well, one man I'm sure loves a weekend over in Deauville at the races is Anthony Ellis. He's standing by with the call, and also a winner hopefully here, Enzo, in race 9.
Oh, yes. Lovely place to go, isn't it, Deauville? Number 14 on the card here. Looking at that international market you were referring to there. Yeah, horse number 15 still towards the top of that, which is Raid Alwa Seal. Number 11, second in the international market, Waj Al Durayar at the moment for Rayan Altoesh. So we're going 2,000 metres here, 10 furlongs, a mile and a quarter for this locally bred horse's maiden. A mixture here of colts, fillies and geldings. First the runner's about to load up them. Number 6, Mashur Najd, who's a grey colt going forward. It's going to be followed in by number 4, Izat Watan for treble-seeking Adel Al-Faradi. Once again has been magnificent today. Here's number 7, Yostali, Mohammed Al-Ribidi on board this one. This is a horse who's had 3 starts so far. Needs to improve. 11 about to go is Waj Al Durayar. Second choice in the international markets. The yellow headgear of Captain Island. Number 2, Tariq Al Hassan. Bariat Alojar, Martin's fancy, I think that was. Tariq Al Mansour. And the green, that was Rory's pick, Awajez, number 13. Goes in. It's going to leave just 3 or 4 to go in. 12, 5, 3 and 15 to load. Yatawara, Leoyud Rakan, Raid Al Wasil. 2 out. Here's number 3, Yatawara now. That yellow noseband. Abdullah Al Saidi on board. We'll complete the line. Last one is in. We're just about ready for a start. We're on 9th race, 2,000 metres, and they're off and racing. The gates fly back. A little bit slow to go there from the outside was Raid Al Wasil in the black and white. So misses the kick. And one that's a little bit outpaced here is number 5, Lay Oyun Rakan, who trails them early doors. One of the first to show up is Bariat Alojar in the red and yellow. Also showing bright speed, Captain Island, the yellow headgear towards the inside. Izat Watan is just off the pace in 4th, with Yostali showing a bit of speed in behind them. And also towards the outside, going forward too, is Ashkar Asaf as they go through the first 400 metres. Onto the racecourse proper now. They reach the back straight proper, and towards the inside, it's Captain Island, who has a narrow lead to Bariat Alojar in second. Not much between these two. They're quite far apart. Racing in third place then is Ashkar Asaf in the light green. That one's advancing. The leader is now definitely Bariat Alojar, who's gone on by a couple of lengths. Moving into fourth place, Lasco, definitely on the move in the mauve colours. So that one's outside is Waj Alderea, who's trying to get a little bit closer. Very deep on the course is Our Jez in the green with the red epaulets. And then comes the improving Raid Al Wasil, who blew the start, who's now making a big mid-race move. So heading past the halfway point then, they're about to turn towards the side of the course. And up front, the leader is still Bariat Alojar. The yellow sleeve jacket is out in front, dictating for Al Mansour. Leads by a few lengths to Lasco giving chase in second. On the move now is Raid Al Wasil in the black and white, is covering a lot of ground though, taking the long way round. Under pressure then is Ashkar Asaf, and dropping away now is Izzat Watan as they head towards the home turn. Leader's going well here. Bariat Alojar out clear by about 5 lengths to Lasco in second place. The danger could be the horse on the outside, who's covered a lot of extra ground. Raid Al Wasil, but he's coming under pressure in the black and white, but starts to close. In line for home then, 350 metres to go. Bariat Alojar in front. He could be a sitting duck, however, for Raid Al Wasil down the outside, who's making relentless headway under Hamza Saad. And Raid Al Wasil has now just touched the front. So in second place, Bariat Alojar, who's trying to fight back in second. They're well clear of the rest, but it's Raid Al Wasil in front. Didn't go to his way at the start, but he'll come home in front. Raid Al Wasil beats the gutsy Bariat Alojar. It's time for third money involving 13, 14 and 1. That was Our Jez, Deauville and Al Ajbar. 15, the winner. Didn't have the perfect trip, did he? Missed the start a bit, had to go wide to make up some ground at various stages, but he wins. Number 15, Raid Al Wasil for Hamza Saad. Winning time, 2 minutes 12.01 seconds. Second was Bariat Alojar. Ran well for a long way, the one that Martin liked, the filly, under Tariq Al Mansour. And that was a good effort by her. She'll surely win one of these races soon. Beaten a length and 3/4 by number 15. Third was very close, wasn't it? Maybe Our Jez. Yeah, Our Jez in the green. Just got third on the inside. So 15, the winner, Raid Al Wasil. Second, number 8, Bariat Alojar. And third, number 13, Our Jez. Deauville and Al Ajbar just in behind those. 1 3/4 lengths the winning margin. 15, 8, 13, the numbers.
international favourite goes in race 9. He was a 17 start maiden coming into this, but a maiden no more. Gets off the mark at the 18th attempt and sees off Bariat Aloja into second place. He gave it a good fist from the front from stall 8, but picked up by the strong travelling favourite who's off the mark here. And he could be picked at, Rory, for much of the race going well, despite things going wrong at the start.
Yeah, he wasn't particularly well away, but he soon sort of sneaked himself into a good position, which is easier to do in a field as modest as this. Bariat Aloja travelled very well in front for a long way. Seemed to be very comfortable under Tariq Al Mansour, but
got quite
she
warm
was
as well.
Yeah, she did get a little bit warm, and a few of those have done that, despite the fact that it's getting quite cool out there. But she didn't really have an answer when Raid Al Wasil went past. There was obviously a slight question mark as to whether the winner would go and get the job done, as you always have that kind of worry with a 17 race maiden. But there wasn't much wrong with his attitude when he got there. She's run a very good race in second, Bariat Aloja. And my fancy Awijaz, despite not being able to go the pace of the leader for much of the race, has plunked on to grab third on the line.
I'm just looking back to the start as well. The eventual winner came from stall 15 out wide, and it's only got one behind early.
Yeah, he switched quite sharply to get cover from there, rather than as some of the jockeys do, hanging out wide. Hamza Saad, obviously a slightly different style. He's only a young jockey. He's been riding a few winners in the last few weeks here, and he's clearly a promising young lad for the future. But although he's missed a beat at the start, he's gradually moving his way into contention here. And he's never really panicked, has he? He's got the winner in a fair position now, and he's able to sort of drop his hands and allow Raid Al Wasil to sort of work his way through the field, as one or two of these have inevitably weakened out of things before the turn. Look around there from Tariq Al Mansour on Bariat Aloja. Sees no dangers that way, but the winner's hiding behind horses on his other side. But you'd still be hopeful if you were with Bariat Aloja at this chance, because she's still sailing along quite happily on the front end. But at the same time, if you know that you got the favourite to worry about, you can see that he's travelling very comfortably in fourth place and just beginning to move wide to get into his position. Comes wide of the three who were chasing the leader at that stage. And from this point onwards, he's just going to get inevitably closer until he's asked for a winning effort with a bit of furlong to run. And he does it readily enough to win by a length and 3/4. The horse he finishes third is in the almond-deal colours, the green with the red epaulets, and the yellow bandages in front. Can't really raise a gallop at this stage, but just keeps going willingly to get third place. A bit more experience won't do Awijaz any harm, and maybe even a step up and trip, because at this stage he looks a little bit lacking in pace, but he's willing enough, and he runs on just to nab that third place on the wire.
Lasco, the purple colours, just backs out a bit late on. He may well come on again for the run, having been off the track again for a little bit of time.
He did travel well, didn't he?
He did, yeah. It's only the last 200 metres or so he's dropped away. Do you think the eventual second has just raced a little bit too hard? We saw he got quite warm. He just seemed to be on it for the mid part of the race.
Yeah, I mean, she's raced enthusiastically. I thought her rider did a fair job to try to help her drop the bit mid-race, but she was that enthusiasm doesn't always translate into a strong finishing effort, and she was unable to answer the effort of the winner when she was passed.
Off the mark then, it's the 18th attempt was the winner of our 9th race of the evening. Still 3 more to come as we keep going up in distance. 2 more over the 2,000 metres, over the 2,400 for the final race of the day. And next up is race 10, this open race for 3-year-olds, for local and imported horses. Matt Nook is going to be a warm order, but you must be really looking forward to this, Enzo. Just the 10 runners for a change.
Yes, I can't wait for this one, as you say. Massive fields today. We've plenty of runners. Going to keep your wits about, your eyes everywhere. But yeah, a bit easier, hopefully, here with the 10. Two of them dominate the international markets. You were talking about Matt Nook and Al Shahim. This is a race over 2,000 metres here for fillies, colts and geldings. Number 1 is Al Sheikha Sara for Yasser Al Bakawi. Number 2, Rumar, who's now ridden by Mohammed Aldaham, replacing Camille Ospina. 3 is Rich Max for Naif Al Anazi. 4 is Matt Nook, Ricardo Ferreira looking for a double. 5 is Tharbalm for Ahmad Al Shra. 6 is Shehan, Tariq Al Mansour. 7, Al Shahim, Ali Al Mutib, also second best at the moment in the international market. 8 is Ez Tuwaik for Abdullah Al Hussein. 9 is Kawar Doradu for Rayan Al Toesh. And number 10, Samua for Louis Morales, colt by Blaine. So we have just a 10 of them, this time going 2,000 metres. Matt Nook and Al Shahim, the top 2 in the international market, I'm sure will dominate. Let's go back to Martin and Rory once again.
Yeah, they really do dominate. The only 2 in single figures, and Matt Nook is a very, very warm order from Al Shahim. The rest of the field pretty much unfancied. We can work our way down, but they are still actually in the pre-preg. This could take a bit of time. Before we go down the list, Rory, let's just touch on the 2 principals. Matt Nook for Tama Al Dahani, Ricardo Souza Ferreira on board. He's had a winner early on that was a spare mount. This horse has come across from Richard Fahey. He didn't manage to win for Richard, but he was tried at listed level for the Fahey team, which I think shows he was held in high regard back in the UK.
Yeah, and in fairness, plenty of these in the colours of Sheikh Abdullah Al Sabah will run in good races in the UK. We've seen several actually who ran at Royal Ascot and then were given a break to come out here. But Matt Nook has shown a fair level of ability in the UK and does seem to have been given his best opportunity of getting his head in front. He was only 9th last time out, but that was in the Prince Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Cup last time out. That would be a much, much deeper contest than this. So easy enough to ignore that run, and his 4th behind Al Jude, and of course in distance not to 90 handicap prior to that is the solid effort that makes him the one to beat here. So I fully accept that he deserves to be favourite for this contest. I just thought that Al Shahim, who's improving, had an opportunity of getting out in front, trying to turn the taps on early and make it tough for Matt Nook. Matt Nook's got it clearly stays this trip, but does have a sort of mild speed about him as well. Whereas Al Shahim looks a thorough stayer by Saudi Arabian standards. He looks like a horse who'll get 1.5 miles in time. So hopefully he can make this a test of stamina.
Well, he's got 12 pounds on the ratings to find with Matt Nook, and he's also wrong at the weights they're carrying because he's a previous winner as well.
Yes, of course, but because Matt Nook's a maiden, he carries 57 kilos, and Al Shahim, because of that win last time out, he's got an extra kilo to carry. So essentially, you can add another 2 to what he's got to find. He's got a stone exactly to find, according to the figures, but it's not impossible that he can do it.
And Al Shahim, that course and distance win last time out, that was over this trip, but just watching that video back this morning, he's a big horse that doesn't seem to do anything quickly. He grinds away at the front end.
Yeah, and you can see why it's taken him a while to find his feet. But he's only a horse of his size should just keep developing as a 3-year-old. Whereas Matt Nook did show form at 2 and is sort of carrying that over. Al Shahim is the type. He's more in the Sir Mark Prescott mould, if you like, a horse that you wouldn't expect to be showing much form at 2, who will come into his own, step up to middle distances at 3. This may be early enough for him to be making that jump against a horse like Matt Nook, but hopefully he'll give us a good run for our money. You'll see in the video exactly what you said, that he doesn't seem to do anything particularly quickly, and he's a bit cumbersome, but he's got a big stride, and if he can use that, we'll see him in short. You can't really miss him. He's probably the biggest of this lot. And he needs to be able to use that stride. If it becomes a tactical race, or it comes down to a turn of foot at the end, I think he's in trouble. But hopefully, his rider can offset that lack of speed by maximising his stamina. Never easy to do, of course. If you go too fast, even with a horse who's got the stamina, you still end up compromising yourself.
And David, on our chat on YouTube, has gone with horse number 9 here, Quadrado, who we did touch on last week. We were scratching around trying to find which famous football player this was named after.
Yes, he's Quadrado, isn't he? So Cawadaradu and Quadrado are not a million miles apart, I suppose, and you are essentially tackling this from a phonetic viewpoint, but it took us a while to make the connection. He looks well, I have to say. Quadrado in the pre-parade, he's unexposed. He was well beaten on debut. He's run a little bit better in 2 runs since. To be honest, I thought his run last time out, when 8th in a 1 mile maiden, was as good as he'd managed when 4th in probably a weaker contest over 7 furlongs before that. He gave the impression he might be worth a try at a longer trip last time out as well. So I could see him improving. He needs to improve a fair bit to be getting involved here, but he's got scope, he's unexposed, and there's something to hang on to there in a race like this, certainly if you're looking for places at least.
Well, they're starting to come through into the paddock. Horse number 1 then is Jcsa, rated just 52, so got it to find on the figures. 2 runs over 1200. Stepped up to this 2000 last time out in open company, beaten 6 1/4.
Yeah, beaten 6 1/4 by Al Shahim in finishing second that day. So that did look like a step forward from her, but clearly she's held by Al Shahim. And if you don't think she took a step forward, that's a bit of a knock for the form all told. And maybe you can argue that Al Shahim, well, he was beating some pretty moderate horses last time out, and possibly non-stayers as well. But we'll see. I mean, she's got the pedigree to suggest that she should have been doing better over the trip last time out. So hopefully we can take that at face value.
Has number 2, the 51 rated Rumar, improved with each one of the 3 runs? Has gone 19th, 12th, and then 7th.
Yeah, the 7th unfortunately was behind both Al Shahim and Al Jcsa last time out, when beaten about 20 lengths. So it wasn't a massive field last time either. So I don't think he has taken much of a step forward there. And although he's rated within a pound of Al Jcsa, I'd be surprised if he could turn the tables with her today.
Number 3 is Rich Max on debut.
Cost 25,000 as a yearling. The dam's from a reasonably good family. Not much else I can tell you there. Obviously, Connections get more than their share of winners. Top rider and Naif Al-Anazi on board, but not an easy task on debut.
We've touched on Matnuka, but let's go back there again. 4th over the course of distance, 2 ago in handicap company, and it was a better race last time, albeit over 1800 when finishing down the field in 9th.
Yeah, again, that was a race that none of these would have been competitive in. So that 9th in the Prince Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Cup is still a creditable performance, and his 4th in 0 to 90 handicap last time out is the run that sets the standard here. It's not an insurmountable standard, but he certainly found a fairly uncompetitive open race to try to open his account in.
Number 5 is Taban. 1 start so far at meeting 88 in an 1800 metre maiden.
Yeah, beaten 24.5 lengths when 9th of 20 in a race won by Labe. Again, you wouldn't be massively confident about him finding the improvement needed here, but he did at least beat half the field, and more than half the field, on his racecourse debut, and he's entitled to improve for that. So he should find a race somewhere down the line, but this isn't easy second time out.
Number 6 is Shehan. 2 goes so far, well down the field, both those runs coming over 1400.
Yeah, beaten 30 lengths and more in both of those races, so very hard to be enthusiastic.
We've made the case quite comprehensively throughout the course of the day for number 7. I'll show him. Course and distance winner in open company last time out over this distance. Big galloping sort who should press forward again from stall 7.
Yeah, again, we mentioned this was maybe not the strongest open race you've seen. He certainly found a weak open race last time out to get his head in front, but he did look well suited by the way he was ridden that day. And the further he went, the better he looked. Not a flashy type in that. He's not a fast strider. He's not a horse with a turn of foot, but he is fairly relentless, and hopefully he can use that.
Number 8 is Ez Tuwak, who's had 2 runs so far. They've been over 1200 and 1800, debut today over this trip.
Yeah, similar comments to Shehan, really. 2 starts, beaten over 30 lengths both times. There may be better somewhere down the line, but he's still finding his feet by the looks of it.
Quadrado we touched on as well, 1600 metre maiden runner last time out. You think, though, he could be suited by the longer trip?
Yeah, I mean, I think he ran at least as well over a mile as he did over 7 furlongs, even though he finished 8th compared to that 4th 2 starts ago. So I think he's at least worth a try at this kind of trip. And we saw a winner in the colours earlier on, of course, and the trainer hopeful that there'll be some good winners in these colours in the next 12 months. So the best of luck to them.
And the final one, number 10, Samua, a bit like many of these, has had 2 starts, over shorter and steps up in distance.
Yeah, showed a little bit on debut, over a mile and meeting 75, but I thought he took a backward step and was tailed off last time out.
Well, let's get out to you, Shamila. Do you see this as a 2-horse race between the 4 and the 7?
I absolutely agree with you, and I've decided to stick with horse number 4, Matt Nuke, for Thamara Dehani and Ricardo Ferreira. Ricardo Ferreira is chasing that double today. He's already had a winner, which was supposed to be one of Camilo's rides. Of course, he's stood down now, but I just couldn't look any further than Matt Nuke, I'm afraid. Definitely the horse to beat, the highest rated, 9th last time out, but I think that we can disregard that run, 4th the time before that, so hopefully he can go a few places better, and he just looks really nice as well. Horse number 3, the debutant Rich Max by Accelerate, he looks absolutely stunning as well, but I don't think he'll be able to beat Matt Nuke. And of course, horse number 7. Those were the 3 that stood out to me the most in this contest. Obviously, only 10 runners in this race. It's wide open, but I think that Matt Nuke can get the job done for Thamara Dehani and Ricardo Ferreira.
Well, it's pretty wide open behind the top 2 in the markets. The top 2 seem to dominate. There has been on the international markets, Rory, a tiny bit of support for Jcsa there at the top.
Yeah, well, obviously she ran her best race last time out, when second to Al Shahim, and while she doesn't have a massive chance of turning those tables, she is unexposed, and of course there'll be people who will be happy enough to pick up 3rd if they're going each way in that contest. So yeah, I can see why there's a little bit of support for her. Certainly the likes of the last few we mentioned are difficult to make a case for. Samu, Estewig and Shehan, who've all been well beaten. She's shown a half decent level of form. If she runs to that level again, she could easily run into 3rd. And I think a lot of people are more than happy with that sort of, how would you describe it? Risk-averse return, if you like.
Well, I very much early on today was with Al Shahim to win again over the course and distance. Watching the video back, it was very impressive. But the more I look at it, you look at the weights and measures, the fact he's top rated, the fact he had that form for 5 back in the UK that doesn't read too bad in the context of this, is the fact he's got the course and distance form in handicap company. He was in better company last time. I'm really drawn now towards the international favourites.
Yeah, well, it may well be. It's very easy to see this race panning out in such a way that it just suits Matt Nuke better. It's not easy when you're riding a horse like Al Shahim to get the pace right in front. But hopefully we can see this is him beating Al Jcsa last time out by 6 1/4 lengths. And as you can see, you know, he's not doing anything quick. He looks like he pulled a plough. Let's be absolutely blunt about it. He's a big, strong horse, but not a quick horse. And the further he goes through this race, the better he looks. But the opposition he's beating are fairly limited for open company. I'm hoping that he can come on for this, and that getting his head in front, and given his size and scope, that he will just do better. But yeah, he looks like he wants to see 8 flights of hurdles, either that or a bit of farm machinery.
And that was his first start over the 2000. And it was a similar sort of makeup of a race last time, that it was quite a small field by Riyadh standards.
Yes, it was neither a big field nor a deep field for open company. And I've seen, you know, there are plenty of maidens that have taken a lot less winning than the race he won last time out, and we shouldn't get carried away with that. But he does have the size to do better. His size is, you know, it's either going to be a blessing or a curse. He's almost too big for this.
Massive, isn't he?
He's a big unit, and he makes his jockey look very small here. But the hope is that as his stamina continues to get drawn out, he'll show improved form. But it's very easy to imagine a scenario where he tries to set the pace that suits him, and he's just setting it up for a horse with a little bit more of a turn of foot, which Matt Nuke very much fits that bill.
Does it concern you? You touched on Jcsa, rated just 52. The 3rd horse of that race had been beaten double digits on its previous starts as well. So it was a weak race.
It was a weak race, and I'm not suggesting at any stage that he's somehow on a par with Matt Nuke and what he did last time out. It's just the hope that he can go forward from it, and that style of racing will help him gradually improve through the coming weeks and months.
Okay, well, I'll show him. Rory's selection. I'm going to go with Shamila. I'm going to jump ship, Rory. I was with you, but and deserting you, I'm afraid.
No, I can absolutely see that, and Matt Nuke doesn't seem to have an awful lot to beat behind Al Shaheen, but I'll stick with where I was, even though confidence is beginning to drain the more we see him heading to post.
If you could switch, would you? If you'd not nailed your colours so hard to that match that we can't get them off.
If I hadn't in the first place, if I hadn't made a decision before I saw them, I would looking at him go to post. I'd say he's just going to be setting this up for the other horse, but I'm not going to do that. I've painted a picture of how he's going to progress to win this, and I will stick to that. However much everyone else jumps ship.
Tam Al-Dahani and Ricardo Sousa Ferreira teamed up here last week to good success as well. I think it was on the Thursday last week they enjoyed a win.
Yeah, and in fact he had a treble one day and then a good winner on the.
It was a Thursday last week.
And obviously he had the winner of the good sprint race was Ricardo Ferreira as well. Cold Front. Beating Honky Tonk Man. That was a memorable race, obviously. So yeah, he's been riding really well. Again, yeah. Even if you're looking at this horse against horse, it seems sort of stacked up in favour of Matt Nuke. And you're looking at jockey against jockey as well, then Ricardo Ferreira couldn't be riding any better. But
he had that treble here last Thursday. He's had one win so far today. He could well win this, and he's got a good chance in the last as well aboard Adyard, who's come across from Alice Haynes' yard. One of the few in that race that will steer the 2400.
Yes, that's always a question when that looks a really competitive race on paper. A lot of them have form up to 2000 or even slightly shorter, and we know from experience that the step up from 10 to 12 furlongs can really make or break a horse, and having a horse you know stays that trip is going to be really important in the last.
So they are arriving at the start then. Race number 10 of 12 here in Riyadh this Thursday evening. It's meeting number 97 of 113 here of the Riyadh season. And some competitive action over longer distances to round off the card today. Two more to come over 2,000, 2,400 for the last. There is the debutant, Rich Max, who's down at the start. First run for this horse today. They are behind the stalls at the 2,000 metre post, which is the start furthest away from the grandstand. You go behind where the start is then. You're heading off down towards the international stabling blocks, where you'll see on Saturday Cup week the international runners come through the gate at the back there onto the track to work on a morning. And that Saturday Cup meeting not too far away. So Enzo, I've jumped ship. I've left Rory all alone in the corner. He's very much with Al Shahim. I've joined Shamila with Matt Nuke. Can you give Rory any support, or are you joining the big party here?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have to desert Rory as well. I've got all on board the big ship, Matt Nuke, I think. Yeah, I'm with you. I think that, looking at them go down as well, I think Matt Nuke might just be that little bit stronger, but it should be an interesting race between them. But, I'm going to have to side with the big numbers, I'm afraid, here, and go with Matt Nuke as well. For Ricardo Ferreira, looking for a double on the card after he won our sixth race with a spare ride earlier on. As we're very much into the evening here at Riyadh. As I look down below me from the commentary box here, you can see we are heading towards 7:35 local time here in the evening, and the floodlights, the magnificent floodlights, well and truly all on now, and runners are loading up. Really is a superbly lit track here, the dirt track and the turf here at Riyadh. So loading up then. It's a huge month of action, as Martin was saying, here at Riyadh. Of course, not far away from the big night itself now. Runners are going in, just 3 weeks away. Matt Nuke going forward there, the white and green. This is number 8 coming forward now, Ez Tawak. In goes Shahan, number 6, in the black. The 2 yellow stars. Here's number 9, Kawadaradu. Kawadaradu going forward now. This is 10, Samua, who's going to be the last one. 2,000 metres then, 10 furlongs. Fillies and Colts for this open race. 18,000 Saudi Riyal to the winner. And still we wait for 2 more. Rich Max, the debutant under Naif Al-Anazi, is still to go forward as well. Looks like the 2 of them are going to come forward pretty much together. So here we go. Number 10 coming forward now to complete the line. Race 10 of 12 on the dirt here at Riyadh, and we're just about ready for a start. Ten runners are set. Got a long hold here. Just keeping an eye on stall 6. Shahan, but they're off and racing. Stoller lets them go. A little bit slowly away was Al Shahim as well, and just has to be rousted to gather stride. Matt Nuke broke a lot more alertly and sits second early on. The leader is Al Jcsa on the inside, the blue and white colours, and she leads up here, the Uncle Mo filly. So Al Jcsa in front, a length to the good over the improving Al Shahim, who's taken a while to get into stride, but is now moving a lot more sweetly in second place in the noseband and cheek pieces. Racing behind these, up on the outside is Samu, who's in the dark brown and white colours. In the black colours, Shahan going into third place. Just off the pace too in the light blue. Out a little bit wider on the course as they settle down is Kawada Radu, and that's in the light grey and white colours. Then the orange and red, that's Tharban, is further back. And then the white and green of the international favourite Matt Nuke under Ricardo Ferreira trying to get closer. And they're being followed by Ez Tawake, who's in the white and purple. A few lengths back to find Rumar, who's in the blue, white and red colours. The back marker at the moment, the newcomer, Rich Max. Just a little bit run off his feet here in the black and white, and they're really trapping down the back straight here and heading then past the halfway point. And up front with the lead now is Al Shahim in the grey and light blue colours. He goes on in the cheek pieces. Al Shahim has the lead. His rival, Matt Nuke, is moving into third, though, in the green cap, making stealthy headway. In between them is Tharban, running a big race. And then out wider is Samu. Around the home turn they go, heading for the final 600 metres. And here comes Matt Nuke, who's on a fast forward move now to hit the front, and Al Shahim looks spent as they reach the home turn. Going to second place is Samu. He could be the threat to Matt Nuke as they turn for home, but surely Matt Nuke should have plenty left as they turn into the straight with 300 metres left to go. And now Matt Nuke asked to go and win his race by Ferreira, and he's put 3 lengths on Samu pretty quickly. Down the outside, Tharban is sticking on really well. The orange cap goes into second place. So Matt Nuke now ridden. He leads by a good 5 lengths, though. Running on into second place is Tharban. He looks, though, booked for that position. Back in third is Samu. Matt Nuke kept going. He's tight up against the rails. He's holding on here from Tharban in second. Matt Nuke with Tharban lunging very late. Matt Nuke will get in, though. Matt Nuke beat Tharban. It was hard work. Back in third was Samu, and they were clear of the others. He's won it. Just a little bit of a concern late on. He was going to curl up, but he's held on. Number 4, Matt Nuke for the Alde Hardy stable. The colours of Sheikh Abdullah Mahmoud Al Malek Al Sabah, those famous white and green silks. And Matt Nuke has won. It's a double for Ricardo Ferreira on the day as well. Second place, massive run by Tharban on his second start, number 5. Kept that margin down to 3/4 of a length in the end. And number 10, Samu, also ran well for a long way, was third. 4, 5, 10. Rich Max actually stayed on to be fourth. He was last early on. 4, 5, 10 the numbers. 2 minutes 12.14 seconds the winning time. 3/4 of a length. Matt Nuke beats Tharban and Samu.
Ricardo, congrats. This first time with him, how is he today?
Thank you so much. I think the favorite of the race. Travel in 1000, a little bit difficult, very Close. Yes, I like outside. You know, and when I look the space, I go to the line. Thank you.
That is a double on the card for jockey Ricardo Sousa Ferreira in the 10th race of the day. An open contest where there was only 10 runners in this race. Matt Nuke for Thamra Dehani wins it very, very easily. So this son of See the Stars took to the dirt very well. But he's very experienced here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Last time out was 9th. And I said in my paddock analysis that you could disregard that run, and for good reason as well, because he's just shown up all these horses in this race. He tends to like the long distances better. When he was 4th the time before that at meeting 89, that was over 2,000 meters as well. But perfectly timed ride once again by Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, who's just flying under the radar here, but he is racking up a very good amount of winners for himself here. And Matt Nuke was, of course, the highest rated horse in the race at 77. But it'd be interesting to see where they go next with Matt Nuke for the remainder of the season, because that was definitely his best performance yet that we have seen. And we love talking to Ricardo Sousa Ferreira and Thamra Dehani as well. And when they team up, it is usually with a winner. So we can congratulate Ricardo Ferreira for your double on today.
Thank you so much. You know, this horse, I think, favorite to the race. Before ran double, and Tamer tell me a little bit tired. Today run fresh. Not easy because the horse want to go all the time inside. In, I think, 1,000, I look very close. I don't want to go too much outside. I want wait, but I have favorite horse. I need to go to the line. He's good.
He seemed to sail like throughout the race really easily. You didn't have to do too much work with him.
Yes, you know, in 800, I think win easy, but not easy horse. You won't go too much inside, and I hope win more better. But it's important is win, and I think this horse can doing better. But not easy horse.
Would you keep him over long distances, like 2,000 meters is better for him?
Yes, I think long distance is better. Maybe mile short. I think the perfect distance for him.
You had a lot of winners last weekend. Do you think you can do the same this weekend?
Yes, I hope. You know, I work and give my best, ride all the horses, and I hope more.
Thank you so much, Ricardo.
Thank you.
Another winner for Ricardo Sousa Ferreira and Matt Nuke, who dropped back a little bit early. Ricardo said he wanted to hang in towards the inside. You can see from there he's kind of tilting his head to one side, but he's been by far and away the best horse.
Yeah, he did carry his head a little bit awkwardly in the early stages, and maybe showed signs why it's taken him a while to get his head in front. But he was essentially different class to his rivals today.
He was, and not the best of starts with the horse you thought would make the pace. He was probably one of the slowest away, but he's bustled up there to make the running, Al Shahim.
Yeah, and he's got to the front after a couple of furlongs and then made his way across to the inside rail. But I'm afraid to say, although he's not run terribly, he's just looked very slow here, and so he was, as I worried about going into just setting the race up for others. And I thought when I saw him last time, I thought he might lose a bit of timber in his next start. You know, with racing, he'd get a little bit straighter, but he just looks like he's almost too big to race, and he's just ungainly. And although I don't think there's anything wrong with his attitude, the horse has got to carry not just the weight of the jockey, they've got to carry their own weight through a race, and when you're as big as he is, that's not easy to do.
Even notice the size of his frame. Look at the size of his feet by comparison to the other runners. Almost like the sort of feet of Shire horse.
He really does look Shire horse-like here against some of the others, whereas the winner is a much finer built animal. You see that he's just taken off heels there and looks a little bit awkward. But he does have a touch of class in this sort of company, and he gets the job done. A couple of those have shown improved form. Tharaban was only 9th on his debut, beaten 24 odd lengths, has improved plenty to finish in the frame. And Samu looked like he was going to show an awful lot more. I think that just shows overall that this was quite quite a weak contest and a very good opportunity for Matt Nook. So the fact that he's only ended up winning by 3/4 of a length is maybe a little bit worrying in terms of his future, because...
But he has been in the front a long way from home.
He has, and maybe, yeah, he's a horse who probably would have liked to have a target to aim at. And when he's got himself to the front, he has hung a little bit into the rear. You see the head slightly to the side again, and Ricardo Sosa Ferreira has had to sort of wake him up and keep his mind on the job. He's better than the bare result. He's better than sort of a 3/4 of a length victory over the second would suggest, but you'd struggle to give the second a high rating on what he'd done on debut, and he then runs green and runs off a straight line late on, which doesn't really help him getting near. In fact, he's disappeared off our picture altogether there as he was hanging into the centre of the track. That's probably lost him half a length. They might have been pretty close if he had kept straight. So while Matt Nook has won himself an open race, he hasn't made it that easy for himself to win another on the back of this, because there aren't too many as weak as this in the calendar, and now that he's got his head in front, he'll have a little bit more weight to carry in races like this.
You can just see he's having a good look around there. He's got the cheek piece on. Maybe full headgear is going to just help to kind of concentrate his mind a little bit better.
He shows a little bit of white in his eye as well, which is not the greatest of signs. But he had the experience needed and the form needed to win this race on paper, and he has got the job done. You probably wouldn't be quite so keen to pile in next time out if you've seen that, but it's a case of job done on the day.
Well, that was over 2,000 metres. One more to come over 2,000. That's going to be race 11 before we go right up to 2,400 for the final race of the evening. So we're coming towards the latter part of the card here, Enzo. Race number 11, the final race over 2,000 metres. We go back to the Arabs here for a maiden for 4-year-olds and older. Fillies and colts in action. Full details back with you.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, 20 runners as well, without the reserves. So plenty to have a look at here. 2,000 metres for these Arabian breds maiden. Right, let's go through them. Number 1 is Miatab for Abdullah Al Hussein. Number 2 is Kahalan Al Daham for Azuz Al Yayesh. 3 is Jawad Al Kaladia, Abdullah Al Kuradis. 4 is Sahak for Ahmad Al Shra. Number 5 is Nasim Ayad Al Shamari. 6 is Bayader Al Kaladia, Ayad Al Tarisi on board. Number 7 is Roim for Faras Al Sanatan. 8 is Jama de Violet. Now Osama Al Sharani on board that one. That's number 8. Number 9 is Shabal Al Kirat for Khalid Al Azmi. 10 is Sarmad Pro, Yasser Al Bakawi. 11 is Naham, Jimmy Carrion. And it's then 12, Mokles Al Kaladia, Muhammad Al Habib. 13 is Namus de Monlal for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Number 14, Sahel Al-Kaladia, Alex Moreno. 15 is Eli Al-Zamili for Muhammad Al-Nassar. 16 is Dirar Al-Kaladia, Abdullah Al-Saidi, rides the veteran. 17 is one of those prominent in the international markets. This is Masanisa for Tariq Al-Mansur, I think is on board that one. 18 is Abar Al-Siham for Nawaf Al-Fairuz, another one that's towards the top of the international markets. Number 90 is Badi Gudar, Adel Al-Furedi looking for his third winner of the day. And 20 Sulalat for Nawaf Al-Mudiani. And 21, 22, 23 don't get into 20 runners. Tariq Al-Mansur on number 17 to know, and Osama Al-Sharani on number 8 are the jockey notices here. So a huge field of Arabian breds for Martin and Rory to get stuck into.
And we're very much looking forward to getting stuck into them, Enzo. The majority in the paddock so far. The jockeys are out as well. We could put a line through some of these, Rory, on the official ratings. They include the top one. So let's go down to some of the better rated horses in the field. They include Kalayan Aldam, horse number 2 here, who's had 8 goes so far and was caught late here last time out. That was back in distance over 1,400. Did have the second run over the course and distance prior to that.
Yeah, I'd ignore his run last time out, and he ran a good second, beating just 3/4 of a length to Aftal Jasura in a course and distance maiden prior to that. Number 18, Abar Al-Siham, was behind him in third that day, just another 3/4 of a length behind, so there's not too much between them on that form. And another of the Sarmad Pro, number 10, was well behind in 7th that day, so I would put a line through him. But Kahilan Aldam and Abar Al-Siham are both interesting on that line of form.
64 rated. Yet to give a rating to number 4, Sahak, who's only had the one start here in the Kingdom. That was back in December of 2022.
Yeah, I'm beaten 31 lengths on that debut and has been off since, which is off-putting. You don't want to condemn a horse based on one run, but I like to see them turned out reasonably quickly after a run. Otherwise, the absence becomes a source of concern.
Number 5, Nassim, with a rating of 70, is one of the popular horses in the international market. Just had the 5 runs so far and been off the track from February 22 before coming through with a 5th here last week.
Yeah, that was a very respectable performance off the back of an absence. It was almost 2 years, as you said before, that 5th in a mile maiden last time out. I was beaten 18 lengths on that occasion. Again, your worry is when he's run right up to his form after such a lengthy break, is he going to be able to back it up straight away? The slight complicating factor with the purebred Arabians, of course, is that sometimes they may have been competitive somewhere else, and we haven't actually seen that in the official form book. But if that was his first competitive start for over 2 years, as it says in the form book, then there would be a slight concern that he would just sort of shrink back from it second time out.
Well, even taking that bit of form on its own, when looking back at that this morning, I expected to see more from him. He was quite well held in the end.
He was. I mean, I think he'd probably benefit from a step up and trip to 2,000 metres, but it's not form that you would want to hang your hat on, is it?
No, rated 70. We've got to get ratings through for the 6 and the 7, so we'll maybe skip down to the 53 rated 8. Jalmar de Violette, who has been over this trip for the last couple of starts, but again has only finished 7th and 4th. Yeah,
and been pretty well beaten in ordinary contests in those races, and I thought Jalmar de Violette had a fair bit to find on balance of form, and having had 10 runs, she does look pretty exposed.
11, which is the next with a rating of 55, that would really be of consideration. This is Naham, who's trying this 2,000 metres once again.
Yeah, he was 4th in a course and distance handicap in meeting 18-9. It was only a 0-60 affair, and you're always slightly wary of when their form is only coming at that sort of level. But he does stay the trip. He's been beaten over shorter since, but it's not hard to make excuses because he does need this 2,000 metre trip in Naham, and I expect him to run his race back over. Whether running his race is good enough to make the frame, I don't know, but it wouldn't be a surprise to see him grab a place. It'd be a surprise to see him win, I think, given that we know all about him after 10 runs.
Coming out to the track, though, we can see number 12. Does it look in bad shape either? That is Mokel's Al Khaladir, the 4th selection of the international markets. A rating of 65, a 0 from 6 overall, and a 13th placed effort here last week on the first run of the campaign.
Yeah, I mean, you can forgive that run in isolation, given it came after a break, but he still looks like he's carrying a little bit of condition. To me, he ended last season with a disappointing run as well. Prior to that, he'd been 5th in a course and distance maiden back in December 2022, and he'd run well in his previous start to be 4th. But it's been over a year since then, and the 2 runs since have been disappointing. So just has a little bit to prove. But if he's back to his best, he's a player.
Okay, on the way to the post, we'll have a look at some of the contenders in a second. First off, let's head back to Shamila and see what took her eye in the paddock.
Thank you very much, Martin. It's our penultimate race of the evening and last Arabian race as well. I've decided to go with horse number 1, Kahilan Al Daham, who will be ridden by Abdulaziz Al Yesh. 9th last time out, 2nd the time before that at meeting 79. So I really like his chances here. He did look stunning. He's rated 64, so one of the top-rated horses in the race for sure. I really like his chances. He's a really nice, stunning chestnut colt. And horse number 14, Thahel Al Khaladir, caught my eye as well. Those were the 2 main players for me here in the parade ring, both looking super strong. As you know, Arabian races can be quite difficult to navigate, but those are definitely my 2 eye catchers. Horse number 13, ridden by Abdullah Lofi, being very naughty, so he is definitely on the naughty list for me.
Okay, the top 2 there for Shamila. Kahilan Al Daham, I thought had a big chance, and Shamila's also gone with it. Of the rest of them, Roy, let's move down to one of the highest rated, if not the highest rated in the field. Jcsa, horse number 17, as we take in a bit of form as well for Badi Gouda.
Yeah, this is a significant piece of form. Badi Gouda's got a rating of 64, and this was a decent effort, just backing out of a late one to finish 6 3/4 lengths 3rd to Shibble Shemek. in a course and distance maiden last time out. This wasn't a bad contest of its type. Cheval not winning out of turn, and Badi Gouda, who'd been off like another in this race, off 2 years before this run, ran really well. Again, the question is he going to back that run up straight away? But he looks doesn't look at all like he's suffering from that run in the paddock. He looks okay here, so you'd be hopeful that he'd be able to come on for that. But obviously, it remains a slight question with any horse who's got that sort of profile.
We're just about to touch on 17 Massanissa a second ago. 2 runs back this campaign in open and handicap company.
Yeah, and not easy to fancy. Either of them was beaten 28 1/4 lengths with 9th 2 starts back, and then well beaten again over course and distance last time out. He has a rating of 75. I can't find where that comes from. I don't know if you've managed to dig out any form going back. There's a couple of resources I use to find foreign Arabian race form, but I can't find.
I just even thought maybe the fact he's been in better company, they've rated him around the horses he's been up against. But.
Yeah, I didn't think so, because it wasn't. I mean, the last race was probably a little bit better than this, but I can't see how he could have got a rating of 75 for where he finished. So his rating must come from form elsewhere, because those are his only 2 runs in Saudi Arabia. Again, there's a big possibility that he's got form on some of these invitational races that don't show up in the form book, but on what he's shown recently, it's not easy to fancy. He's only a 5-year-old as well, so it's not like his form going back ages.
No.
And he may be able to show in this race why he has that rating of 75. He's top rated on that basis, but unfortunately, I can't enlighten you as to why he has that rating.
And just one more to mention, this is the horse who just topped the international listings. Horse number 18, Abba Al Saham, rated 67 and tried this 2,000 metre trip for the first time last time out at the back end of last year.
Yeah, and he ran up he's been placed in maidens on his last 2 starts. The first one at a mile and then over this course and distance, which is probably a career best as well, finishing 2 3/4 lengths behind Afdal Jassour. As I said, he ties in very closely with Gahilan Aldam on that run, and he's a little bit less exposed, being a 4-year-old with just the 7 starts compared to the 8 starts of Gahilan Aldam, but there's not much between them either on that form or on their overall profiles.
It's a difficult race to unpick, Rory. Where would you go? Who do you think is most likely to win?
I think I would trust Abba Al Saham's form in that he's now strung 2 good efforts together. You don't expect the purebred Arabians to really be hitting their peak before 4, so there are reasons to think that he can improve still, and I'm not particularly worried about him being stuck out in stall 18, given that there's a wide range of abilities on show. So I thought it was a tough race, but there were plenty I didn't like, and Abba Al Saham had more to recommend him than most.
We're talking about that rating of 75 for Massanissa being a little bit puzzling, but the fact that Camilla Ospina wasn't board was another probably positive to the overall profile.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah, I should have mentioned that as well. The fact that Camilla obviously signed off in the afternoon, but the fact that he was on board in the first place is a positive. Yeah, if he'd won in France, it would say on the form book that there is a win in France. It wouldn't give you the form line, but it would give you the basics. So he hasn't won anywhere else. But there may be a run or 2 in there that justifies his rating, and the jockey booking suggested that Connections believed he was worthy of putting a good jockey on.
Well, good luck to David. He's with the 17 here. Massanissa. Good luck as well to George. Goes for Badi Gouda as well. Horse number 19. Rory is with the 18 Abba Al Saham to come good here. This young horse. I'm going to go with Shamila with one of her 2 selections, and Kalian Aldam. She's also with the top one as well. Well through the loading up process for the penultimate time tonight. Anthony Ennis standing by with the call.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, big field of runners, as you say, for our penultimate race today, race 11. The Arabian Breds waiting for this number 18, Abba Al Saham, to go in. Doesn't look the most willing, but he's going to go forward now. Stalls handlers doing a great job as ever. Waiting for 14, Thahel Al Khaladia, the grey, and he's going to be the last one. And we're set 2,000 metres here. So a little bit edgy in the stalls. The starter's happy though, and they're off and racing. Father lets them go. All got away okay, making a fairly decent start is Sahak, and also up there early on is Nassim as well in red colours. Another one that broke quite well towards the outside. Sarmad Pro is fairly handy too. And then to the outside is Namus de Monlau is showing speed too in the yellow nosebag as they go for the first 400 metres or so. Up there is Riyadh as well in the blue and white colours, number 7. And that's now just been passed by Sarmad Pro, who I think has got overall command with the white blaze in the centre in the black and white silks. Making up ground towards the inside then, that is the grey. Nassim is very much on a forward move. Wider out to the orange is Namus du Mon Lao as they go through the first 600 metres or so. One or two of these just losing touch, including Kahalan Aldam, who's right towards the back of the pack, and also Jawad Al-Khaladia is towards the tail of the field as they continue their journey up the back straight here, and it's Sarmad Pro in front, and the black and white leads by about a half length. Plenty of challengers, though. To the outside, Namus de Monlau is right there. And then even wider out is Badi Gudar in blue and green colours. And looking even wider of those in the blue towards the outside, Dirar Al-Khaladia. And on extreme outside, Massanisa is very prominent too. Light colours, blue cap for Tariq Al-Mansour. So on the inside, Sarmad Pro, Massanisa going the long way round. In between them, right there too, is Dirar Al-Khaladia as they make the swing into the home straight. The grey Nassim wants the inside run, but just had to take back there and wants that inside running rail. Sarmad Pro pressed hard by Dirar Al-Khaladia. Massanisa towards the outside. He's got that inside line, Nassim, the grey. Head slightly to one side, but he's making ground against the paint as they turn for home. One that's making ground from the back is Abar Al-Siham in the black and white. Goes into 5th, but is still running on. The leader, though, has kicked on, and that leader is Dirar Al-Khaladia, number 16, in front, and leads by a few lengths. Here comes the big closer, Abar Al-Siham, though, down the outside, who's putting in the giant strides now. Abar Al-Siham, he's going home 2 for their 1. He's hit the front, and he's bounding away. Abar Al-Siham, held up early on, is going to win this going away for Nawaf Al-Fairuz. Look at this one go. Abar Al-Siham cut loose in the final 200 metres. An impressive scorer. Dirar Al-Khaladia was second. They were well clear. Tight third in the end, involving Massanisa and Naham, who stayed on quite well. But that was awesome from Abar Al-Siham, who put in the mighty strides on the outside with that centre field run. Well done to Rory as well. Another good shout from Rory. He's been in great form today, as of the team. Second place, number 16, Dirar Al-Khaladia. We might have bumped into one there, beaten 6.5 lengths. Number 11 was third, which was Naham under Jimmy Carry-On. So it's 18, 16, 11, the numbers. Massanisa only 4th. 6.5 lengths, 2 minutes 23.7 seconds. Abar Al-Siham, one of the most impressive winners of the day.
Well, another winning selection from Rory, and it was the right one as well. The international markets and the international selections had it right. Abba Al-Saham was on top there and was even more well on top. Rory wins by 6.5, but probably value for further.
Yeah, they've gone a solid pace in front here, and that's set things up nicely for him. So he's come with his run at the right sort of time, and has powered clear in the last furlong to win by a wide margin. I'd be a little bit worried if he ended up going up, 10 pounds or more in the weights for that. Although this was a competitive enough contest, it wasn't super strong for the grade. But he was building on the promise of his last 2 runs when finishing 4th in good maidens. This wasn't the strongest of maidens, and he was entitled to go close. But he's rather blown it apart in the end and showed improved form.
One of our viewers on YouTube just saying he's the next champion. I'm not sure I'd go quite as far as that, but he certainly does have a bright future.
He does. I mean, he's still lightly raced. He's had a few runs, but the purebred Arabians don't often really mature until this age or a little bit older. And he's done nothing wrong in the race and ended up coming nicely clear, albeit from one who'd done plenty of running towards the front end.
And goes on to beat into the minor runners, Dia Al-Khaladia. Let's take it back to the start of the replay from the off of this 2,000 metre contest, starting right over at the furthest point on the track where they can race. Has got a bit of ground to make up early, goes back early. The pace comes here from Samad Pro. Also up there early is Numaster Monlu, and the 16 as well, who does stay there for much of the run, Dia Al-Khaladia. Yeah,
plenty of others who wanted to go forward in this. Masanissa was pressing soon after the start to get a good position. He's come from wide out and is still about 7th or 8th, but he does begin to press forward, and that means that the those in the front end don't get an easy time, and there's plenty of pressure on them, and the winners come from a fair way off the pace, just biding his time at this stage and working his way gradually into contention. You'll see him just sort of peeling wide as they come into the straight, but there's no rush for him to move forward at the moment. He must be about 12th at this stage. You can just see the blue nosebands and the black colours with the checked sleeves, just making sure that he's not compromised by anything else in the run. He's got lots of daylight around him. That's the great thing about this track. You don't have to get close to the rail to have a chance. There are plenty of courses where if you're racing 6 wide off the rail, then you're ruining your chance of winning. But as long as you're not in traffic here and being forced wider by other horses, then racing a little bit wide in the early stages won't compromise your chance massively. And
one thing that might be sort of visible if you're used to watching American racing as well, that there's very, very little kickback here. Often horses who get track wide, they're getting facefuls of dirt, whereas it's not too bad.
It's not too bad here. Occasionally, you see on certain days you'll see the jockeys looking a little bit dusty when they come back in. But generally speaking, compared to some tracks, it's not as severe here. The track is a little bit slower than you tend to get on American dirt tracks as well, yeah, just a little bit kinder and more forgiving all round as a result. So horses tend to be able to give their running on the pace or off the pace, and I do think this is set up nicely for the winner, and he's maybe just a bit flattered by the winning margin, but he was clearly the best horse on the day, and he's worth crediting with a career best effort for the time being, and we'll see what the handicapper does and where he's going to go on the back of this win.
And we just saw the blue colours coming into shot towards the back there. They've Callian Aldam, who's come from a very, very long way back. Wasn't the best away from the inside there in stall 2. It was given a very patient run. It was almost like groom, really, just allowed to find its feet. And I'd say that horse is better than the overall finishing position of 5th.
He probably is, and of course, you only got to go back one run to see that he finished just in front of the winner last time out, and of course in distance maiden won by Jcsa. So Callian Aldam is his form is actually being franked last time out. He just hasn't been able to back it up on this occasion because of a moderate track position, but he's done good late work to finish just behind the placed horses, and he's picked up a little bit of prize money for connections in the process.
So we move on to our 12th and final race, 2,400 metres of distance for this open race of 4-year-olds and older. Thanks to Jose, who's got in touch on the YouTube channel. Great job on the Jcsa YouTube channel. He says, awesome crew, Rory. It's very kind, isn't it?
Marvellous. Nice to be called awesome.
Well, I guess we only get those kind of comments when Old Enzo's amongst us.
Yeah, definitely. Awesome. Right. Let's have a look at the field for the last race. Another big field of runners here without the reserves. So 20 going for this open race. 2,400 metres as well. A long race to enjoy over the mile and a half. Right, number 1 is Nasrawi, Alex Moreno on board. Number 2 is Galbraith for Ali Al-Matib. And number 3 is Land of Eagles, Ahmad Al-Azari. 4 is My Sweet Story, Ahmed Al-Shra. 5, Neptune Seas, Emmanuel Haldar. Number 6 is Abu Al-Azem, Yasser Al-Bakawi. 7 is Kuthni Mark for Abdulaziz Al-Yayesh. 8 is Premium Ticket, Fawas Wanas. 9, Carabeno, Naif Al-Anasi, used to run over in the UK. And number 10 is Ajyad, Ricardo Souza Ferreira, looking for his treble. 11, Al-Mutib, Muhannad Al-Nassar. 12 is Crossed Baton, who is the favourite, I think, in the international market. Abdullah Al-Kradi's rides his son of Dan Silly. Number 13 is Mamlak for Mohammed Al-Hubail. 14 is Promoter for Abdulaziz Al-Musa. 15 is now Adel Al-Faradi. Adel Al-Faradi gets the call up for Milwaukee to replace Camillo Ospina. He's looking for a treble, isn't he, Adel, as well. 16 is Estoppel for Tariq Al-Mansur. 17 is Record Man, Nawaf Al-Fayruz. 18, Dramatic Device, Abdullah Al-Fayruz. 19, Batista, Abdullah Alorfi. And 20, Rafio for Nawaf Al-Mudiani. 21, 22, 23, not required. But a big field of runners here. But interesting that jockey news. Adel Al-Faradi gets the call up to replace Camillo on Milwaukee as we go back to Martin and Rory.
Thanks, Enzo. Yeah, runners coming into the paddock then for our final race here this evening. And for me, Rory, I thought this was the most interesting race of the day. Maybe not the most valuable in terms of prize money, but it's an intriguing puzzle.
It is, yeah. It's a really tightly graded affair. Almost, it almost looks like a handicap. There are 1 or 2 with higher rates. If you go down there, so 74, 74, 72, 75, 73, 74, 72. You get the likes of Premium Tickets bouncing, coming in there with a higher rating, but obviously he hasn't won a race and was below form last time out. So really hard to basically pick between the first 11 in the list there, and you then come to Cross Baton, who's the market leader, who's got a rating of 92, but maybe a little bit to prove at this stage. I thought so. Yeah,
the international markets make Cross Baton the one to beat. I don't quite see it that way, but we'll come on to that as we go through the field. Let's spin you through the contenders then for our 12th race. And number 1 represents form from the UK and the UAE, I should say. Naswari, who does have winning form. Both those wins, though, over 2,000. Distance at which has mostly been campaigned.
Yeah, and I didn't think that Nasrawi was necessarily looking to step up. And of course, his only win for John Gosden came way back in September 2020, and he'd been off the track for a long time before finishing tailed off here, meeting 89. Was turned out quickly again, meeting 92, and showed a little bit more, but not enough to think that he'd be competitive here. On his old form, he's got chances, but you have to have questions about what kind of ability remains after the best part of 3 years off the track.
Number 2 is Galbraith, who was second over 2,000 last time out. Steps up in distance today to the 2,400.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that will suit. He's still a maiden, Galbraith, but he is running himself into form. Perhaps he was disappointing 2 starts ago, but that was his best effort when on second in a 2,000 metre maiden last time out. But he was very much put in his place by Mosfahela, who then stepped up in class and was well beaten next time out himself. So I think Galbraith's got a bit to prove on balance.
Number 3, Land of Eagles, a UK import, who arguably Rory has run pretty poorly here of late, including over 2,400 2 starts back.
Yes, that would be a concern. Only 10th in that meeting, 70th. Has always been an inconsistent sort and is capable of bouncing back. He did win over a mile and a quarter back in the day for George Boy, I think, at Chepstow, but he's never fully convinced at a mile and a half.
Yeah, it was second over 2,400 at Kempton. He has got relatives who've won over further, but he hasn't translated that here, has Land of Eagles. Number 4, My Sweet Story, who has got form over in America, a win at Colonial Downs, and 2 starts here so far.
Yeah, by the reckoning, when I could work out, seemed to win a maiden special weight first time out.
Yep.
But you don't always see all the form lines there. That was in July 2021 at Colonial Downs. She's made little impact here, to be perfectly honest. Looks a stable second string. Obviously, stable's in very good form, that of Sami Al-Harabi, but he's also got Adjad in the race with Ricardo Sousa Ferreira riding, and that's the more obvious one of the two from the stable.
Yeah, got a big chance, that horse. Number 5 is Neptune Seas, who came across from Charlie Appleby and Godolphin in the UK. Has been placed here, but a horse who's got a big price tag, 725,000 guineas, was sold for us a yearling.
Yeah, very well bred, obviously, to justify that price tag. Has never quite lived up to it. Did win a 1.25 mile contest at Nottingham for Charlie Appleby. Has been placed twice over 2,000 metre here in handicaps. One at Taif, I should say, and one here in Riyadh. He was tailed off last time out, and he was also well beaten in his only try over this course and distance. So just a little bit to prove for all there are good efforts not that far back on his card.
Number 6, Abo Alazam, had 1 win from 13 starts. That was a win over this trip at Taif, but the recent form leaves a bit to be desired.
Yeah, it stays the trip. We know that because his best recent effort has come over the trip at Taif, but he ran over course and distance last time out and was tailed off, so he needs to leave that well behind.
Number 7 is Koothly Mark, 2 wins from 8 starts. They've both been wins over the 2,000.
Yes, he looked very good a couple of times in Taif, and then when he crossed over to Riyadh in the first place, he was disappointing in his first 3 starts. He was still well enough beaten last time out, but I thought it was a step in the right direction over a mile, and there is a chance that the step up to 1.5 miles will actually be a benefit to Koothly Mark.
Premium Ticket, formerly trained by Jim Bolger. Winless in 7 goes over in Ireland. So we have a look at Dramatic Device in action, finishing seconds.
Yes, this is a good performance from Dramatic Device. He'd been disappointing on his first couple of starts this season, but this was a lot more like it. You see him in the striped cap there, white colours with green epaulets and green striped sleeves, keeping on well from an unpromising position to do his best work late. So one to bear in mind, Dramatic Device.
Another 2,400 for the last few starts as well. The horse I really like, though, here is the 10 Adjard, formerly trained by Alice Haynes in the UK. Stayed 2,400 back over there, and there was plenty to like as we pick up the form in a fillies handicap over 1,800 first time up here.
Yeah, and this is form that's worked out as well, even though it breaks my heart. Sail On Silverbird has been in front throughout this race, and I thought she was going to go and get the job done. She ends up getting nailed late in the day, and we see Adjad running on into 4th with the white face. It's worth pointing out that the runner-up here went on and won an open on her next start, so the form has worked out well.
Yeah, the form looks good for Adjad. How does that horse look down at the start? We can find out with Shamila.
Thank you very much, Martin. I'm down here at the 2,400 metre start, which is the longest distance on the dirt that we can go. There are 4 horses in particular that I'm really looking forward to seeing. There are 4 horses that I'm really looking forward to seeing. Horse number 8, Premium Ticket. Horse number 10, Ajiyad. Horse number 15, Milwaukee. And horse number 18, Dramatic Device. Now, the horses are just coming in here behind me. The last few horses are just making their way in. And I have seen Dramatic Device, and he looks absolutely stunning. One of the horses that I was really keen on seeing here behind the back of the stalls. And it's fantastic the amount of coverage we can get here at the Jockey Club, here and in Taif as well. Being behind the stalls, like no other racecourse in the world, we would get this kind of access. So it's great to see, and we're trying not to get run over by some of the horses just coming in here. From what I can see from the horses just circling around the back of the stalls here, I think I will be siding with Dramatic Device. Horse number 1, Nashwari, looks really good, but the last horses are just making their way in here before they close the stalls, and it is a full field of 20 horses as well. And we're just going to turn around here, just trying not to get kicked. As I said, there's a full field of horses here behind the back of the stalls, and each horse has 1 to 2 stall handlers each as well. So it's really great to see. Everything is all good behind the back of the stalls. The horse that is the mount of Ricardo Ferreira, horse number 10, Ajyad for Sami Al-Harabi, was fourth last time out at meeting 90 and one of my favourites as well. I will be sticking with Dramatic Device as my behind the stall selection for sure. And I'm just making my way out here so I don't get squashed by the stalls, but it's fantastic. They're just doing the last rounds here, checking the horses, making sure all the tack is adjusted and all correct before they make their way into the stall. So it's absolutely normal to see the jockeys get dismounted here and take their horses into the middle of the ring and just adjust their saddles and their tack to make sure everything is totally safe before the start of the race. I actually do have probably a little bit of a negative. Nashwari, horse number 1, did look really nice when he came out here, but he's just getting really hot and sweaty behind the saddle and all down his neck as well. That's just what I have seen. But the rest of the horses know their job. They're getting on really well here behind the back of the stalls. And yeah, it's really great to see. I will be sticking indeed with horse number 18, Dramatic Device, but I'm going to hand it back to you guys as they start to get loaded.
Yeah, there is Dramatic Device in short line behind the stalls. We saw that bit of form as well for Dramatic Device. Milwaukee's one we didn't touch on. Interesting horse comes across from the very powerful Aidan O'Brien team, was sold for just 30,000 guineas. Ran here last time out, led the field at the closing stages, just over that 2,000, looked tapped for toe, if anything.
Yeah, it gives you hope that he might do well up in trip, and we keep being told that that the sons of Justify just will keep on running as long as you want them to. So that's promising enough. He was well beaten on his debut in Saudi Arabia, but that was a better effort. Went fourth to Mutasim in that not to 82,000 metre handicap last time out, and he's reasonably low mileage still, with the prospect of improving for the longer trip.
He won at the Curragh over 2,400. If anything, that day when he won over this trip on heavy ground at the Curragh, he looked as though he might go even further. He does nothing quickly.
No, and you'd like to think that being ridden forwardly is going to help him stay. The Curragh is a good track for a horse with that kind of profile. You can get rolling early there, and sometimes it's difficult to reel horses back in. So he's an interesting enough one, and I'm sure he'll pay his way for connections.
Well, cross battle we haven't touched on. We did touch on this would be the top pick of the international markets. Formerly trained by the Gorsons in the UK, 4 from 11 over there, won in listed company, landed the Churchill Stakes on the all-weather at Linkfield back in 2019, but the majority of his form was over 2,000. I've got the trip in a big question mark for this horse.
Yeah, I mean, he was placed over course and distance March 2022, but his form has been a little bit in and out here, it has to be said. And of course, he was last seen in September 22. So for a horse who's seen plenty of action coming back as a 9-year-old, I do think he's got a bit to prove. I can see why people in the UK would be familiar with him, with his old form, and they'll be happy to side with him. But off that kind of absence at his age, I wouldn't be at all sure that he's capable of running to 92 anymore.
Well, he's the top pick of the internationals. They also go with the 8 premium ticket. Could mention for the 11, Al Mutib, the 15, Milwaukee, and also for the 10, Ajyad as well. Your selection, Rory, finally?
I'm not sure he'll win because he's still a maiden here, but I think premium ticket will hit the frame. He's been placed in 2 of his 3 starts over course and distance, and I think he's in a good spot to run well.
Okay, that's for Rory, the 8 premium ticket. I'm very much with the 10, Ajyad, who's got this form over this kind of a trip back in the UK and should step forward from that run. First time up here at the track in Riyadh. For the final time, and with our thanks, Tony Ennis has the call on race 12.
Cheers, Martin. I'm going to go with number 11, Al Mutib, for what it's worth. Right, 2 to load, 16 and 6. Abu Al-Azem and Estopol, who's got the white cap on, to distinguish between he or she and Kufni Mark, the 7. Right, the last one's coming in. It's 1.5 miles. It's 2,400 metres. What a view of the start. They're off and racing. Away they go for our finale here at Riyadh on the dirt track, and one or two a little bit slowly into stride, including Land of Eagles, who has to be chased along to gather stride. Also, from the outside store, Raffio drops in behind early. The early speed here is with Kufni Mark in the green colours, takes them along by 1 length. To, in second place, Adjad up on the outside, dropping into third, Neptune Seas, with wider out. Going forward is Record Man, and then just in behind those, we have in the black and white colours towards the inside, trying to get a little bit closer, is Carabeno in mid-pack as they swing around the turn and go out for a complete circuit of the racecourse. It's Kufni Mark who leads at this stage to Ajad, who's racing in second place. Up on the outside is Record Man, advancing in that very light green jacket. Also on the move there with the white cap. Getting a little bit closer is Milwaukee. And then behind Milwaukee, we have Neptune Seas back in the field. Looking for Al Mutib at this stage in about 5th place. Got quite a handy sit. Is racing ahead of, on the outside in the black and white, Carabeno as they make the run, and also Batista's in that sort of front group as well. Looking towards the tail of the field, then the back markers include Estoppel with the white cap. Right out the back too is Mamlak at this stage in yellow and blue. Back with the leaders then as they approach the halfway stage and go past it. It's Kufni Mark in front by 3 parts of a length. To in second place, Milwaukee, the white cap, who's going quite well. Towards the outside, Record Man is still in there pitching. Towards the outside, Premium Ticket now gets a call. Very much on the move on the outside, the blue and yellow colours. And then just off the pace towards the inside, Kufni Mark is now losing ground and has been passed by 1 or 2 rivals here, including Crossed Baton. That's making good ground, the green and purple colours, as they head towards the home turn. Al Mutib has lost his place, but up front with the call now, it's Milwaukee who has a narrow advantage, but right there too, towards the outside is Premium Ticket. These two press on. Milwaukee, Premium Ticket, they're 1 and 2. In behind them in third place is Adjad, who's trying to go with them, and then moving into 4th around the outside goes Batista in the white and black, and then comes Cross Baton, who's still trying to run on with the purple cap, with a lot to do from there. And they're now in line for home. And up front, Milwaukee's very game on the inside. Pressed hard, though, by Premium Ticket. And these two go hammer and tongs into the final 200 metres. From the back, the white cap of Estoppel is flying very deep on the course. It could be too late. Milwaukee's up top with Premium Ticket. These two, Estoppel is still running on towards the outside. Milwaukee has got rid of Premium Ticket, but here's Estoppel very late. Milwaukee from Estoppel. Milwaukee and Estoppel. Estoppel lunging, it's close. Oh, wow, Estoppel lunged right on top of the line to join Milwaukee, and they go by together in a cracking finish. This is tight. Estoppel has got there, we think, on the outside. Poor old Milwaukee didn't deserve to lose. Was up there throughout for Adele. Has been tipped out by the fast finisher, the filly. She was well behind early, wearing the white cap, the second colours. No, Milwaukee on the inside has turned back Estoppel. Milwaukee has beaten Estoppel in the end by a head. Here's confirmation. It looked very close, didn't it? Milwaukee far side. Yeah, he's just got the nose down from Estoppel. Dramatic Device in third place. And they're ahead of Premium Ticket in 4th. So confirming it's 15 the winner, Milwaukee. From 16 Estoppel. 18 was third, Dramatic Device. And 4th was number 8, Premium Ticket. The front 3 required. 15, 16, 18, the numbers there. And that was Adel Al-Faradi, wasn't it, with a treble. Another one that our speeder has missed out on. He won't be too happy tonight. 15 the winner at Milwaukee. Far side just holds on for the fast finishing number 16 Estoppel. And third, number 18, Dramatic Device. Ahead, 2 minutes 37.67.
$15 beats 16 beats 18 in the final race of the night. Milwaukee, who's 2 wins today to come over 2,000 metres, sees out the longer trip to just hold the late thrust of Estoppel in the closing stages. Dramatic Device back in third place, and just out of the money was Premium Ticket, who was up there in much of the closing stages. But a very frustrating day for Camilo Ospina. He misses another winner here at Milwaukee, and Adel Al-Faradi gets the better of the 16. That's how close it was in the end, but a very busy finish, Rory.
It was, yeah. It looked a really interesting race on paper. It panned out that way, and as we said beforehand, you need to look at horses who really want this mile-and-a-half trip. And the first 4 home have all got form over a mile-and-a-half, and have pulled clear in the end. And what was a fascinating contest, both on paper and in the way it was run.
Kufni Mark and Adjad, both are there from an early stage. Also a bit of pace as well from Milwaukee, was never too far away.
No, never. You can see him moving up in the centre to take a reasonably prominent position. You had speed out wide from Record Man also there, and a bit of speed from the likes of Neptune Seas and Galbraith, the outsider, in the early stages. You see the white cap of it was Ajad, wasn't it, in the second colours, but Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, number 10. He was always up there with the white face, always well placed. But it ended up working out very nicely for, well, almost worked out perfectly for Estoppel, because the pace from Koothne Mac would have helped her, the son of Saxon Warrior, rolling along in front at this stage, whereas she's well back in the field at this stage on the rail, waiting to come through with a late start. Not on the rail, actually, she's further back in the white cap and the noseband and those almond deal colours, just biding her time, waiting for a late run. And just in front of her, you will see the horse that runs on to finish third, Dramatic Device, also being ridden with patience here. They're probably going a little bit hard for the trip, so all credit to Milwaukee for keeping going as well as he has, because he's always been in that front rank, and most of those who are up there have faded away. The horse who travels best of them on the outside is Premium Ticket, who's got form over this course and distance. Looked through most of this race like he was travelling well enough to win. He's still a maiden though, and he doesn't look that keen to go past when it appears to be a match earlier in the straight, and then he ends up getting swamped for a couple of places late in the day. The last 50 metres he loses out on third place.
Runs with plenty of credit. Looking back through the field as well for Cross Batanu, we struggled to see why the international markets really had this one on top, and he never laid a glove on the front 10 really.
No, he's not. Well, he's not badly placed there in about 6th place with the sort of purpley blue noseband, the green colours with the purple cap. But you know, he was as prominent as he was in the market based on past glories, and he was having to turn back the clock here after a lengthy absence. And he's not run terribly in the grand scheme of things. You'd give him a chance next time out, but he surely would have needed this run after a break.
And would you have him over this 2,400 or drop back to the 2,000?
No, I'd be happy to drop him back to 2,000. He's never looked like he's crying out for it, and he's not particularly strong at the finish either, is he?
He's not, no. But the final race of the day goes the way of Milwaukee, and a good end to proceed. It was a busy finish. It must have been good being down at the start.
It was great being down at the start, and you don't actually realise how far it is until you have to sprint back to the studio. So I'm quite warm now, to be honest. I'm not cold anymore.
Okay, but a very good evening, Shamila. We've seen some good finishes, and
it was actually a pretty good evening. I thought it was going to be quite quiet, and it was for the most part, I think. But I think we saw some really nice horses today, some really good runners, but obviously my heart goes out to Camilo Espina. I mean, he would have been on those 3 winners today, so I'd say he's pretty upset after that.
And all the reports say it's back tomorrow, all being well?
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, that's good news. Well, the most extraordinary performance here came from Groom in our 4th race, a horse who ran 5th in the 1351 sprint trial last week. He ran quite well that day in behind a horse who's been given an entry into the Saudi Cup sprint on the turf. But he was back on dirt today, Rory, and we're looking out for the grey horse towards the back of the field, who was given not just an ice-cold ride, but the most cool ride I think I've ever seen on a track.
Yeah, Groom, we were trying to work out exactly what the plan was through this race. Groom had a big chance of winning. You see him in the white colours with the red cap, about 2/3 of the way down the field with a white face. He moves into contention. You see him just on the left of the picture there, disappearing from shot, but clearly travelling very well. He will appear again, full of running, but not being asked a question by his jockey, Mohammed Al-Jamal. I was on board here. He then cuts to the inside. I thought he would just come wide and then wind the horse up and ask for an effort and go on and win by a couple of lengths. But he brings him inside. He's still sitting really cool, still not making a move, getting closer and closer to the lead. But the line is looming, and he literally asks for no effort, and the horse gets there on the line to win by a head. We don't see rides like that in here. I'm not suggesting it's the greatest ride we've seen. What we tend to see is jockeys making sure they don't make mistakes, and if they've got a horse who's going well enough to win, they put it in the right position and they drive it out to win by as far as is necessary. Here you've got a jockey just holding on to the horse's head all the way through the race, and they ended up winning it in a 3-way photo finish. That takes it takes nerves of steel to do that, but it's a slightly
confidence in the horse. But he's inches away from running a terrible race.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I think we tend to go overboard back home about a ride like that when it works out, and then when it doesn't work out, we tend to come out all guns blazing, saying what was the jockey thinking of, and you need to look at the wider scheme of things, and it's very much impossible, even for a top jockey, to judge this race to this sort of nicety, to know you're going to get up and win by a short head without asking for that effort. And it's not, it's not like one of those rides that you used to get from Leicester Piggott, where he's sort of looking across and checking where the others are and knowing exactly what he's got in hand. The horse just drops his nose in front on the line, and the jockey, I think he's a little bit fortunate that nothing went wrong, because you just need the slightest thing to go against your plan for this not to pan out in your favour, and it's just a little bit overconfident.
And it's curious why he did it, Shamila. We're not in a jurisdiction where we're dealing majority with handicaps and protecting handicap marks. The races are there to be won.
Yeah.
So I don't see what's to be gained from riding with that level of confidence in both yourself and the horse.
This race was really confusing for me. So Mohammed Al Ajmi was on board. Abdullah Al Ajmi, his older brother, usually rides Groom all the time. He was stuck in Kuwait for a cup race there. And I really don't know what the tactics were for this race. I feel like Groom could have won that by a considerable amount of lengths. And as you say, for them to hold him back, I think there's no reason. In 2 weeks' time, they are planning to run him in a cup race. So it just really confused me, the whole race. I don't know what to say.
The only thing, maybe, that if that's the case, they've got a quick target coming. He was out last week. Maybe the idea was just to give him an
fairly
easy race.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing, when you're looking to run a horse in a cup race, unless you're guaranteed to get in that race, trainers want their horses to be rated as high as possible. So if there's a ballot, you're more likely to get in the contest. And we saw, was it Sami Al-Harabi talking his horses up last week and basically said, oh, they're much better than the Bear form. This deserves a much higher rating than it has, just because he wants to get in those really good races. Whereas we're used to that sort of being back to front in the UK, where people are trying to talk the horses down and trying to get as low a handicap mark as possible, unless they're trying to get into the Grand National, for example, where they then start with the talk about having as high a mark as possible. But that's just the nature of the game, isn't it?
Well, Adel Alfredi struck early on the card, and of course he's made the most of the opportunities here tonight. A jockey who's right up there at the top of the standings on the jockeys leaderboard in second place.
Yeah, absolutely. Him and Camilo Ospina have been head-to-head throughout the whole season. And my favourite Alfredi ride was actually in race number 8, Sultan Sense, for Mamdou Al Ali. I thought that he rode it brilliantly, and he's just a magician in the saddle, I think. I think him and Camilo are definitely, they deserve to be in the top two, because they are the best two jockeys here. And
he had a good spin as well aboard Ramadan, who you gave a good spin, a good mention to in race 2.
Yeah, Ramadan was actually one of my paddock negatives, so sometimes that happens to me. But he genuinely was not a standout to me in the parade ring whatsoever, so that was a surprise to me that he went and won that race. But, I mean, you can't talk down any horse that has Adel Alfredi on board, can you?
No, he gave him a very confident ride. He ended up with spinning a little bit wide off the bend from where he was. I wasn't convinced that he was going to particularly enjoy the trip either, but he's shown his best form, won by 2 1/4 lengths from Ain Al Saheb, so you can't really knock the form at all, can you?
And of course a double as well, Rory, for Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. The second leg of that coming aboard Matnouk in race 10. You thought that maybe Al Shahin would go forward there, which he did, but the big Shire horse wasn't quick enough to keep going.
The more the camera stayed on him, the more I thought, oh, he really is a cart horse, isn't he? And I fear that he wouldn't be able to set a strong enough pace to get anything, to get the others off the bridle. And to be honest, while he's you'd love to take him home, and he would do a good job around the farm. He is a little bit limited on the evidence of today's race.
Yeah, good performance then. That was Matnouk winning for Ricardo Sousa Ferreira in race 10. So 12 races have been and gone here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Thanks to Shamila, thanks to Rory. We're all back tomorrow. We've got 12 more to come tomorrow, 12 on Saturday. We'll see you back for more tomorrow afternoon.